And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WTL 2024 Summer KungFu Cup round number 2. I'm, of course, host Live VIP as always, but tonight I have a very special guest for the very first time, I believe. I don't think we've had the luxury of having this legend of a player on our stream before. It is NXZ.
Wow, that's such a kind intro. Thank you so much. It's great to be casting with you. I'm actually very excited. I saw the playlist. It looked really interesting. And, you know, I just really want to spend time with you. So that's kind of the real win.
Okay, I see. Really, the games are an
selfish.
afterthought.
Yeah. StarCraft? Is that... What's that?
Oh, no. Not like this, but here we go. We're jumping into our first series of the night, and then we can delve into ourselves a little bit as well. But spawning in this right-hand corner, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Stats. Take it away.
And in the bottom left, it's our blue Zerg player. He is Younger Kov. PT Heroes, is that his team now?
Yeah.
Okay, from PT Hero. And he's taking a gold base, Live VIP.
Okay.
So this is very interesting. So I guess I'm curious to see how Stats is going to react to this. He's scouted it already. I'm not sure what adaptations you would make in this situation. I actually haven't seen this exact situation on this map play out just yet.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's great to see Young Yakov already spicing things up a little bit. You know, Stats, of course, a returning military player, has been actually looking quite solid as of late, especially in GSL. I don't know if you've been tuning into some of those.
Semi-finalist.
Yeah, like a surprising result here. It feels like Stats has been back for a while, but only recently has been able to like really find his stride.
Exactly, and I think the big challenge here, or what Stats is going to look for, is I think he's going to try and get the Adepts to pressure this gold base, and so that's why, Young Yakov, he's going straight for these rocks. He needs to break those down so he can contest the Adept. I do think this first Adept's going to be a bit of a problem. I'm curious to see how he deals with it.
Yeah,
the Queen is out, though.
The Queen is out. The rocks get knocked down as well. Adept does threaten the middle line, but we are just ready in time so far. The first Adept doesn't do too much, but of course we have a second Adept on the way. We have the Stargate finishing up as well. As you mentioned, Stats, his goal here should be to try and punish this goal. Exactly.
And Young Yakov is going to get so much money from this gold base, and then I think he's going to look to do something off a lower drone count from being so rich. Okay, here's the double Adept. This is probably the first critical pressure.
Yeah, the first two Adepts
are here. A lot of links.
Yeah, so far we're trading well with some of these links here, forcing out more links as well. Link speed is a couple of seconds off from finishing off. The Oracle likewise is still on the way as well. And Young Yakov is taking a third base behind this. As you mentioned, I also imagine he wants to be aggressive with this gold, but for now he is still mixing in a couple of drones as well.
Yeah, we'll see how he does. This is really the challenging part of taking these faraway bases, is dealing with the first two Adepts. And actually, Stats is going to lose both of them. And he doesn't get very much for it. The Oracle is coming in. Is there going to be a Spore Crawler? Oh, he's got two Queens. That should be enough to deflect this for now. Young Yakov looking at the third base here of Stats, which just goes down. He will pick off a probe.
Yeah, pretty good pickups here. Probe goes down. We get eyes on the third base. Not enough to fully cancel it, and now we can make use of the Oracle as well. But behind this, Young Yakov, he is still droning up. He's still saturating his bases. Has a link force to be reckoned with. Sure, that's true, but doesn't really have too much to threaten Stats yet. Oh.
Main nest going down, and that's going to be a aggressive Bane Nest if I've ever seen one. I just can't see him macroing off this, so he's going to go for a big attack. The question is when and what his plan is going to be. Stats hasn't fully committed to any tech particularly. Forge and Twilight Council going down, and he's continuing to get some harassment off. That Bane Nest is in the back of the main, so it's going to be hard for the Oracles to find it. Oh, Stats! Hello?
Overextending a little bit there. The Oracle does move in and does get shut down. Big pickoff, and because of that's even less of a chance here to scout for stats. He's down to 1 Oracle towards the left-hand side. Towards the right, he does get some more drone kills, but now the all-in is upon us. No more workers in the production tab, only Lings. Never mind, we are replacing some of those drones.
Is he gonna lose this? Oh my god, he almost loses that Oracle, but he has no energy. He only has 2 Oracles left, and both of them have next to no energy left. The Banes are morphing. I can't see how he holds this third base. I mean, he is going for Stalkers, which will be somewhat effective. But I mean, rallying Lings, he doesn't have the energy of the Oracles.
Yeah, the Oracles, they do nothing right now. We're diving on top of the Stalkers. 2 Stalkers, no shield battery either, and the Bane's going for the natural.
Oh my god. He's in, and he's gonna get some workers, but I don't know if... I'm not sure about this choice with the Banes there just yet. But I guess he will definitely get the third. The Queens are here as well. Oh
yeah, the Queens, they have one on the cross map. We have 6 Queens in total, which means the Oracles, they can do nothing to defend. This third base, as you mentioned, should go down, but can we keep pushing from here? There is static defense, cannon, shield battery at that natural base as well, but not much of an army.
Yeah, I mean, the question here is not really whether he can hold the third base, it's whether it's going to be enough damage just getting rid of the third. And you can already see the drones, the lair coming in for Young Yakov. He's done what he planned to do here with this attack, and oh, stats doesn't show. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, so Stats gets away with the Stalkers there. So far, his micro not exactly perfect. I mean, losing an Oracle in the early game, and okay, some nice little moves, and now he does some energy, but the Stalkers do get caught.
Yeah, the Stalkers are caught out, and just like that, 3-4 Stalkers go down. Big pickups here from
He
Young
lost an
Yakov.
Oracle as well. Only 1 Oracle left, 5 Stalkers. This is only on 2 bases. This playstyle with the Blink Stalkers, it relies so much on getting the big economy. You want to get the 3rd base up, the 4th base up, and really overwhelm the Zerg player from having such a strong economy. And Stats here, he's down to 2 bases. He's just got Blink Stalkers. They're not tech units. He doesn't have Storm. He doesn't have Immortals. He doesn't have a 3rd base. I mean, Zerg is in such a good position. Stats is going to have to go for an all-in, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, that looks like what he's going to try for. But does he even have a Warp Prism? Does he have a Robo Bay?
Look, what he does have here is a dream, okay? He has Stalkers in a dream right now. No Robo, as you mentioned, no Bay, no Warp Prism, but we do see Stats pushing out across the map, and he needs to, as you mentioned. He has no longevity in this game. He does catch a lot of Queens, to be fair, but we do have 5 more Queens behind this, and Young Yakov is getting into Roaches.
Yeah, I mean, Roachling is all Young Yakov is going to need to hold this. The 3rd base is going down behind this for Stats, so I think he's just going to look to see what he can get. And Blink Stalkers on creep, though, is not a good place for them to be, and the Lings do get us around. Young Yakov predicting the Blink there, a nice little move, and he's actually going to, I think, pick off a few Stalkers. More than a few, actually. A lot of Stalkers are going to go down here, and these Lings, in the grand scheme of things, are relatively cheap.
Yeah, exactly. Young Yakov can afford these losses. Meanwhile, Stats cannot. We do see the Stats. He should be able to clean up most of this army, but as you mentioned, we are just whittling away at this. The Stalker count getting lower and lower. We're down to 4 Roaches remaining here, and we do have a wave of reinforcements coming in. Stats, he will clean this up.
Yeah, a big wave of Stalkers coming, and actually only 47 drones here for Young Yakov. Now, some of those are on the gold base, of course, and they're going to be mining more efficiently than usual, so this isn't going to be exactly a 47 drone Zerg, which is frankly very all-in, and Stats getting some pickoffs here. And here are the Lings. Now, these kind of fights aren't very good for Blink Stalkers. Now, it looks like it's okay, but when you're just fighting like kind of low numbers versus low numbers, it's not the best fight for Blink Stalkers. You really want to be in this point where you're losing nothing and just picking things off. And oh, it's a very critical fight here for both players. The drones are being pulled.
Yeah, I mean, we're running out of Lings. We need some kind of buffer with the boys being pulled, more drones are going down. The Roaches are struggling a little bit here against the Stalkers. They do come with some reinforcements, and can Stats break through? I mean, we're running out of Roaches.
Roaches are going down, but there are reinforcements for the Zerg player, and the aggressive Blink. Oh, I'm not sure about this decision. He is going to trade, but Young Yakov's targeting here, very, very nice. He is picking off a lot of the Stalkers, and I think this is going to peter out for Stats. The question is, he has got the 3rd base behind this. He's got +2 on the way. Young Yakov down in supply now. More Blink Stalkers rallying.
Yeah, and looks like the controller's good enough. You ask, what does Stats have? He has control, Pop. He has Micro, he has Stalkers, he has a Dream. He shuts out every single Roach. GG gets called, and Stats will take game at number 1.
That was such a sick game, like VIP. That was so sick. Oh, God. I can't believe Stats won there.
Bobby, you have to have faith in the Protoss, Bobby. You're like, oh, he has no tech, but Stalker, that's all he needs, Bobby. Just the Stalker. Oh, beautiful.
That was so sick. Stats played so well there. And I think really where Young Yakov was struggling is he only had the 47 drones. So he couldn't afford to give up the gold base. He couldn't afford to give up the position, move the drones back to his other base, and play from there. If he's just 47 drones against this Protoss player, all of a sudden the lead, it's not so clear for him. So he went for his final stand there, and I guess you have to wonder is like, did he maybe commit too early? I mean, it looked like the fights were all okay, but I guess Stats' micro was just too good.
Yeah, you can maybe argue that maybe Young Yakov could have or should have tried to transition a little bit earlier, started droning a little bit earlier, as you mentioned, because the drone count was so low and stayed so low. Again, like, it was something where the micro of Stats could carry him in that game in the final moments, which was quite impressive, don't get me wrong, but yeah, Young Yakov, I'm sure a little bit of a frustrating of a loss, because I feel like he knew that he had a decent position, had a decent lead there, and I hope he's able to shake it off coming into game 2.
Definitely. And I think I liked his idea, I liked his build, I think it worked well. I suppose the only indecision there was sending the Banes towards the natural. I think probably that was an error. I think he probably should have just tried to use those to help at the third, clean that up quicker, and then been able to drone a bit more. Maybe he gets out an extra 4 or 5 drones, and that makes a really big difference to defending that follow-up pressure. But I really like the idea. I think he executed generally very well, and Stats did get enough counter damage there to end the game. But I think like that was really on a nice edge there, and so I'm really curious to see if he's going to continue to play this way. I wonder how he sees himself in this series against Stats. Like, if he feels that he's an underdog, he needs to throw something out. So we're definitely going to see what he's going to be pulling out here in game 2.
Yeah, we'll see what he does pull out. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player flexing his micro there in game number 1, taking a lead in this series, representing Twisted Minds. It is Stats.
And in the top left, the Blue Zerg player pulling out some interesting strategies there in game 1. Here he's in game 2, representing PT Hero, Young Yakov. Very, very interesting game. I'm just super curious to see what Young Yakov does here in game 2. Is he going to try and play a bit more orthodox? I mean, there's no gold base on this map, so that's obviously a good start.
Yeah, definitely. You know, as amazing and as kind of a creative game 1 was, I do want to see a more straight up back and forth between these two. I'm a little bit greedy in that sense, but when it comes to Stats as a player, he has kind of risen quite quickly since post Katowice, and he's been looking quite impressive, but I still have a really hard time judging and gauging Stats, and I would love to see how he compares to a player like Young Yakov in a more straight up mid game and even towards later into the game as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we're going to see that necessarily. I think Young Yakov is probably going to try and hit something here in the early to mid game. It's a question of what exactly, and what his direction is going to be. I think Stats, I mean, I think we know what we're going to get out of Stats. I think we're probably going to see something similar to Adepts. He's probably going to go into the Stargate. I think he probably will continue with the Blink Stalker idea. And it's just going to be a matter of what Young Yakov has cooking for him, I believe. Oh my god, this probe. Oh my god.
The scouting probe goes down a little bit too early there, and Young Yakov could try to use that to his advantage as well. You're talking about early game aggression, so we'll see if Young Yakov tries to be a little bit more spicy here. As you mentioned, Stats, he isn't the most aggressive of players, right? He's a little more standard. I mean, sure, like he was all in last game, but he was kind of forced into that kind of position. More than anything, Stats, he's not like a hero. He's not like a classic. He's typically not the one to kind of set the pace in that way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in the last game, and even in that game, he was using this pressure to kind of transition back out into his original plan with the third base behind. And I think, like, you know, Stats, he wants to be solid, he wants to be safe, and generally his intuition is to defend first. And so that's going to serve him well, but losing that probe does give him less information. So he's not going to be able to see the third base go down for the Zerg player. It is down. This is a normal build, but Stats is not going to see that until this Adept gets across the map, which it's not actually going to do. So he's going to look for some Lings. So Stats, I think he's just going to, look, he's got a Stargate, he's got an Oracle. I think he's just going to be happy to play safe. Now, in theory, there could be some kind of Roach build coming. I guess Stats is comfortable. He could reactively get a Void Ray, put down a Shield Battery or something like this, and he is going to have the double Adept actually coming in, and he's going to see that this is all relatively normal.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a risky move here from Stats, just because, especially after game 1, right, where we did have some cheese, where we did have an all-in, and to kind of go for a bit of a later scout with those Adepts despite losing the probe, it's a bold move here, and I feel like it does kind of show his confidence a little bit in this series, especially after game 1, right? Despite how dire the situation was, he still was able to get a win there, as both Adepts are going to get shut down.
Yeah, that's actually really, really nice for Young Yakov. Picking up the 2 Adepts in the middle of the map, Oracle has to pop a bit of energy, doesn't pick off too many Zerglings, and this third base is going to be in trouble. He's going to at least, okay, he gets the cancel, gets some energy out. This is a big mistake from Stats, and I'm not exactly sure where he's gone wrong, and Young Yakov actually going for a very fast Evo Chamber behind this, and he's going to try and force out more energy from this Oracle. Stats is not... Oh, he is going to bite and picks off a few more Zerglings this time. Oh, there's more Lings rallying.
Oh, yeah.
20 more Lings on the way.
We've got a massive wave of Lings on the way. As you mentioned, Stats upon losing those first 2 Adepts, things very quickly snowballed out of control. The dominoes started falling. We forced a cancel on the third base. Now there's no Shield Battery. Now there's no Overcharge either. And Young Yakov, he wants to deny it for a second time.
100%. I mean, what is he looking for here? Is it... He's actually looking to... He's really sure... Oh my gosh, Stats took the shade. The Oracles are there to support. There are 3 of them, which are very powerful against Zerglings, but all the Adepts will go down. I'm not sure if that was exactly the right trade, but it does continue to put Stats on the back foot.
Yeah,
Adepts swapping in, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, he's going to be able to hold on. He does defend his base. Was that the right call here for Young Yakov? I mean, it does mean that he's safe to drone up back at home, and Young Yakov, he is droning up. We have +1 melee on the way. Lair is in production as well. We have yet to throw down any Roach Warren. Bear that in mind. We're sticking with Ling production for the time being. We'll see if we do invest in that Roach Warren later on, or if we go into some other form of tech off of Lair.
That seems to have relatively few probes for this stage of the game. I mean, partly that's him just losing the Nexus, getting that denied, and maybe a few more Warpins than he would necessarily want at this stage in the game, but he's quite far down in the work account, at least he was, and now he's got the 3 Nexuses popping probes, and so he's going to quickly catch up there, and he is going into the Blink Stalkers. Young Yakov, I think he can't be too upset with how this game has gone, and if these Oracles get in.
To get in, they get 3 more drones. As you did mention, Young Yakov in a pretty decent state here. Right now, the pressure's on Stats to try to bounce back, and he at least has these Oracles being as active as they can be, and we are taking up behind this. Not just +1 Blink Stalkers, we have the Robo on the way, we have the Templar Archives as well. Stats just building up towards that later game, and we have our answer. Now that the lair is done, it is going to be Ling into Hydra.
Yeah, and his +1 melee is done. This is that 3, I mean, I can't even remember when the Evo was, but it was before 4 minutes, well before 4 minutes. And so he's got +2 started, when Stats' +1 is only halfway done, which is not common for Zerg. And he's going to have another upgrade coming, presumably ranged. He's going to have Hydralisks ready. I think there's either a Hydra Ling, he may choose to add Banes, he may not even need them against this Blink Stalker play, and I think he's going to have really, really powerful timing here. Ideally before Storm, probably with +2 melee. And the question is whether Stats is going to be ready for that.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to that timing, to that push. As you mentioned, Storm is now on the way. It did just start up. We do see Young Yakov, he's actually taking up in towards an Infestation Pit, so it looks like he's not necessarily going for any kind of all-in. He's applying pressure with his Lings across the map, but Stats this time he does reaction time. Ooh, just barely able to wall off.
Yeah, and these Lings are so powerful with +1. This Adept is just getting chewed down so fast. The Sentry is able to, well, I mean, it's in hold it for now, but the Lings do get in, and the Probe was not able to make a pylon, and a Stalker goes down, a Sentry goes down. These are going to go into the main base, and a lot of Oracle energy. Sure, that was a lot of Lings, but at this stage of the game, it's not the end of the world. He's got 80 drones up. Like you mentioned, here comes the Hive. Here comes Lurker Den. Young Yakov is he's going to go into a lurker timing, and I think this is going to work out really well for him because he's already, look, he did have this fast upgrade, and I thought that would serve him well to go for a timing, but equally so, it's a great stepping point to transition to lurkers, which can be very effective against this storm composition that Stats is going for. Stats adding the other robo, and that double robo immortal is going to be very helpful against any kind of lurker composition, but the thing for Stats is that any kind of carriers, tempests, they're not on the cards for him right now, so there's going to be, as we find, ooh, okay, nice reactions from Young Yakov, getting out of that storm.
Yeah, definitely, as you say.
Young Yakov's so aggressive.
He does find an immortal. Good catch here from Young Yakov. Does push forward, does force a big warp in. We have plenty of side defense here at the natural base. Stats, he will be able to defend. As you were mentioning, we're all just kind of taking up here. And even though Stats does have a fleet beacon on the way and is working towards Sky, just at least into the back of his mind, the lurker timing is going to hit first, right? Like, we should be able to hit before there are too many carriers out, before we can transition. Right now, Young Yakov is actually diving on top of those high Templar once again.
Oh my god, he's going to catch the Templars. And Stats, oh, he does get the storm off, and that is okay. But a lot of these Lings are going to be trading so well with +1 against the Stalkers. The Oracles are here, and if the Hydras can get away, that's really the... Okay, he's going to pick off the Oracles. All the Hydras do go down, though. So that was a big pick off for Stats. Now, a lot of the Templars are dead. He is warping in more. Now, the question is there going to be a lurker timing in time? Will there be enough Immortals? This is such a big tipping point here. The night is coming down. It's going to be a mothership, like you said, from the fleet beacon. Still not yet transitioning to the other air units. He just doesn't quite have the backbone to his army yet.
Yeah, both players are hurting, right? I mean, sure, Stats secure the Hydras, but likewise, he'll also the High Templar as well. So as you mentioned, a very tense moment here for both Young Yakov and Stats. You see a Zealot run back coming in. A good amount of drones are going to get picked off here towards the left-hand side, distracting Young Yakov for a moment while Stats is building up. That Immortal count, which was once at 0, is building up. We have 4, soon to be 6 Immortals on the field.
Yeah, 100%. 6 Immortals is going to be huge. The Nidus is here. It's in the back of the main. Now, this is going to be very critical. Stats notices it straight away. Now, I don't think that's enough probes to shut this down. There's Lings in the natural at the same time. Stats is going to pick that off. I think this Nidus is going to get up. The question is how much is going to come out of it? It looks like nothing. Young Yakov is going to give that up. He picks off this run by, and I think this 4th base position, I do think the Zerg player is going to get there, but the Immortals are here.
Yeah, Young Yakov trying to split apart Stats, going for the Nidus, going for the fake out, but as we can see, the storms get thrown down and Stats, he is in position. There's no pushing into this. The Immortals are here ready for this. That is a lot of lurkers, but trying to push into shield batteries, side defense, into these Immortals, I don't know if we can.
Yeah, exactly right. Here's the mothership. It's going to say hello. This is a very, very powerful army, but like you said, the only way you can really use this is you need to somehow get the Protoss out of position. The Nidus is going down in the natural. Lings going towards the natural. Young Yakov trying to pull Stats apart. Lings are in the main base now. The Stalkers are distracted. Overseer will be ready to drop that next Nidus. And the transition is coming with double Spire. Okay, the Nidus gets up inside the natural. Is that going to be enough? There's no detection here.
Oh, no detection whatsoever. We clean up a good chunk of those lurkers as well. Meanwhile, the Nidus
no detection
does finish, but
for either of them.
we can't see, Pac. We can't see anything. But there's the revelation. We clean up the lurkers. Meanwhile, the Nidus gets shut down as well. Stats, he does defend. Thankfully, as you mentioned, Young Yakov is working on his transition into his Spire Tech, into his Corruptors. But that was quite a bit thrown away there, and it's still up in the air. As there we go. We have carriers on the way.
Yep. So Stats, he's happy with his position. He's like, all right, I've defended, I've solidified, I've got enough Immortals, I killed a bunch of lurkers, I'm okay. I can start to transition now. And ooh, the Zerg player though behind this, he's gotten ready. He's ready to go for the late game. He's got 93 workers last I checked, 96 now. Really gone up to an insane economy. He's trying to take his entire map, his side of the map. He's got 2 Spires coming, and he's going to transition here into a very late game as he tries to get these multi-prongs up.
Yeah, exactly. We've reached, I think we both assumed that Young Yakov would try to go for a bit of a shorter, a bit of a more faster, aggressive game here, but we have entered the late game so far, dancing back and forth. Do have a revelation on the lurkers. Not too many lurkers are in position, by the way. Stats could try to break through.
Yeah, definitely. This is a powerful army. You can't just take it for granted that you can beat these Immortal armies. And the Storm's going down really nice now. The more lurkers are coming here, and I think that should be enough to deflect this for now, although as I say that, Stats is pushing through, and oh my gosh, this is going to be Hydra Link rallying. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. This base is definitely going to get picked off.
Yeah.
And if the Zo player can't consolidate his rally here, it's going to be very, I mean, his supply is telling the whole story.
Yeah, the soup.
Stats just A-moved him.
the soup does not lie. We have one lurker left here for Young Yakov. The storms on the Hydras were a little bit too good, and before Young Yakov could get into Corruptor, could get ready for his Sky Toss, he's going to be shut down. We do pick up the Mothership, though, with these reinforcements. It looks like Young Yakov, and he barely hold on.
He's going to at least deflect some of this, but he lost so many workers there, and that's the game. And Stats, very, very impressive defense. Handled himself so well. Takes game 2 and the series.
GG, well played. Congratulations here to Stats as he does take the series 2-0. But a shout out to Young Yakov, because even though I feel like on paper, right, everyone knows who Stats is. You know, Stats, he's a champion, he has a legacy behind him. Young Yakov, he's a little bit of a newer up-and-comer to the scene relative to Stats. I feel like Young Yakov, he held his own, you know, it didn't feel like there was too much of a skill disparity between them.
No, I think Young Yakov really kind of represented himself well there. I'm impressed with his game, and really it's just a difficult situation there. You're kind of getting ready to transition against the Sky Toss, and then all of a sudden, oh my god, there's a big ground army attacking me, and he just wasn't quite in position, didn't have the static defense, didn't have the setup that he needed. 6-8 Immortals with Storm, and more than enough to push through.
Yeah, exactly. You know, cool with our pants down a little bit, maybe thinking a little bit too far ahead, and again, maybe taking for granted our position. You know, the lurkers weren't where they needed to be, and Stats was able to find that one weak point in the defense of Young Yakov. So really impressive stuff there by Stats. But he's going to have to tighten up his play a little bit, I feel, as well, because if we have a look at the bracket, we have a potential next player, as we have a lot of updates going on right now in said bracket.
Okay, let's have a look.
Yes, everyone, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have a massive one here, as we always do in the KungFu Cup. Players from every single region from all around the world, Koreans, Europeans, Southeast Asians as well. It's a little bit daunting. It's a little bit overwhelming. Like, there are just so many big names in the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very exciting tournament. You know, we've got a lot of Korean players, European players. It's going to be very interesting to see how this one plays out. So many big names clashing here so early in the bracket.
Definitely. And as we're about to go over some of the specifics, could you kindly jump over to the European server as we get ready for our next series, and make sure you unblock any of the anything on like the European server or anything like that. I remember when I was casting with Asher, he would have to like unblock East or unblock West and stuff like that to actually join lobbies. So just, you know, be careful.
That's such a try-hard behavior from Asher, bro.
True.
I'm ready to go. Don't worry about me, okay?
Yeah.
I don't know how any of that works. I just complain. I just say, oh my ping, oh.
Fair enough. That's how you do it, Bobby. That's how you do it. But from the very top here, we do have some updates coming in. We have a Clem up against Luna C in the upper half of the bracket. Winner goes up against Firefly. Big result coming in here. Firefly taking down Ryung 2-1.
Yeah, it's a very big result. And Firefly, you know, we know him. He's a strong Chinese player, but is he expected to take out Ryung? I wouldn't have thought so. So that 2-1 advances on, and he is on the Clem path. So that'll be a very interesting match to see if he could take out Clem. But already taking out Ryung, another Terran player.
Oh yeah, very big, very nice result there from him. As we are getting ready for our next lobby as well, has been remade. But very quickly, we have of course Stats advancing on into the next round, but we have an opponent soon to be determined here for Stats, the winner of Lambo versus Goblin, and they're about to begin. It's a fresh best of 3.
Okay, very interesting. Another ZVP, exactly. So we'll see how Lambo chooses to approach the matchup, and if Goblin is going to be playing any differently from Stats.
exactly. Here we go. And we get a bit of a glimpse as well, you know, in case Lambo were to advance on, a bit of a glimpse of his ZVP to see how he's able to compare against stats as well, as we have our vetoes done. And game 1 is going to be on Crimson Court.
Crimson Court, an interesting map. They've changed it, so they've got only 2 rocks now blocking off those kind of side areas of the map. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Lambo handles it. It's really going to affect him more than the Protoss player, and it'll be perhaps a challenge, difficult to scout, and we'll see how Lambo approaches it.
And speaking of, here he is in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Core. We have our German Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo.
Mastermind of the German taxi himself and his opponent. A very powerful European Protoss player. Down here in the bottom left, it's the red Protoss. It is Goblin.
And before we get too ahead of ourselves, before we, you know, jump too headfirst into this, how you been? Like, we kind of like jumped right into the last one. Didn't get to talk, didn't get to chat, you know. A lot of people, I'm sure, are maybe unfamiliar. I mean, who wouldn't be familiar with Ryan NXZ Jones? But
okay. But let's go, baby. Nice.
Have you been, and tell us, you know, what has been going on with the ex-pro player, ex-pro, returning pro? What brought you back?
Returning pro. Okay, very speculative. I like that. All right. Okay, I think X-Pro is generous, so I'll allow that. Perhaps I'll allow that. But yeah, I've been dabbling a little bit, as you know. I've been participating in a bit of rage-fueled ladder sessions, and having a good time with that. Yeah, otherwise I think things are good. Really just enjoying playing a bit of StarCraft. I think. Look, I like the game state as it is now. I think a lot of people have complaints, but I think overall there's a lot of good aside from the map pool overall.
I see. So for those who are maybe unfamiliar, NXZ, he is an Australian Protoss player, and he was one of the best back in the day. Has been around for a very long time. Even traveled abroad and competed as well. I remember that. And
so much.
Yeah, you stepped away for a while. You stepped away, but you came back. Is there any reason as to why you came back? Did something like attract you to it? Did something draw you back in? Like, what's?
That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, who knows? I'm a enigmatic guy. Okay. Hard to predict, like VIP.
Okay.
And that's why, and that's what contributes to my aura and mysteriousness. Right? So.
I see. Well, you came back and the Smoge is still there as well, clearly, right? With the ladder, it's still.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah.
We're all here to Smoge, ultimately.
I remember the last time I casted with Asher, he had also recently returned, and he was talking about how you know, once you leave the game, it's like it's so freeing, it's so refreshing, it's a breath of fresh air, but you know, sometimes you miss the pain, you know, like you can't appreciate the good without some of the bad. And you know, even though the ladder can be a little bit rage inducing, right, like at least, you know, it keeps you alive.
100%. It just feels so good to be grinding for those made-up points next to your name.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, so this is the interesting part of this map. Okay, so I mean, I hate to dive straight in. So now Lambo is going to be able to see that the third base is going down with his Overlord, which is very important here. But now the Protoss player can later on deny this when later he's going, if he uses his Stalker with the Oracle, he can shut down this Overlord, and then it's very, very hard for Zerg to get information. Is there gases? Is he making probes on the third? Like, you can't get speedlings over there. So really a big challenge of this map is you can think of it almost like one of these in-base natural maps where Protoss gets 3 bases and he can sort of just hide a lot of information. And so Lambo taking this forward base, which positions him to possibly be going for something aggressive. We'll see. He is taking that gas.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen quite a lot of like Queen-based all-ins, you know, like Queen Drop-a-Lord-based all-ins, or even a Nidus, as we do pick off one of the Oracles already. Big pick off there by Lambo. But as you said, it's a very assertive position, and we are even taking advantage of the space with the Rich Vespene Gas Geyser. Speaking of this, Roachhorn on the way, a very fast Roachhorn, considering it is a Stargate opener, so Lambo, he may be looking to cut off some workers a little bit sooner than we would otherwise think.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Goblin doesn't treat his oracles as well. Like stats, he also doesn't love them and appreciate them. Losing one there in the in that.
Just like stats.
Yeah, exactly. Both Protoss players, they're just discarding their powerful unit here, and so here's the challenge, right? Is there probes coming out like crazy, or is there an immortal all in? You know what I mean? Like, what exactly is going on? Lambo is, I think, looking to get aggressive. Is he just gonna send these queens over? Yeah. He's just gonna walk them.
Yeah.
Here they come.
As we mentioned, again, this map is very popular for Queen-based all-ins, and here we go, we're building across the map. We have Roach's Lings behind us, we're cutting workers at 48. It is full-on all-in here from Lambo, and we don't care about the third base. We're going straight for the kill, straight for the natural. Now, Goblin does see it coming ahead of time. He does throw down cannons and shield batteries as quickly as possible, but can he hold?
Yeah, so the advantage here is really just the length of the map, and he is going to start working on the rocks. I don't think he's really going to be able to bust that down, and all these units are really out of position for Goblin. If this gateway goes down, I mean, that's a big pick-off. That's really uncontested so far.
Yeah, the gateway over halfway down here, and it's going to be bowed down eventually. We do see more side defense on the way. We have stasis traps as well. Lambo has to be very careful with how he does engage, but he will break through. He takes down the Cybercore.
Cybercore's going to be dead, so it's only going to be Zealots being warped in, and the Zerg player is getting in. Ooh, here comes the battery overcharge. He's going to back out for now. He has no creep here, by the way. The Overlords, I guess, picked off.
Yeah, the Overlord was picked off earlier. The Queens, they cannot transfuse. As you mentioned, there is no creep. The stasis traps did catch a lot of Lings, but the Lings are about to break out of that stasis.
The cannon goes down, and now Lambo's pushing forward here. Can Goblin hold on? He's got more cannons in the back, and this Zerg army looks so powerful, and there's no Stalkers to warp in, so this Blink is really only going to be useful for those 5 Stalkers.
Yeah, there's
more Ravagers than there are Gateway units.
The Cybercore's still on the way. Goblin holding onto those warp-ins, praying here, but alas, it looks like the natural base has been broken. It has been compromised. You see Goblin pulling all the way back here towards his third, but it is going to be an uphill battle for Goblin. Lambo, who's already done so much.
But he really still does need to break the Protoss player here. I'm not sure how far away his next battery overcharge is, and that's going to be a very critical thing. Look, is Lambo getting chased back for now, and actually here, Goblin still has a relatively respectable probe count, so Lambo still hasn't quite done enough to really justify this all-in.
Yeah, and Lambo, he's transitioning.
More units coming.
There are more units. We do
have
the
battery overcharge.
Nope.
Okay, it's down, and that's a big pick off for Lambo.
That is a big pick of more Lings rushing in as well. Looks like we're going for the kill. We're going for the natural base. Behind us, Lair is on the way. We're taking additional gases. We're expanding as well. So Lambo is trying to work on that next step. He's still not droning, but good target firing on the Ravagers.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very critical point of the game. I think a lot of these units for Lambo are, oh my gosh, they're just... he was distracted. He loses a lot. 2 Immortals out now, and Lambo's going to get pushed back. And I think Goblin's going to be very, very pleased with this defense, and more units getting picked off for Lambo, getting punished by the pathing on this map.
Yeah,
he does have the lair, like you mentioned, Evo Chamber.
There's an Evo Chamber on the way. Lambo, he still has not droned, bear that in mind. And as you mentioned, Goblin, he's on 61 probes. He did retain his worker count. May have lost his position, but I mean, shout out to Goblin, by the way, for preserving his workers and keeping them alive throughout the entirety of that defense. Now Goblin, he's in a good position. He did not lose the natural, by the way. It's still up and running.
Yeah, exactly right. That was such a critical point in the game there. Lambo didn't quite get enough done. He had a very nice start to his all-in. He broke into the natural, but he wasn't able to either get a decisive, crushing victory over the gateway units or pick off the natural base. He needed one or the other. Neither came through, and now Goblin, he's going to be very satisfied with his position. Like you mentioned, there's still been 0 drones made here for Lambo. He's added on other things. He's making Overlord speed is there some round 2 on the cards here? I mean, what exactly is he looking for?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, right? Like, if we refuse to make drones, if we're going for Overlord speed, I imagine we're going to be bringing Overlords this time to spread creep so we can transfuse, help support those queens. Oracles, they come in, they kill what little is left of the economy here. We can't afford to lose these workers. At the same time, I guess we are spending a lot of energy that won't be used in the defense. Like, Lambo, he's just getting ready for that second all-in.
Like, he has 36 workers. It's so few workers.
How many workers did Stats have, you know? Like, when he was able to bounce back, right? Like, believe, Papi, but...
Yeah, but Stats plays Protoss.
True.
It's just different. He's got Protoss privilege, alright?
Oh, true. I was baiting that answer.
Yeah, 100%. So here we go. Lambo is going to push in, and he does have a very link-heavy army. Plus on Mew is going to be out, and I don't think there's any Archons on the field yet. Okay, one morphing in now. And this is actually looking really scary. This morph in is okay. Another Archon. Oh, this is such an important fight for Goblin. He's getting the wraparound.
Oh, the Biles!
Biles going down.
Yeah, they go down, but the Blink's a little bit too good.
Nice.
Yeah, we do avoid the Biles. Overcharges popped as well. Lings, though, they're coming in from behind. That is a lot of Lings here from Lambo.
There's a lot of Link, but Goblin, he just needs to live. All he needs to do is live. He can lose this base, he can lose his position. As long as he lives, again, Zerg has 36 workers. I can't emphasize this enough. Okay, Zerg may as well start with 36 workers and it'd still be fair, okay? This is not enough workers.
Oh, no.
Protoss has such a good economy. Lambo's not killing the base. Okay, he is going to go back and clean that up. Now, he's waiting for a Ling rally, alright? So he's going to set himself up again. Now, this composition... Oh, Storm just finished. I don't think he has any Templar with energy, but this, if he gets a single size Storm, I mean, Lambo is going to be in trouble.
Yeah, the Storm would be brutal. We do barely transfuse. We miss one of the transfuses. Queen does go down. We're hoping, I imagine, for a wraparound. There's a chance here if we can somehow get us around on those Immortals, if we can focus them down with some piles, then maybe we can win a fight, but the Zealots, they just mow through those Queens. They go down one after the other.
100%. Now, the Lings are actually picking off this other base. So, Lambo, he has done a non-insignificant amount of damage to the economy here of Protoss. And he's going to pick off the Archon and back off here. So now the question is, again, 36 drones. What does he decide to do? Protoss, again, his economy has been beaten down, and the Oracle's picking off the Ravages.
Yeah, good target fighting here by
Such
Goblin.
a great job, by the way.
Yeah, he does focus.
Still got the 4 Oracles.
He does focus down the Ravagers. He has 4 Oracles. He didn't lose one at the start, but ever since then, he learned his lesson. He's been keeping them alive. And now we're going for a big counterattack. And what's important here is the Immortals. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, only 1 Immortal has died this game. The rest have been preserved. And now we have 5 Immortals with this counterattack.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very, very hard to hold. These Immortals have at least +1, +2, +2 on the Protoss army. It's a +1 melee for Zerg, so that's not going to be helping. He's pulling the drones to try and tank here. And look, the fight is going to go okay for Zerg, but at what cost? He's got so few drones left. He's only got 30 workers. Protoss re-expanding. Oh, he's had enough.
Yeah.
He's going home. He took his basketball. He said, "I've had enough. You know, I'm going home."
And he didn't need to. Like, he could honestly, he could have tried to keep pushing from there. Like, Lambo was up against the wall, but Goblin is content to just recall back home. His third base is going to be cancelled, but it looks like Goblin is more concerned with re-expanding and having a little bit more longevity here in this game.
Yeah, well, exactly right. I mean, the longer the game goes, the better it is for Goblin. Really, the only chance he has of losing is if he somehow lost all of those Immortals there and then just died to some kind of counter. Now, he doesn't understand exactly the state of Lambo's economy, I think, so he may be a bit concerned. Lambo has 26 workers now. I mean, he built a single extra drone. Does get the denial.
That was a kill. That was a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus, so not a bad pick off at the same time. Roaches and Ravagers distracting the main army as well, picking off some Zealots. Like, these are some nice trades here from Lambo, but it's still an uphill battle.
8 Immortals right now? I mean, 8 Immortals. Okay.
I think maybe Lambo came to the same realization as you. He just like did a double take. He looked at the Immortal count. He's like, nah, mate, nah.
That's insane. That could kill like, I don't know how many roaches, but yeah, Lambo. Oh, very close game. I think Lambo did a very nice job to kind of keep himself in that game, but Goblin, he got the job done, takes out Lambo, defends his all in, and that's the first game in favor of the Protoss player.
Oh yeah, exactly, in favor of a Goblin, and with that, Goblin is up 1-0, one game away from taking this entire series and advancing on to face off against Stats. And Goblin is an amazing player, don't get me wrong, but Lambo is one of the best Zerg players in Europe. He's favored here. It'd be an insane upset if he were to fall this early on in the tournament.
Exactly right. Lambo, you'd really expect to be able to take out Goblin, but in PvZ at the moment, I mean, particularly on that map, it feels very, very tough for Zerg to kind of play into a normal game, and so he did go for that Queen Walk. No creep to transfuse. I really think that probably weakened his initial attack there. He did get in, but I have to say Goblin defended very well.
Yeah, the crisis management was on point. It was beautiful there from our Protoss, but here we have our Zerg player, and he needs your energy in the chat. He needs your support if you want a longer series. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the German Zerg player. For Shopify Rebellion, it is Lambo.
Exactly right, and up in the top left here is opponent. Winner of game 1, powerful defense, 8 immortals, the immortal Protoss player, it is Goblin.
Crazy good defense there. I thought for certain that Lambo would have at least killed the natural base. As you mentioned, he had to at least kill the natural or the main army. He got nothing, and Goblin snowballed out of control. And now the pressure is on here. Goblin, a young up-and-comer in Europe. He is leading the series. One more, and he will cause the upset. It's going to be pretty insane.
Yeah, Lambo here, he's going to be familiar with this. You know, he's a very, very experienced player at this point. I mean, Goblin as well, also very experienced by now. And we'll see how he chooses to take this. I expect him to take a more macro-focused approach here in Game 2, especially given this map. There is, I mean, we did see the game here earlier between Stats and Young Yakov. It does have a lot of opportunities for Zerg here. You know, there's nothing too unusual, and the 4th and 5th base are somewhat spread out, which does allow for some sort of multi-pronged ability here for the Zerg player. So we'll see what comes out. I think Goblin, I think he's going to be feeling confident. I think we'll see a relatively standard game out of both players, and it's really just going to depend what their mid to late game plans are.
Not gonna lie here, when you started that off, when you were like, you know, Lambo, he's experienced, he's been here before, you know, it's just like any other day, down against Protoss, true, Papi. I mean, you know, it's he's in his comfort zone. It's
exactly right. Oh, I lost game 1 to a Protoss player I should beat. Oh no, it's just, you know, it's Monday, you know what I mean? Like.
Oh god, not like this.
Like, alright, let me get my morning coffee. Alright, I'll wake up.
Oh god. But as you mentioned, I want to echo that as well, right? Lambo, I imagine he's going to be going for a longer game. You know, with a failed all-in in game 1, I imagine he's going to be calming things down. And I'm sure Goblin is going to be aware of that as well. So now we get to sink our teeth into what these two have to offer in a more back-and-forth mid-game. Goblin going for a Stargate opener, and he'll have an opportunity himself to show what he's made of in the mid-game.
Exactly right. Very, very standard openings for both players so far. Here comes the Adept. What's he going to get? Okay, nice micro from Lambo. Impressive. Very well done. Queen's coming out. They'll be ready here for the Oracle. And we'll see what Lambo's going to have cooking here. I'm just curious to see. When's he get his Spore Crawlers? You know, I'm a Zerg nerd, alright? I want to know, okay? Lambo? Alright, show me the way.
Yeah, there's like a couple of different ways to approach this, right? We can go Ling, Roach, Ravager. We can try to stay on Ling and tech up into Lair Tech to go into Hydras, for example, to rush into Lurkers, a similar style that we saw from Young Yakov. We have options. Likewise, though, I'm sure Lambo is also looking to react to what Goblin brings to the table. For the time being, just going to be triple Oracle into a 3rd base. Everything is as it should be. We're still kind of waiting for any kind of big point of deviation here, any kind of sign, and any kind of tell from our players.
Here comes the Oracle. Lambo's Queen's not quite in position, but they are going to get over here and... Okay, gets the 1 drone.
Gets 1 worker so far. Takes up quite a bit of hull damage there. Thankfully, there's no Queen here at the 3rd, so we do manage to get away. Goblin, I'm sure this time going to be a little bit more attentive with this first Oracle. Won't be throwing it away.
Yeah, and this kind of game is very normal for both players. The Queen's coming out, third base here for Protoss. We're probably going to see the Forge and the Twilight Council that we've been seeing coming down next. Here comes a Roach Warren and Evo, even a little bit quicker than maybe you'd normally see. So we'll see what he does.
Yeah.
It's going to be melee.
I'm curious, right? Because as you mentioned, like, Lambo is fully aware that it's not a fake out, it's not any kind of Twilight Council-based open or anything like that. So to throw down the Roach Warren this early on could be a sign of aggression, or it could just be Lambo being really concerned, maybe just being really safe against his opponent, like just in case. Especially when you're down in a best of 3, you don't want to make, you don't want to take anything for granted.
Exactly right. And here comes, I mean, this is as standard can be at the moment. The adapt pressure, pick off some creep here with the oracles. Very hard to contest this because those oracles will just absolutely blast down your zerglings. The fourth base has come down here for Lambo. We're going to see what he does. It is going to be melee, okay? My intuition. Yeah, I've still got something going on up here like VIP, alright.
You still got it, Pat.
So,
you still got it. Yeah, I'm telling you, the pro comeback.
Okay, alright, okay. Okay. Alright, there's no lair though, which is
just ignore the comment. Just move on.
Yes. Yes, the comeback of the lack of lair here. Oh, now as I say that, the lair is here for Lambo VIP. Our Zerg hero, and very normal builds again. Okay, so I would say Goblin is playing the most standard build. We saw Stats do this. It's just Twilight Forge, Blink on the way, Robo behind it. We'll see a fourth base very shortly. He is teching up faster, so I think this is going to look towards Storm, most likely. And this is really the most common thing. There it is. There's the Storm Den, I will call it. Of our archives, of course, for Protoss. And I think this is really quite normal. So the question is, okay, Lambo, he's gone for melee, which, as far as I understand, is not the most common way to play. So, I mean, is it just going to be for a lurker transition?
We shall see as the Oracles, they get into the fourth base. 6 drones go down, and we keep the Oracles live as well. Big pickups here from Goblin as he's getting his fourth base up and running. As you mentioned, right, it does feel like the Colossus-based double robo play has fallen off quite a bit when it comes to standard meta play. So we do see Goblin finishing up that Temple Archives, should be working towards that Storm at some point. And there it is. There's the Hydrogen, and there's the Infestation Pit. You called it. It is going to be what looks to be a move towards Hydra Lurker.
Yeah, this is basically as standard as you can play at the moment from both players. Lurkers against Storm, and then really the next step for Goblin is obviously going to be towards the Fleet Beacon. After he can sort of stabilize a nice little pressure. I think he's going to be forced to recall though here. Oh my god!
Oh, yeah, it does get pinned against the wall. One Stalker goes out, but for the most part, we do escape in time. No recall required. Goblin does manage to get away. Did clear up a little creep, but at least Lambo does force back the army. And bam, instantly, Hive is on the way, and that Lurker dead.
Oh, he just made 11 more drones here, and that really signals that Lambo's plan is he's taking this as long as he needs to. He's going to set up the static defense. He's here to macro. Okay, there's not going to be a really aggressive timing. He's going to probably get a Nidus later on here. He's going to play with the lurkers, and if we go to a late game, Lambo's saying, all right, I'll meet you there. I will see you in the late game, and I will fight you there, which is brave, but we'll see how he does. Goblin, doing well.
He's so brave,
I like
Papi. Oh
position.
My god, he's going into the late game against Protoss. It's hats off, Papi. Hats off. Beautiful.
You know, it requires a special kind of courage.
It does. So do you see a couple of queens?
Perhaps it was an Irish coffee by VIP.
I see. So you pick up a couple of queens. Now what's scary here is the Storm is done. Storm is done. We're getting into double Immortal production as we speak. Lurkers aren't ready yet. I imagine Lamb is going to be waiting for his upgrades to really kick in. As a result, there might be a bit of a window here.
Live VIP. Just to be clear, okay, Lambo has 100 drones and there's 7 drones in the production tab right now.
Yeah.
He's going to end here right now with 104 drones, okay? 8 lurkers on the way. There are so many drones, you just can't make enough units to do anything in terms of winning the game, right? So what he's going to try and do is look to take effective trades. That was already good for Zerg there, okay? Goblin, I can't say it was bad for him, but Lambo's happy with that. Goblin trying to kind of not let Lambo get the positioning, and oh, this is a very scary moment.
It really is. We have a lot of storms available. Big revelation here on the lurkers. You see Goblin rotating around, clearing a lot of creep, not quite committing yet. And Lambo at least has time to make 8 more lurkers. We got a lot of lurkers here on the table for Lambo. He should be able to keep up. If he should be able to hold on if he can keep up with the rotations.
Yeah. So really the question is going to be, Lambo, he hasn't put down a Nidus, so it really does feel okay. A nice little run by, but these odds are going to be more than enough. And Lambo needs to get out of there, and he is going to have +2 with Adrenal Gwept on those Zerglings, and it's going to make them a very powerful counterattack presence, but it really looks like Lambo is just saying, I'm ready to turtle it up, I'm going to sit here on my 5 bases, and I'll see you when you've got your air units. Oh, these lurkers are getting so much damage off.
They do get a lot of hits in. It looks like 1, 2, 3 lurkers going to be going down. These storms zone them away. That wasn't the worst trade here, and at least Lambo is able to hold his own. And there it is. Spire is on the way. You spoke about it earlier, but we are getting ready here for an even later game.
But Goblin hasn't shown any sign of getting off this ground-based army, and I think that doesn't really favor him. I mean, Lambo, he's going to have the Spire eventually that will allow him to access the Broodlord tech, and that Lurker Broodlord is like the complete checkmate GG, you need air units. And there is no defense over here. Okay, the Lurkers are rotating over. Those Zealots are going to get picked off, but that does pull Lambo out of position here, and Goblin very active on the map.
Very active. That's going to be 11 dead drones here toward the left-hand side. The Zealots, they get a lot of damage done. Good target firing towards the end here. We don't get anything more, but the Lurkers get caught out.
Oh my god, he's pushing it. 9 Lurkers morphing, and they are going to get pushed away. And Lambo, I mean, he was just... He got a bit cocky there with the positioning, and Goblin's getting a lot done. There is a counterattack that is going to get cleaned up by the Zealots just fine. This army is going to just style its way out. A lot of energy goes down on the Templars, and he is just going to click down this base, walk his way out, and here comes the Stargate transition. Finally, Goblin says, I didn't need it just yet. I still wanted to play on the map a bit more. There is going to be a timing here, though. If Lambo wants it, he can really just go for it with a lot of lurkers. And I think that was his plan when he morphed in 9 lurkers in the face of the Protoss player. A bit too careless, I think. And here comes the Nidus.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of multi-prong. This is a very, very critical part of the game here for Goblin. He's going to really need to make sure he's on top of his game. He still doesn't quite notice, okay. He is picking off this, but this Nidus is going to get up.
Yeah, the Nidus does finish up just in time, but there's nothing in the Nidus, so it's going to be cleaned up here. At the same time on the right-hand side, massive stasis trap catches the lurkers. Goblin able to keep up on the right-hand side, and likewise forces back the army towards the left.
Goblin, how did he know?
He's cracked, Poppy. He's crazy. Oh my god. But the Nidus in the main base is going to finish up, and the production is a little bit exposed.
Okay. There is some lurkers running back to the Nidus right now. I think he might get 1. Okay, there's none that make it there in time. And Lambo, I mean, this is just not enough for what he's planning to do. Now, so Lambo, I think he's really just happy to say, let me see what I can get. I'll try and get some Niduses up. It's almost like he doesn't even believe he's going to get those Niduses up. And Goblin is playing really well. This counter pressure is really nice, and with those 3 lurkers, I think Lambo can chase this army away, but it drains his attention, right? And Lambo, 3 carriers on the way for Goblin. I think he's going to have to spore up and get ready to play a very long game here, I think, for the Zerg to have a win con.
Yeah, as you mentioned,
Protoss looks good.
Yeah, as you're mentioning, it feels like the window of opportunity for Lambo has come and gone, right? Like that kill move with the lurkers that you were talking about, the Lambo was trying to go for, it feels like that window has closed as Goblin is just so solid here. There is a Nidus in the main base, has potential to get damage done. At the same time, Lambo going for a big link counterattack here right through the center. Yeah,
exactly right. He's going to pick off some units here, and it's going to distract him. If there's nothing in the Nidus like the idea. I mean, he's baiting. He's just doing it for fun.
He's
actually getting a lot of damage on this 3rd base. Those Zerglings are getting a lot hit. This is actually so much. I don't know if they have +3 attack. Okay, they don't. They just have armor and melee upgrades. I mean, they're so powerful though, those Zerglings.
Yeah, that is insane. In a matter of seconds, 23 probes go down, and even though there was nothing in that Nidus, damage is still done. So finally a good move here from Lambo, able to do something to the economy of Goblin, and the carriers have been revealed. And oh my god, be careful. The carriers have been revealed. They have arrived. Second Spire is on the way, and we're going straight for those lurkers.
Oh. Yeah, Lambo's gonna get chased away, and massive massive storms here for Protoss, and he's going to chase it away, and you'll notice he's not remaking those probes. He says, oh, thank you, I have extra supply now. I'm going to make a big army, and you're going to need to be very on point to not die here. The big threat here is not so much the carriers as much as it is everything else. The carriers are just going to allow those lurkers to not run riot over the Protoss army, and this is a very, very scary attack. I'm not sure that Lamb is going to be able to hold on.
Yeah, exactly. As you say, at this stage of the game, Protoss, they like to lose workers, Poppy. They like it, and here we go. We're pushing in. Storm's going to be zoning away. Those Lurkers, Corruptors have arrived. We're diving for the carriers. Archon's not quite in position. First carrier goes down.
Yeah, if you can see here, Lambo, he's not so worried about the carriers. The Corruptors are just going. In fact, he's actually quickly on the Oracles. Yeah. Oh, this is so close. This is actually so close for both plays. The Corruptors are so close to dying. The Archon damage is so much. So many Corruptors are dead, and there's 4 carriers left still. Lambo is going to need to remake this, and his economy, he's got 80 workers, but he's broke.
Yeah,
he's got nothing in the bank.
The trades, they've been too inefficient. They've been too inefficient at this point. We threw away so many Corruptors earlier. It looks like one more carrier goes down, but we bleed out every single Corruptor. And the ground enemy of Goblin is still terrifying here. Been so efficient with his trades. Very impressive here from Goblin, but he is backing off. He's giving Lambo a little bit of time to rebuild, to remax.
Exactly right. You know, he's got to get the Storm energy back. He wants to have time to reinforce some additional carriers. And as more carriers start to arrive, that's when it's going to start to really become a problem. At this point, still 3 carriers, it's not the worst, it's not the scariest thing for the Zerg player just yet. It's really still this ground army with the Storms. And now Lambo, I think he has stabilized, but only for now. As more carriers arrive, he's really going to need spores. I think he had a single Viper, which is, I don't really think, going to be enough. And again, Goblin's catching Lambo out of position. There is a lurker run by.
We do have the lurker run by at the same time that the main army pushes forward. And what's scary is that Lambo has no bank. You know, he doesn't really have a way to replenish his army right now, as he does take down an entire mineral line. But Goblin is going for the kill.
Goblin's just walked up into the natural base, and lurkers, they're very good at holding a position, not so good at challenging one like this. And oh no, so many high Templars going down Goblin.
Yeah, a bit of a move command there towards the lurkers. Big pick up there from Lambo. At the same time, feedbacks on the Vipers. Vipers have no longer any energy, and we do go for the bases. We do go straight for that third base. At the same time, Lambo, his run by keeps pushing in.
Exactly right. Lambo, he needs to get a lot done here with this run by, and this is still so scary for Lambo. You cannot take it for granted. If he is out of position for even a second with these lurkers, this Protoss army is more than enough to move through. And in fact, here comes Protoss, those lurkers. It's just not going to be enough. Sure, the carriers might go down, but at what cost? Yeah. There's nothing on the ground. Like I mentioned, the problem is you get the Corruptors, and then the Protoss army on the ground it's so formidable. He does have some lurkers here still, but I mean, Goblin has gotten so much damage done.
He really has. The lurkers have arrived, and we can just walk away from said lurkers. Good yoinks here on the Immortals and on the Archons, but as you mentioned, there's no Greater Spire, there's no Broodlord tech. The Corruptors, they do nothing. They're dead supply. We recall the hell out of there. At the same time, another Zealot counterattack is going to shut down these Spine Coolers, and what is there to defend?
Nothing, like VIP, and he's giving up the game. GG, Goblin. Very impressive. Just said, yep, let's play a game, and I'll take it out to, honestly, a pedestrian 2-0. He made Lambo look like a chump. Very impressed by Goblin there, and he's gonna come up against Stats next, so that'll be a very interesting match.
GG, well played. As you said, Goblin taking it to Lambo, defending against an all-in in game 1, and going for a long macro game in game number 2. Goblin able to pull off a massive upset here. Again, there's no excuses for ping. Both players were playing on EU, and likewise, Goblin able to really showcase himself here tonight. Very impressive stuff as well. Goblin, he's been on the rise for many years at this point, and I feel like last year, Goblin took a bit of a step back from the game. You know, he was less active, he wasn't partaking too often in WTL or online tournaments, but these past couple of months, Goblin has returned, and clearly, you can take it to the best of them. He's on fire right now.
Exactly right. I mean, that looked clear. You know, if you told me that was a top Protoss player, I would believe you. He looked very solid. It didn't look like there was any point where Lambo really had a chance to kind of take his advantage in that game. Goblin did a very good job splitting his army, defended that counterattack at the same time, pulled Lambo out of position, and got that very, very, very powerful position. And from there, cleans him up. So very nice play. I'm curious to see how he does against stats. Of course, the rest of the bracket is progressing. Got a lot of results trickling on in. As we have a look, Hero actually going down to max packs, I can see, which is very interesting.
Ooh, yes.
Reina eliminated, I don't know by who, but who is this live VIP?
I think that's Sue. I know that Sue on Challenge uses like a combination of letters because I think it's on the Korean keyboard. I think it spells his name or something like in the Korean like language, in Hangul.
Understood.
So I think that might be Sue. We can get confirmation. Let me just double check here. As yeah, Sue he 2-1 Rainer, and I have a bit of insider information here. Rainer did not play Zerg. He played Protoss in that series.
Oh my god, Rainer. He tilted off the face of the planet. Alright, fair play. Alright, fair play, Rainer.
Oh boy, GG. So yeah, a lot of updates coming in, so just quickly going over them as we head on over to the American server, by the way, as the next series will be played on the Americas. We have Clem versus Firefly currently ongoing. We have Shin taking down Rebellion, waiting for Gumiho and Nightmare. As we just wrapped up this series, we have Goblin versus Stats coming up next. We have Creator waiting for the winner of Solar and Skilless just underneath them. Classic 2-0 Cure. That's a pretty big win for Classic. Not gonna lie, that's impressive.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, Cure is just such a powerful player, especially in these kind of online events. It feels like he always does so well, and Classic hasn't really, I think, fully returned to his pre-military form since his return. Of course, he is a solid player, but he was really one of the top Protoss players, you know, and I think he hasn't quite recaptured that just yet. But taking out Cure, I mean, that's by no means an easy feat. So Classic looking good, and he's going to be playing Rex next. So, of course, Rex, one of our Taiwanese brothers.
Yeah, one of our reps nowadays, one of our representatives, and I know that Rex has some close ties with the OCE scene as well, so best of luck to Rex in that series. Scrolling down, Dark took down Hero Marine, Big Gabe 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, so impressive there from Gabe to force that ace match as well.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a very interesting series to catch. I think Hero Marine, he's really bringing a lot of interesting ideas to TVZ at the moment, and I think particularly on this map pool, playing against Dark, I feel like there would have been a lot of shenanigans going on in that series. So impressive to see Dark come through and Hero Marine taking a map at least. And it's going to be Beyond against Dark next, so Beyond taking out DRG, seems like. So
yeah,
I mean, just there's a lot of big names going on here, like VIP. I'm getting excited. All right, there's a lot to look forward to.
You're not already excited, Papi? What's going on here? You know, KungFu Cup. For those who are unfamiliar, the best of the best rock up. We've even had Maru, we've even had Cyril as well partake in these tournaments from time to time, because the prize pool, despite the fact that this is a weekly tournament, by the way, the prize pool is quite substantial, and it does draw the attention of players from all around the world. The best of the best are facing off, so yeah, it's a little bit unique in that sense to see the best from each region all in one massive bracket. It's brutal.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It's really cool, actually. It feels like a old-fashioned MLG or something like that from way back in the day. I mean, just names all playing so early on in the bracket, and just getting eliminated. So, where are we heading next here, Live VIP? Spill the beans. What match do I have to look forward to?
Oh, I'll spill all the beans, Papi, all of them.
Oh, it's Firefly, is that right? Clem and Firefly, is that what we're looking for?
Not quite. We're following Goblin. We're following Goblin into his next series because typically here we like to follow and have a little bit of structure to our broadcast. We just casted Stats versus Young Yakov earlier. Now we casted Goblin. And now up next, Goblin versus Stats. So we're going to be figuring out which of these two players will advance on. And yeah, I know there's no Zerg player, and I know you're a bit of a Zerg specialist, but I also know how much you love Protoss. So, you know, the PvP, how could I keep it away from you?
100%. I'm passionate about Protoss. I can't say in which manner I am.
Look, I haven't been able to show you a Protoss player lose, and PvP is unwinnable, you know, right? So I'm at least giving you that, you know, I'm at least, a little bit.
Right. One Protoss player will indeed lose this next series, which I'm looking forward to. Just to see what that feels like, what that looks like. And I can't say I've personally experienced what that would feel like. Of course, I do play Zerg, so, you know, it's one of those things. I think this will be interesting. I think so. It's going to be cross server, so that's going to add an element. I do think PvP a micro-intensive matchup, so both players. It's going to be a challenge. I think you can't really necessarily take a result like this to mean the most in the world. But I think Goblin, I mean, the way he played against Lambo. I am curious to see what he could do against Stats. Like, look, expectations would say Stats, you know, he's a GSL semi-finalist, he's got such a storied resume, but I don't know, like VIP, I'm starting to believe that game was pretty impressive from Goblin.
It was, right? So I think what you're getting at is that, you know, even though Goblin was very impressive against Zerg, PvP is a very different matchup. It's very dynamic, it's very cutthroat as well, like a lot of the mirror matchups are. To be fair, I feel like a lot of people like to avoid mirror matchups more than anything, and yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one here, especially because PvP has adjusted a little bit in the new patch. I don't know if you're too familiar with some of the patch notes here, but with the changes to the Sentry, for example, it does allow you to be a little bit more defensive, a little bit more secure in PvP. It does take away some of the aggressive nature or the aggressiveness that you could have had earlier, just to try to take away some of the more volatile nature of PvP. At least that was the intention of the change.
Yeah, I mean, I think with PvP, a lot of the time, it's a lot of posturing. You know, it's disruptor against disruptor, both players trying to pull each other this way and that way, and then just one wrong move, and you've just lost so much, and the game can snowball very easily from that. So I think Goblin, I mean, what he showed in that last series, to me, he split his army well. He looked like he had a very solid game plan. His control was very good. I think I'm interested to see what he can bring against Stats. Now, Stats, of course, we know what he's like. We know he's going to be defensive. He's going to play in a very solid way. Look, maybe I'm coping like VIP, but I think Goblin could do it. I don't know why. I'm just really impressed with how he took down Lambo. You know, even with Protoss, I don't think it should look that free against a player of Lambo's caliber. So, I'm curious. I want to see. I'm really curious to see this series. So I mean, we're still waiting to get in.
Yeah.
Is there anything else in the bracket that kind of catches your eye? I mean, Solar's playing against Skillus.
Yeah, there's so much, right? You mentioned it before. There's so much going on right now. Like, Hero's already out in the first round, which is crazy, right? Like, Hero, I would stand by him and say he's the best Protoss in the world right now. But, you know, PvP can be volatile, and he went down to max packs. No shame in that. I think, outside of that, though, like, Dark versus Beyond looks amazing. Looks like a very spicy TVZ. Nightmare versus Shin. Like, I'm a bit of a Nightmare fan recently as well, and I just kind of glossed over it. We just got a result coming in. Nightmare did take down Gumiho 2-1.
Wow, that's a very big result for Nightmare. I mean, taking out Gumiho, he's going to be playing against Finn next that you mentioned, and powerful from Nightmare, really. I mean, Gumiho is a very, very strong Terran player, and it's not PvZ, so that's very impressive for Nightmare. And, you know, also actually on the other end of the bracket, MaxPax has already taken down Bunny, so he's the only player who's advanced to, what is that? Is that the round of 8? Round of 8. So already into the top 8 here is MaxPax, and this tournament is so many people are getting eliminated. It's crazy. Gumiho is out. Hero, like you mentioned, is out. Reyna is out. I mean, it was Reyna playing Protoss, but if anything, you might say that it might make him a favorite for the tournament.
True. So. That's even more impressive for Sue, not gonna lie.
Yeah, if Sue just wanted to see, I would have said
Sue beat a Protoss. That's crazy. You can't gloss over that.
I know, and well, he's gonna be playing another Protoss here soon in Showtime, and then possibly Max Pack, and then possibly Classic after that, and then possibly Nightmare in the finals.
Goblin in the finals, clearly. Oh my god.
I'm very, very curious to see how this bracket keeps playing out. Goblin against Stats. And the rest of this bracket, if we continue to follow it, there's Solar playing Skillus right now, another Korean versus European matchup. The winner of that will play Creator, who's waiting. He took out a player called Sheep1, who I assume that's perhaps an alias of some kind. But
that's Sheep, Chinese player Sheep.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So Sheep taken out there by Creator. So Creator going to be playing the winner of Solar and Skillus. So we'll see what happens there as we jump into our series.
And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Stats.
And up in the top left, it's our blue Protoss here from PT Heroes. It is a Goblin. Of course, the Platinum Heroes. Also, Young Yakov was representing Platinum Heroes. So, quite a prolific organization.
Yeah, they're a team
with...
Okay, go.
Oh, go ahead. Tell us about Platinum Heroes.
Yeah, I was going to talk about how Platinum Heroes, they picked up a lot of players recently in the lead up to WTL. World Team League did start up a week ago or 2 weeks ago now. And yeah, Platinum Heroes, they just went around and they bolstered their roster, picking up players like Young Yakov. They got Nikaract as well. And they even picked up some Polish players. So it's really cool to see Platinum Heroes investing quite a bit and taking WTL very seriously. Are you still with me, Poppy? Are you?
Oh, sorry. I'm still here. I accidentally muted myself for a moment there. So I was saying, let me catch my train of thought again. So in these kind of weekly tournaments, obviously it's quite rare to see, or rather often they're regional. When you have this kind of crossover matchup, particularly in these matchups that don't feature a Zerg player, when the Zergs don't care about ping as much, they're not they have ping privilege.
True.
They just kind of they A move.
Yeah.
So in these more micro-intensive matchups, I mean, do you often see a change in the styles? I mean, talk to me a little bit about that. Like, is there a lot of changes from the players, or do they generally just try and keep it to a standard play style, or is there anything there that's kind of worth diving into?
Definitely, but like before we do, for a moment there, am I even talking to NXZ right now? Is this NXP? Like, with that mic mute, have we kind of switched personalities because the Zerg player is A moving? Like, are you? Suddenly we've shifted to like the Protoss propaganda, Papi. Oh my god! Like, I didn't know you were that much of a Goblin fan. You've just been.
White VIP. Here's the thing. Okay, I've always been self-hating. All right,
okay,
you know what I mean? Like. I've always been an apologist, kind of a self-hating Zerg player.
Okay.
So I have to be honest and acknowledge the fact that Zerg is much better on ping compared with the other two races. And I do think, still that being said, even without ping, you obviously can't win against Protoss with Zerg at the moment, as Lambo demonstrated.
Okay.
And even with ping, Young Yakov also demonstrating the same. So, you know, there's still a bit of, look, the difference is we're talking about facts here, like VIP, okay? The facts are Zerg is better on ping, and the other facts are it doesn't really matter, you'll still lose against Protoss.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So I just had to make sure that like you weren't, abducted or at gunpoint or something. I just had to make sure. Okay, we're good. But yeah, I mean that was the case back in the day, definitely, where playstyles would be favored or not. But I do know that a lot of players have been actually practicing on ping, like just because StarCraft has shifted to more of an online kind of esport, with kind of with the less offline events occurring and more focus on online events as well. We have been seeing, players get even a little bit more comfortable and practice a lot more as well, which has been really impressive to see. And we'll see how this all comes together, because Goblin, he's taking up, and we are not going into Blink, by the way, with that Twilight Council.
Oh my god, it's a Dark Shrine. He's going for Dark Templars. Warp Prism as well. Or is it... No, there's no way he's going to build Archons with that. That would just be insane. What am I even talking about? Okay, so Goblin here. So... there should be detection though. for Stats. He's got the Robo Bay on the way, and he's going to have an Observer presumably coming out next. So I'm not sure how effective this is going to be. I like Stats' position here. A third base though, already for Goblin.
Yeah, third base is on the way. Hallucination from Stats is going to be confirming that third base. As we dip in towards the main, we could even get eyes on the Dark Shrine as well, and it looks like we will slip into the main. We get eyes on the Dark Shrine. Now, what's important about DTs in this matchup is that even if you have detection, even if you scout, DTs, they can still actually get a surprising amount of damage done. As of recently, players like Hero, Max Pax, they've been doing such an amazing job at just going for, like, mid-game DT harass. Every now and then you just send 1 or 2 DTs in, and even if you have a cannon in position, they can still get a surprising amount of damage done.
Yeah, I mean, the DTs they can pick off, probably a cannon's going to take quite a few shots to kill a Dark Templar, and probably you could easily kill 3, 4, 5 probes before a single DT comes down, and I can see how that would be very annoying to deal with. And you can see Goblin, he's taking his time here. He's got the Warp Prism in position. He's not in a rush. He knows he's been found out by that hallucination. Isn't able to see too much with that hallucination, Goblin.
Yeah, he does confirm that the Twilight Council's still researching, so he already knows that Blink is done, so Charge should be on the way next. At least he does confirm that. We're settling into our 3-base setup from both sides, and no major aggression yet. Both players are just kind of refining their armies a little bit here. Goblin's advantage here is his immortal count, as Stats did go for a later Robo.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I think both players here probably just going to be a bit defensive, I think, for the next little while. They look like they're both happy to kind of tech up. As I say that, those 6 gateways going down for Stats. And he did research Charge, or he is researching Charge. So possibly is there like some kind of +2 attack on the cards here?
Yeah,
+2 timing attack.
Yeah, I mean, we are building up towards 8 gateways here. Bearing in mind that up until this point, Stats was only on 2, so he was actually being quite greedy. He had very few gates to work with, a very small army here. But now that we're on 3 bases, we can now afford a greater production to work with as we're taking up towards Archons as well. Meanwhile, Goblin is the first to take his 4th base, so Goblin just taking a more passive approach for the time being. Stats may have the opportunity to push out, and I'm kind of reading that, especially with the Prism now on the way for Stats.
Yeah. I think with the Archon tech as well, it really indicates that he wants to go for it. So he's happy with his early game. I feel like he's kind of pushed his edge a little bit throughout the early game here, and he wants to try and convert that into an attack. So we'll see what he does with it. He may choose to play a bit more passive as he does bring down the 4th base. I do think that Stats is going to be the first one to make a move out here on the map with these Archons. So we'll see what he chooses to do. I don't think he's going to need to commit too much there. I think it's just going to be poke around, see what he can get done. Actually, as I say that though, Goblin also coming out. So we're going to have a meeting of the Protoss mines here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, they are going to be clashing. Goblin on top of that ramp. We can see Stats rotating around towards the left-hand side, trying to find another way in. I believe Goblin, he still has not quite caught a glimpse of the main army yet. Goblin's still just skirting around, and we'll see who is the first to pull the trigger, who is the first to push into the other, as Goblin is still heavily reliant on a Stalker-based composition. With Immortals, yes. Stats has a little more Stealth, so instead, as he does work his way towards the left-hand side.
Oh my god. Okay, that looked so good for Goblin, and then all of a sudden he lost a lot of Stalkers when he did not micro very well, and all those force fields from Stats, both Immortals going to get picked off here. There's only Blink Stalkers left. Okay, there's only Blink Stalkers left. You know what I'm saying? Alright!
That's all we need, Poppy. As we focus on all the results, we dive on top of the arm. The prison went down, which means we cannot reinforce, we cannot juggle our units either. And with Blink Stalkers, we should be able to break through these Archons and the Immortals as well. Stats, he has to get the hell out of here. He's trying to reinforce manually from Warpins back at home, but he may be losing that final Immortal.
Zealots are not getting onto the Stalkers either. I mean, that was a very messy fight. Started off, looked like Goblin caught Stats out of position, then he accidentally, I guess, maybe he's targeted down the Warp Prism, was it? Is that what he chose to go for? Yep. So I suppose that was an intentional move, but he didn't quite pick off the Immortal and then lost quite a few Stalkers in trying to finally finish that off. Stats catches the 2 Immortals, but then all of a sudden there's so many Blink Stalkers, and Goblin kind of looks like he's got the edge, but he has lost all of his high-tech units, actually both players. Looking very low tech at the moment. Oh,
yeah, exactly.
Very, very sketchy looking fight for both players.
It is just Gateway versus Gateway at this point, and Stats did have an upgrade advantage, but +2 is about to finish up for Goblin. Is going to be tying up that upgrade count, dancing with the army, diving on the army even, and Stalker-wise, Stats, he just doesn't really have enough. The Zealots are getting annihilated.
Yeah, I think that was a nice trade there for Goblin, but I mean, I say that, the supply has equalized a little bit. Zealots warping in here for Goblin. Is he making anything other than gateway units? Right now in the production tab, he does have an Immortal out, but it doesn't seem like he's remaking any more. And he does have the double forge, so in the end, he will end up with better upgrades here than Stats.
Yeah, he will
I'm
have
not sure
those.
that's going to matter.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to come down to the engage here overall, but I do still favor Goblin's position with his army. We'll see if he can catch that Immortal. The Immortal here is the backbone for Stats alongside the Archon, and he's able to hold his own for the time being, just dancing, poking, prodding with the army. Goblin is taking a 5th base behind this, just maintaining his economic lead, and really it's on Stats here to make something happen himself. He's still, I feel like, slightly behind.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the supply is slightly in the favor of Goblin, but both players have established quite a decent economy, slightly high probe count for Goblin, but both players have a very low-tech army, and you'd feel at some point someone's got to make the decision here, make the move to start taking up something a little bit more powerful, but so far they're happy to handshake the Blink Stalkers. They're fighting through this brush here, and it's going to be very messy.
Yeah, I mean, the Immortal for Goblin putting in so much work. We dive on the army, focus out both Immortals here of Stats as well. Both players using their high-tech units, but all in all, it looks like we barely have an even stalk out. 25 versus 25. Stats, he breaks through.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, Stats somehow at the end there, those Zealots filtering through from with the warp in, and it's like, it seems like whoever comes first, it looks like at first it favors them, and then the other player, or the Goblin, all of a sudden he has a fewer stalker count, and Stats is turning on his micro ability. I mean, he's not losing any. Okay, as I say that, he does lose a stalker, but a very nice fight, and those Zealots are going to be so hard to deal with.
Yeah, with those reinforcements, Stats, he barely breaks through. He gets himself the shield batteries, one, and then the other is going to be going down, and Goblin, he's losing ground here to Stats. Another massive wave of reinforcements. Where are the weapons for Goblin, by the way? He has the resources, but alas, it's just coming in too late.
Zealot in the back here on the Stalkers is going to be nice. It's really going to be this next Zealot warp in with the Immortal here for Goblin if he can hold on. I mean, Stats though, he does have a bigger gateway unit count. He is the Immortal. This is the anchor. He needs to keep this alive. That's going to give him the defender's advantage. It's going to give him something to hold on to in this game. Zealots warping in on the right side. Those Stalkers did blink. Those Zealots are getting on them as well, but there's some Zealot for Stats as well. This is such an intense game.
Yeah, very intense here. Reinforcements are being cleaned up from Stats, at least the Zealots, but he's just relying on pure Stalker. Looking at the armies here, Stats, he's got 21 Stalkers at the 18 of Goblin, but Goblin has that Immortal. The shield battery was not replaced, by the way. We focused on the Immortal.
God. GG. Stats so decisive there. I really don't know how he turned that game on a dime, really. He just said, all right, we had a fight there. It was, you were too ambitious. I was too close to your base, and I got a nice trade there, and you didn't have time to solidify. I mean, that was such a close game. The army values so close the whole time, and just somehow Stats able to break through.
Yeah, that was that one big fight that Goblin was able to take quite well. It was the moment when he took down the Prism and the Immortals, and he had a massive supply lead. You can even see it there. But unfortunately, Goblin didn't really press his advantage. He was, after that fight, he just kind of backed off. You know, he was a little bit more passive. He was waiting for his own reinforcements, and that did allow Stats to recover. That did allow him to just reinforce, rebuild, and somehow, some way come back there in that game.
Yeah, very close game. I think that really shows that both players here are quite... I think Goblin looked more than fine in that game. I think there was really just one kind of fight there, and then that was enough. It wasn't even that bad a fight, but Stats was just able to carry that through with the reinforcements. It seemed like his warp-ins were just like somehow just maybe the Zealots being on the same side as his Stalkers. I'm not exactly sure, but some subtle decision-making difference there, and Stats able to carry that through for a win.
GG, well played. With that, Stats does take a lead in the series, but it's a best of 3, and Goblin has a chance here to bounce back, to force the ace match, and to bring this into an extended series. The vetoes, or the lobby, is made, and we're diving into game 2 on Alkione.
I'll keep what? Sorry, what did you just say?
What do you call it? Are you one of the people that says like Al Capone? Is that what you say?
Al Capone is how I'm gonna say it going forward. That sounds so sick.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Poppy, tell me about our player in the bottom left here.
I'll tell you about him, Poppy, because spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have the red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 1-0, 1 game away for advancing on into the round of 8. It is Stats.
Really nice game there from Stats, and his opponent, definitely no slouch himself, representing the Platinum Heroes. Top blue Protoss player, Goblin.
As we're settling into one of the older maps in the map, well, I mean, I say older, still pretty new. I don't know how you felt. To be fair, I don't know when you came back, but it was a little bit jarring to get a fresh map pool so soon. I was so used to and so like, I was just so used to and so ingrained with the idea that we have a map pool for a year. I was personally caught off guard when we got a new map pool so soon after the previous one, which I'm overall happy with. You know, it's great to see the game being revitalized as often as it is.
Well, I was just upset to see that, you know, I'd just gotten used to these maps, this previous map pool, and then to discover that all the maps I were vetoing, they were the ones that were carrying over.
True.
And then they were introducing like 6 new maps that I wanted to veto.
Yeah.
And I was like, hang on a minute. So this map, actually a good example. For other reasons,
you vetoed this map?
I had some frame rate issues on this map.
Oh.
So I it's not so bad. I'm actually playing it now, but initially I was having. Are both players proxying? What's going on? Is it because they're going to take the gold base, or is Stats looking for proxies?
Yes. So Goblin, he did mine through the minerals. It's very common to proxy on this side of the map. But Stats, upon seeing that the mineral patch was missing, by the way, he knows, hold up, your probe must be on this side of the map, and he's on the hunt. He's looking for the would-be proxy.
He sees a probe. Okay, this is. I think Stats will definitely find this. It's just a question of. He's just gonna spot it. Oh! He canceled it.
Yeah, he does spot it. Goblin cancels the Stargate in the end, going for a Nexus instead. Now, this is where things get very chaotic, because Stats, before he scouted, he threw down a Robo. He threw down a Robo on one base. This can very easily turn into one base all-in from Stats, and we could end up seeing a really weird scenario where Goblin would have to be on the defensive instead. I'm really curious if Stats throws down a third gateway or if he expands.
I'm kind of interested. I think the Robo, if he does, okay, it is going to be an expansion, so there isn't going to be a big all-in coming through from Stats. He's going to pick up this pile, and he knows there's nothing too weird going on. A sentry coming in, so Stats is going to be relying on that to get some information. And likewise here for Goblin, the same. Both players not quite yet aware of what the other is up to. It's going to be Blink here from Goblin. Another pylon coming down, so it really looks like Goblin wants to get aggressive this game. He said, alright, I tried my best in the nice solid macro game, and I've decided I'm bringing it to you here in game 2, Stats.
Yeah, we'll see what he does decide to bring to him as the pylon is finishing up. Meanwhile, the natural base is under fire by the Stalkers. Stats with 4 Stalkers. He has a bit of an overwhelming army here, and Goblin can't really contest against this, by the way. We're going for a proxy gateway across the map.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that he's going to go for a big blink attack with that gateway to help him reinforce. Ooh, I still think this is good for Goblin though. He's got, he does have one less Stalker though, as I say that. And the Stalkers are the real DPS in the fight.
Mate, the Prism is here. We can reinforce on the front line. Stats is going to get a kill on this Nexus.
Do you think so? I mean, he's warping in sentries. He's just going to try and block out the Protoss.
Oh. Yeah. Goes to the force field, reinforces the Stalkers, and Nexus is going to go down.
Oh my God.
GG gets caught just like that, and Stats takes the 2-0.
Stats, he's just crushed my heart, my dreams, everything I wanted for this series. Stats, he's so decisive. I think that's what was so impressive there. It's just the ability to say, oh, you made a sentry instead of another stalker. Sorry, I'm winning the game now. That's what just happened. He just said, yep, I've got 4 stalkers to your 3. You've got 1 more sentry. I don't care. You know.
Yeah, just really fluid play there out of Stats, because it wasn't just that, right? It was also with his Robo Opener, even though he was expanding with that Robo instantly going for the Prism, right? So we can reinforce, so we can be aggressive. It looked like he did recognize that, of course, the opener of Golden was a little bit shaky because of the cancelled tech, because his tank was so delayed, he was so vulnerable, and Stats, it looked like he smelled blood in the water. He knew that there was an opportunity for him to be aggressive, and it just snowballed into a win.
Yeah. So decisive from Stats. I really, really liked that game from him, and he looks like he's playing very well. Also into the top 8, and some other results here on the bracket. Clem taking out Firefly. It was Solar advancing over Skillis in a 2-1, so that's pretty close. He'll be playing Creator. I think Creator looks quite good. I don't know if you've seen, there was a Creator against Rogue series recently that Creator looked like he was in top form, and he absolutely kind of smashed Rogue. So
yeah,
I think he's gonna be a possible favorite, even I might say, against Solar. So we'll see how that plays out. Dark, of course, against Beyond still going on.
Yeah, I believe that Creator Rogue series was like last week or the week before in ESL Asia. So yeah, it was really cool to see. I casted that series, did cast it. But Creator, he was definitely in form. And what I will say though is that Solar is a different beast, right? Solar, he is a bit of a step up, I would say, from Rogue. Regardless, I'm sure it's going to be an amazing series, and we're going to be following that. If you head on over here to the Korean server, as Stats is waiting for his next opponents, we'll most likely be looking to dive into Solar versus Creator into Stats as well.
That's very exciting. I'm really looking forward to Soul vs Creator. I think that series from Creator against Rogue was really impressive, because Rogue did not, like, he looked like he was playing well. You know what I mean? Like, Rogue, he looked like he was bringing it to Creator, and Creator just seemed to have all the answers and was able to take him out there in a you know, the same matchup that we're going to move on to here. So we'll jump over to the Korean server and get ready. I mean, this tournament just keeps on giving. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
It always is, Bobby. It always is, mate. You know, it's what makes the hump day here. You know, the
like
Wednesday, the middle of the week.
Like you, Live VIP. You're the gift that keeps on giving.
Oh, thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Oh, gracias, God. You're too kind. You're too kind. Oh my God. You're only saying that because I'm a Zerg player.
Listen, my VIP, the less we spend talking about your Zerg gameplay, the better.
Oh God, oh no, mate! I have not had the luxury of laddering in a long time. I haven't laddered a single game this season. I feel so bad. Smooth.
Probably for the best. You know what I mean?
You're like, that's a good thing. You don't understand the pain that we're all going through. The ladder, Bobby, the ladder, the map.
Sorry, we don't want you putting that out in the world, okay? We don't want potentially you influence, like, someone might lose against you and watch the replay and think, oh, like, maybe I shouldn't use hotkeys. You know, like, if that happens, it could start to spread, and that's a problem.
Oh no. Okay, I understand.
But that being said, so you haven't played on these maps really then?
I haven't, unfortunately. I haven't.
They're so fun, like VIP.
Oh, you love them. I thought you did. Yeah.
I love them. We meme live VIP. All I do is I just meme. I meme, I win, I macro, I lose. It's the way that the way things play out on this platform. I mean, look, when you've seen Ghost River, I can't veto that map. Like, I play Ghost River. This map is like it's like we're neighbors, not enemies. We're so close together, and that's one of the maps I have to play. It's not, even if I had an extra veto, I don't know that would be the next one that I would veto. So, speaking of which, oh, okay, never mind. It just looked like it was the same color. That's not the map we're going to be playing. False alarm.
It's all good. It's all good.
I thought we were going to be on Ghost River there for a moment. It's not the case.
The PTSD is real. Oh God. Thankfully not. Thankfully not. As we are diving into our next game, as we're diving into Creator versus Solar. We are mid-series, by the way. I believe game 1 has already concluded, but I'll be honest, I'm uncertain as to the scoreline. I'm uncertain as to whether we're 1-0 in either direction or if we're tied up 1-1.
Okay. So all we know is that this is either game 2 or game 3. So I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Live VIP is going to be in the DMs of everyone trying to find out what's going on. In the meantime, spawning up here in the top left, it is our blue Pros player, Creator. And in the bottom right, Live VIP, I'm taking this one.
Okay.
It's Solar. He's doing something weird. It's a 14 hatch. I don't know what's going on. I guess he wants to get there before the probe, which he did.
Oh.
We do find out the score. Solar 1-0. Solar from Team Vitality. Very, very interesting. So 14 hatch, I guess Solar just really didn't want to get his hatchery blocked. I was excited. I thought there was some memes coming out, but it looks like it's just going to be a regular game.
Yeah. So this is an opener that did actually rise to the Korean scene a couple of months ago, or basically when the 15-15 was all the craze. There were some players, Dark and Shin specifically, that were experimenting with 14 hatcheries instead. You know, just kind of a different outlook or a different way or a different kind of variation of 15-15, just going for your natural on location without being disrupted and basically without canceling your gas.
Right. Yeah. So it seems like it's kind of got more in common with a regular 16 hatch or 17 hatch kind of build with the kind of the gas pool timing, and it's just kind of a worse version where you're going to have fewer lava. Of course, when you float 3 lava like that, that does hurt. When you max out on 3 lava, your hatchery is no longer producing anymore. So it is going to be, obviously, there's the mining time from not having those drones, and then also possibly a bit of lava less than what you would normally expect.
Yeah.
But you do get the hatchery on location. So I guess Creator's kind of demonstrated that he is a filthy hatch blocker. And so Solar said, nope, I want none of that. Give me my hatchery on location, and I'm willing to take the economic hit.
Yeah, and I think the other plus side is I think you get faster link speed compared to 15-15 as your gas is thrown down. It's a hatchery, then gas, then spawning pool still. Yeah, I think with that, Solar can also be a little bit more aggressive as well than he would have with the other 15-15 opener. So there's a bit of a give and take. Like when it comes to like how efficient it is, I don't know the math, to be honest. I'm not too sure like which technically is a little bit more economic than the other. Yeah, I'm uncertain.
Well, so I mean, 15-15 is definitely more economic than this build, but really the point of this is that you still want to play like a 16 hatch style build, but you want the hatchery on location. So he's just kind of playing a worse 16 hatch, whereas the 15-15 is kind of a different idea. You're probably going to have a later ling speed, a slower third, maybe more queens. So, but you do get a lot of drones out with that build. So, really, it's kind of Solar saying, look, I don't want to deal with kind of you having adepts running all the way over. I just give you my hatch at my natural, and then I'm happy to play. Yes, I'll have a slightly worse economy than usual, but it's a sacrifice I'm more than willing to make by not having the hatchery on the location.
And you know what? He's a Zerg player. He's used to sacrifice, right? I mean, he's playing for. He was already behind anyway. Like, I mean, so you know what? Why not just go for a later hatchery? You know, he'll just try to punch up and bounce back up as he usually does. As we do see Lings getting across the map, we do contain and delay the third base a little bit here from Creator. Likewise, the Creator does commit across the map. He's going to be trading with the Lings. He's going to try and get some damage done here, but the Queens will zone this back.
Nice little pressure, but like Solar defending very well, and that Oracle has taken so much damage. It's going to be put on the bench for a little while here. It's going to need to regen quite a lot of shields before it can even think about coming back. And Solar looking good so far. The Nexus does come down there. This Nexus, not really the fastest Nexus of all time. Oh my god, why, there's a recall on something.
Yeah, the Adepts, they were caught out, but they do get saved. Both of them do get recalled in the end there. Solar trying to catch them, pivoting around, towards that third base, but it looks like we have plenty to defend. Creator, he will hold on, and he will even shut down this Overlord as Solar goes to the Stalker. Ooh.
Okay, both the Stalker, the Overlord, and a few Zerglings going down. Again, a relatively fast Evo Chamber, so is it going to be melee again? Here, again, this is the move out, right? This is so common in the meta at the moment. The 5 Adepts, okay, in this case 6 Adepts, this general number, and he's not really planning to get that much done. He's just saying, let me go deny some creep, I'm going to force you to make some Zerglings at a time where you don't really want to be making them. Try and pick off some drones here and there, and really it's just kind of get a bit of map control. It's almost like, you know, some Hellions in TVZ, you know, just let me pick off some creep, get some damage done, and those Adepts are going to come back home. Again, it's the same setup, +1 blink.
Yeah. We're headed kind of in a similar direction. I mean, we've casted quite a lot of PVZs today already, and we're going in a similar direction from Creator, I should say. But Solar, he does throw down a Roach Warren, and we'll see if he does, like the other Zerg players, embrace, you know, the Ling Hydra into Lurker style, or if he has something else in store for us, as he's going across the map with a lot of Lings.
Yeah, just taking the chance to try and get some map control. He is seeing the Stalkers warp in, and that really tells you just about everything. These extra gases going down indicates to me that, again, we're going to be seeing the Storm transition, most probably. Really, when you see those gases go down before the 4th, that's a big tell that it's not going to be kind of a more gateway-heavy play style. He's really just using this as a building block or sort of a stepping stone to get into the higher tech units. So Creator, I mean, he's looking solid so far, and I do think there's the infestation bit going down. I think we're really going to see, we're seeing PVZ as it is today, and it's actually quite nice to see kind of how everyone's approaching it, like the small different variances on very standard kind of matchups so far.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see where we go. There it is! I was about to say the Creator usually plays a Robo-heavy style, not Storm, and we have the second Robo. We have the Bay on the way for the eventual Colossus production. This is something that we haven't seen from our Protoss players yet today, but it is another path you can take in this matchup.
Exactly right. Yep, so he's going to go into double Robo with the Robotics Bay, and it will be for Colossus most probably, although he does have the option to go into Disruptors if he needs. And the challenge here for these kind of positions is, okay, does Zerg go into Vipers, or do they still go for the Lurker plan? Oh, as I say that though, it's actually a Bane Nest going down for Solar, which I'm not sure if he saw something to kind of
he saw both Robos. He saw both Robos. He saw the Bay as well. And it is interesting, as you're mentioning, because even though we're working towards Hive, there's no Hydrogen. There's no Hydrogen here. We're not working towards Lurkers. It is going to be Ling, Bane, Roach, Ravager.
And he's going to go into Vipers most probably and just play with that. So this is kind of interesting because you'd think the Ling Bane is not really what you want against kind of, well in this case, Disruptors. Well, actually, Disruptors, you'd think it would be nice. So I guess Solar seems to be kind of making all the right moves, and this trade is going pretty well for him so far.
Yeah, he catches a good chunk of Adepts. We are going to be able to hold on to the 4th base at least, but a good trade there from Solar, as you mentioned, only bleeding out Lings. Meanwhile, we have a Phoenix on the way. We're amassing Phoenixes here in the main base. Interesting, still only off of one Stargate. That is a way to help deal with something like would-be Vipers if Solar does commit to them. But for now, Solar is just focusing on map control, and we're going for the Ultra Cavern.
Creator is so cool. I'm making Phoenix right now.
Yeah?
That's so cool. Okay. So I was wondering what Soul's going to do. He was so rich. And Ultras is interesting. He will have some, but I mean, again, he's playing against a player who's going double Robo, nice micro. And, oh, slow bathes.
Yeah, unfortunately they are a little bit slow. They do try to chase down the probes. They get 4 probes, but not much else as they do get shut down. So good defense there by Creator. Unfortunately, Baneling speed still not just halfway done. Vipers are on the way, as you mentioned, and I believe you wanted to say something about Ultras. Again, it is more of an unusual kind of transition here. We have seen Ultras against Protoss in the past, but yeah, it's not something you see too often.
Just look, the concern is that the double Robo is already in place, so he's going to be chroning out Immortals as soon as he identifies this. It doesn't mean it's bad. It's perfectly fine. He's got good upgrades on his on the Ultras. Like he's got +3 melee on the way. I think he has +1 carapace as well. 6 Ultras is a lot, and it's really fast into the game. So it's not like Protoss has built up 8 Immortals or something. He's got 1 out now and a second one on the way. That's not going to be enough. With a Viper as well, okay, those Lings are just going to try and walk their way out of there. And Protoss may choose to attack here, which I don't think is going to be the right move, but the Phoenixes, They're going to see everything.
Yeah, they see everything. They shut down the Overseer. They see all the Ultras as well. Immortals are now on the way. It may even be worth throwing down a third Robo to get into triple Immortal production as well. And Creator is taking more defensive stance. We do have more side defense on the way. Stasis traps as well. He's getting ready for the push.
Okay, this is the big push here that Solar is looking for. Microing away from the Disruptors. Nice little move. I think he's going to go again after that reset. Oh, he has set up. Hole in the wall theory. Solar getting through. He's into the main base, and Creator, the Stalkers, okay, they are able to get away. I think the Disruptors will be back available. There's no Immortals over here.
Yeah, the wall was not a wall. Not many Immortals, only one Immortal, by the way. Link Bane is being cleaned up. The Ultras being forced back. There's not much support for the Ultras. They're trying to dive on those Colossi. There are three of them. There's no Prism here to micro back.
Yeah, where is the Zerg army? I mean, there's a lot in production, but it just really feels like there's nothing here for Zerg.
Yeah. Again, maybe just sending too many links here towards left-hand side. I mean, we also lost a lot of Ling Bane in the initial skirmish as well, and Solar was just not ready for that at all. The Ultras being forced back. We have 5 more Ultras on the way. We're just doubling down on Mass Ultra.
I mean, he has to now. He's committed to it, but I don't think he has a Viper anymore, and oh, this is really scary. Okay, good micro, or perhaps bad micro from Creator, and the Ultra Ling is getting on the Immortals, and those Immortals are just getting cleaved right now. And with these rallies, Solar is going to clean this up, and look at the supply. 100 supply for Creator.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
With these reinforcing Ultras, we clean up the army. Creator bleeding out far too much here, did overextend. And with that, he's down to only a handful of units remaining. The Pieces, they do nothing against the Ultras. GG gets called, and Solar takes game number 2, taking the series 2-0.
Solar may have won this series 2-0, but Creator made like 4 Phoenix at like 10 minutes into the game. So in terms of who was the moral victor, who won in the hearts of the people, I think we all know that it's not Solar. So,
GG. Yeah, I mean, Creator, it was. I do appreciate how he did play that out. Again, very different to how some of the other Protoss players approached this, but so did Solar as well. Like, this was a much more quirkier game here. It was a lot more unpredictable as well. So yeah, it was a nice way to kind of shake up the more standard games we've been getting so far.
yeah, exactly right. And Brendan Raymer in the chat is saying, think he was scared of Muta, and that is an explanation that's far too rational and logical for me to accept. I think he just wanted style points. So, yeah, probably you're right. Solar was banking a lot there and only had Roachling. So, Muta transition, definitely one of the possible options.
You were alluding to like how Solar, he had a lot of resources banked up, and Creator, he wasn't aware of the tech, whether it was a Hydrogen into Lurkers or a Spire or an Ultra Cavern. So yeah, that would make sense. But
well, I guess he would have seen it with the Oracles, if you understand what I mean. Like he probably would have caught a Lurker or a Hydra transition. So not seeing a lot there. It could have been very well been Muta, especially with a Robo build. You don't really want to be fighting a Spire player. So it makes sense, and really Creator looked like he had a great situation there, countered and just kind of countered to his death. Yeah, you sort of think like all he had to do was chill, build some more Immortals, let Solar try again, and just kind of continue to let Solar keep trying to win with Ultras, continue to build up your Immortal count. Eventually you're going to have like 8 Immortals, 6 Archons, and all of a sudden it looks impossible for Zerg to do anything with the Ultralisk army, and that's when you could really go and A-move him. But I can't really blame him for trying to counterattack there, and really Zerg just kind of imba in this matchup.
Couldn't have put it better myself, NXZ. Clearly Zerg imba, and with that, now I'm not much more concerned for Stats, because we have our next series. Again, we're just kind of following this portion of the bracket. Stats has been patiently waiting for the winner of this series, and it is going to be Solar versus Stats in the quarterfinals.
Very exciting. Okay, more PvZ. I'm super interested. So Stats, we've seen what he likes to do. We've seen he's a Storm user. He's not cool like Creator making Phoenix Colossus in PvZ. He's going to play a much more perhaps typical playstyle. Not to say that going for the robotics facility is that unusual, but Storm, the more traditional route, And I think it'll be interesting to see if Solar still goes for kind of an Ultralisk bend. Obviously, we missed game 1 of this series. It kind of looked pretty planned, though. You know, he never really indicated he wanted to go into Hydras at all, let alone Lurkers. So, interesting to see.
Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be exciting. We are ready once the videos are done to dive into that. Before that does occur, though, let's quickly have a look at the bracket because we have some updates here. And of course, at the very top, I want to give a shout out to Firefly because Firefly has been on fire recently. He's been getting some better and better results. We've seen Firefly take down Beyond. We've seen him take down Cure, and he didn't quite take down Clem, but taking a map off of Clem, very impressive. Very impressive here by Firefly, forcing that ace match. Now, Clem, though, advances on to face off against Nightmare in the upper half of the bracket.
Wow, Nightmare 2 at Shin. That's crazy.
It's crazy. Oh my god.
That is actually crazy. Nightmare beat Gumiho and Shin, and he's about to beat Clem next and play Stats for Solar.
You know,
I was going to say Stats. I was going to say Protoss, the power of Protoss, but it could very well be Solar. So that's really impressive from Nightmare. I mean, Shin is a really good Zerg player, and of course Gumiho we talked about earlier. Damn.
Yeah, and if you weren't watching ESL Open Cup Asia this week, it was a couple of days ago on Monday, Nightmare, he took down Raynor as well. He did beat, and Raynor did not off-race. He played Zerg during ESL Open Cup, so Nightmare even taking him down. I think it was like in the round of 16, just really early on in the tournament as well. Like Nightmare, he's just been improving quite a lot as of late.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's impressive, but I'd like to see him fight Raynor's Protoss, so it's kind of more of an even, fair match. Okay, up here in the top right, it's our Zerg player in the blue from Team Vitality, Solar.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing himself, or representing Twisted Minds even. It is Stats.
So you can see Solar, it's not that he is a 14 hatcher, he is a 14 hatcher against dirty hatch blockers. Alright, so you can see that he's just going for a regular 16 hatch here against Stats. Maybe he knows that Stats likes to keep it simple here with his Gateway Scout. Ooh, I like that from Stats, checking the goal base on the way through. Subtle move.
Yeah, it's
but an important one.
It's a bit of a trend amongst a lot of the Korean Protosses just because, I mean, who else is in the region? Dark is in the region, Shin is in the region, DRG as well. We've seen many a Zerg player rush into this gold base a lot faster, so yeah, it has kind of become a custom here for a lot of Protoss players, not even just the Koreans, but I'm sure some of the Europeans as well, to just check and make sure that there is no shenanigans going on.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, we saw Stats earlier against Young Yakov on this map.
True.
Fighting against a gold base, so if anything, a bit of PTSD from that game. He's just double checking that it's all good, and here's Solar, he's not up to anything particularly naughty at all. We're gonna have a very, very normal PvZ. So while we're waiting for that to happen, Live VIP, have you, like, tell me about Nightmare here. So has he been getting a lot of good results, or like what's does he say he's beaten Reyna? Like, is he really starting to make some waves here?
So on Monday, he beat Raynor. He also forced Solar to the ace match. They went all the way to game 3. He actually beat Solar previously in the GSO qualifiers as well. So Nightmare, he's actually been improving quite a lot, especially because I feel like PvZ has been his weakest matchup for a long time. Like his PvP and PvT is insane, but his PvZ has been has kind of been his Achilles heel for years at this point, but has been improving quite a lot as of late. It's impressive, very impressive.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You know, a lot of. I mean, frankly, PvZ is whether you could say that it's favored one or another. It's not really important. It has become better for Protoss. That's clear. So when that's your weakest matchup, it starts to become a little bit easier for you. I won't say easy, but easier. And I think, I mean, he said he beat Solar, he beat Reyna. Those are big names for a player like Nightmare. I mean, even today he's knocking out some top players. So it'll be interesting to see if he can continue to do that. Here's a double adept. I don't think we're going to see Stats doing anything too crazy, but Well, Sola's. Okay, hold on, guys. I'll get the Google Translate out. All right, hold on.
Let's go. Now, thankfully, this is the real reason why I got Ryan here on stream, and that's because he is fluent in Korean. He has a master's in Hangul, and because of that, Ryan, he's about to give us some clean translations.
Okay,
right?
okay. I maybe my Google Translate, it says do not ride Taj Mahal. So
Good.
So do not ride and then Taj Mahal.
Okay. Okay. I mean that just makes sense, right? I mean, what else would you say?
I guess Taj Mahal, I mean, maybe you could argue Protoss is kind of somehow reflecting the Taj Mahal. I don't know what do not ride means, but this is
maybe
really,
he's saying don't go Twilight Council. Maybe Taj Mahal translates to Twilight Council. Like that's what I'm thinking right now. Maybe that's what you're saying earlier.
Do not build a Twilight Council, and stat says
yeah.
And I'm not sure what that translates to exactly. You know, maybe it means Zerg, possibly. What do you think?
True. I think that is the Korean word for Zerg, actually.
Another melee. So actually, this is something that I think, from what I've seen, was not as common. Was my understanding, but it seems like everyone's a big fan of the melee.
So melee, obviously, melee openers were very common back in the day before the change to. If you remember, they changed the probe, and then +2 wouldn't one shots with bathing run by.
Yeah,
that was like a big change that happened like a year ago now. And +1 melee openers fell off, but as of the past couple months, ever since like the start of the year or the new patch, +1 melee has been becoming part of the norm. It's becoming more meta.
Right.
It's back.
All those adepts dying, I guess there were Lings on the other side, maybe? It seemed like Stats was a bit distracted there, and losing all of those adepts rather, to the Lings is not what you want, and all of a sudden Soul's going to have a lot of pressure here, and those adepts are not enough without the Oracles.
Yeah, as the Lings are getting across the map, the shield battery position, the adepts are going to be going down, the Stalkers are under fire as well, the Oracles have to race back home, but there are so many Lings, we're getting a lot done here.
This is really nice for Solar. He's picking off a lot of probes, and behind this, he's just happy to drone, get everything he wants, and so far, pretty much exactly what you could hope for here for Solar. And there is the Templar Archives coming down for Stats. I think perhaps a bit earlier. Does he have a Robo there yet? Did I miss that?
No Robo. Yeah, I'm with you there. This is a very early Temple Archives from Stats. Interesting move. There is no Robust. There's no way to really reinforce the move out across the map or even get detection out. So interesting choice here. As Soul's getting to a 4th base, we're going for devastation bit. Hydrogen. I'm sure we've seen this plenty of times already here tonight, but we want to work towards Hydras and eventually Lurkers as well.
It's pretty weird to go for the Temple Archives before the Robo, but I guess he's going to use it for Archons, actually, I think. And he hasn't started Storm yet. Perhaps he just wants, okay, there it is now, so he is just going to save up the energy on these Templars. Lurker Den already there. Has there been a hive started? Not yet, so...
Yeah, no hive for the
surely
time.
It's not Lair Tech Lurkers. Surely not.
There it is. As soon as the Oracle's back off, I mean, there's a revelation on. Hive is on the way. Stats does see this. That's a big tell. Stats, he may have not seen all of the tech, but seeing the Hive already on the way should be enough to give him a bit of an idea of what's going on. As Lings, once again, they do harass, they do hit across the map, and units are going down.
Yeah, Soul's doing such a good job just getting a lot done for a little with these Zerglings, and he's distracting Stats on both sides, trying to get in, poking it around. Is Cyberdyne's score going to go down? I mean, it is going to go down.
Yeah. Yeah, no shield battery, no overcharge either. We bust into the natural base. Looks like we have Blink, thankfully, so we should be able to clean up these Lings, but that's a surprising amount of damage there.
I'd like for you to bust into my natural base like
Oh my god, am I causing with Asher? What's going on? What's
Okay, alright, we're back. We're here. The Hydras are coming out and the Oracle's getting a lot of scouting off. Solar, he's done a lot here, but Stats, he's kind of getting everything he wants. It's just really bad trades, and again, the Ling's getting on the Stalkers. Oh wow, oh my god, that's such a big warp in. He's not going to storm his own units.
Yeah, he's not going to storm, but that was a lot of Stalkers going down in that trade, and with that, Solo he just has so much map control. He's so comfortable back at home, getting up to 4 bases, a 5th base is on the way, gas geysers as well, we're joining up to 81. Solar just looks so comfortable here on Alkion in game 1.
Yeah, Solar, I mean, the way he's used his Zerglings is just so cool. Like, just hitting everywhere, getting so many nice little trades, picking off the Adepts early into the game, then picking off Stalkers, getting some probe damage, killing a Cybernetic score of all things, and here come the 8 Lurkers. The range is still not quite researched, and is he gonna just go for the attack here, or is, like, let's see what's, I mean, Solar's really, the onus is on him next. Fleet Beacon coming out behind this from stats, still a long way off any kind of air transition. I'm a bit worried for him. I think this Lurker timing is going to be very tough for him to hold. What's his immortal count looking like? Like VIP, he's got 1 immortal. I don't know if that's really exactly what he needs right now.
I mean, 1 is pretty good. You know, 1 immortal can do a lot here for the Protoss army, and we're about to triple that with 2 more immortals on the way as well. So we'll see what stats can get done as we have a lot of storms available. We have the Fleet Beacon on the way. We're transitioning into Skytoss, but as you mentioned, Sol's about to max out. He's going to be the first to max out, going to be the first to push out. Can stats pull off a miracle? Can the Shield of Fire hold?
Oh my god, there's a single Swarmers on the way. This could be the game changer. We'll see what he chooses to use it for. Obviously, an intentional move here from Solar to try and pull stats apart. And as I mention it, here comes the first part of the multi-prong. 3 Lurkers and Lings on one side, and he uses that chance. 1 Templar goes down. So far, so good from stats, though.
Yeah, so far so good. He's holding on. He does catch a couple Lurkers here towards left-hand side as well, so good pickoffs, but that Lurker army is devastating. Another Storm will connect. Stats buying some time, and that immortal count is getting higher and higher.
Oh, Soul's going for it. He's trying to get onto these units, and he is going to pick off a lot of Templars. And all of a sudden, this position is looking very vulnerable here for stats, but he's countering at the same time into the Zerg Natural, and I don't know if Solar has the units. He's got nothing over here.
Yeah, there's nothing at home to defend. Massive storm here on the Hydras. Hydras are going down. The Lurkers themselves are looking a little bit vulnerable on the front lines as well, but it looks like, oh, these Ling reinforcements, they clean up the Zealots. It looks like back at home, Solar, he will defend.
Yeah, both players are doing a lot of damage here on either side. I do think Stats is eventually going to have to give up this position. Although, with this warp in, he's going to try, but those Lings came in at just the right time to slow down those Zealots. And then he's actually going to clean this up, and all of a sudden it's falling apart for Stats. Solar, such a great job this game, and there's the GG call.
GG, well played. Solar takes game number 1. Again, a pretty dominant performance. Very impressive performance there by Solar.
Solar's so sick. That was just like really, I don't even know, like Stats, I can't say he played badly. It just seemed like Solar was just all over him. Like he never really had a chance to get anything done, and then in the chaos he tried to counterattack, and the Lurkers on that 4th base, too much.
Yeah, just really clean play there out of Solar, and as you mentioned, just causing so much chaos in the bases of Stats with his Ling counterattacks, Ling run-bys, getting probe kills, getting units, whether it's Stalker, whether it's Adept, getting the Cyber Core as well. That was also another big moment where he was able to slow down the tech and really kind of disrupt the build of Stats. And Stats, he was just stuck at home almost the entire game. Yeah, there was that one counterattack, but that's really all he had to really slow Solar down.
That's the kind of game that, you know, Zerg really wants to have, is a game where you're getting in against the Templar army with a very heavy Lurker count, and you're able to kind of hit that strong timing. Okay, hold on, my VIP. I've got to pull out the translate again here to understand what's going on in the chat.
Okay. Tell me about the Taj Mahal. Tell me.
Oh, God, I didn't quite get the photo in time. I'm so upset. I would have loved to have known what they were going for here. If there was more commentary on the Taj Mahal and maybe the pyramids of Egypt next. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Very, very interesting what these top Korean players chat about. Obviously, they've known each other for almost decades probably at this point, and they've been clashing all along. My VIP, tell me about our blue Zerg player up in the top left here.
Oh, in the top left, we have our blue Zerg representing Team Vitality, leading the series 1-0. 1 game away from taking it all. He's up against his ex-teammate, by the way. They used to be part of the Splice Boys, if you remember that. It is Solar.
He's actually doing... Is it... Okay, so it's a 14 hatch where he still sends... Oh, right. Okay, I see what he's doing. Yeah. He checks to see. Right, okay. Interesting. So I wonder if he did that last game and I just didn't quite see it. Because that's a very interesting little move. So he's going to say if he sees the probe there, he's going to go back and make the hatch on 14. Definitely get it down. And if he doesn't see it, he's going to make those 2 extra drones. And it's only going to be, well, less of a slowdown compared with just dropping the hatch on 14. So that's a creative solution. I don't mind that from Solar.
Not bad at all. And his opponent in the bottom right hand corner is the South Korean Protoss. He's red. He's stats.
Also representing Twisted Minds. Makes sense. You'd need a Twisted Mind to play Protoss with a good conscience. So stats here demonstrating. You're gonna finish that. At this point, it's just slander, you know what I mean? I don't want to be taken to court here, so stats, please, your lawyers.
I was gonna say, Papi, Stats is so wholesome. What are you doing right now? You know, he's always got a smile on his face. You know, he's always cheerful, and you're just going hard. Calm down.
I mean, I guess if you don't smile, you would cry, and Stats, he might be crying after that game one because Solar was all over him. And here's the Stargate. It's business as usual. And Solar, of course, he's got the Overlord floating over the natural. He sees that there's no warp gate being researched. He's going to know that a Stargate build is on the way. So both players are very comfortable with this state of affairs. It's not going to be anything interesting from Stats. I don't think Stats is really known to be a... You know, I feel like he's a Stargate user, you know? Like, he's not like a creator or perhaps even hero in some cases, you know, like he's going to, he's just going to play a nice solid standard game, get the Stargate up, control the map, and he actually really likes putting the Adept over here, huh?
Yeah, we saw this earlier against Young Yakov, if you recall, just trying to keep an eye on any kind of wing move outs or anything out on the map, so yeah, interesting style here from Stats. But as you mentioned, he's just not really too much of an aggressive or cheesy kind of player. We don't really expect many all-ins out of him. Has done it before, don't get us wrong, but it's not really what he's known for. It's not really his expertise or speciality. So yeah, we should be just getting into a much more standard game, and we'll see how Stats deviates and how he adjusts to Solar.
I wonder if his idea is like to somehow hide the fact that he's going to have 2 Adepts coming, since they're kind of coming from weird angles. I'm not quite sure what he's up to with that patrolled Adept over there on that side of the map, but here he is now, 2 Adepts in the Oracle, and he's just saying, alright, I'll get a Creep Tumor, and maybe once I've got maybe another Oracle, then I'll start to really try and get some damage done. For now, poking around.
You say that, but the Oracle takes a lot of hits. 1 shot away from going down. We almost do get it. Stats does get away. Gets 1 drone kill. And, Solar, I'm sure, talking about that escaped Oracle. Translator NXZ Jones, I'm sure, is on it. What have we got? What did he say?
It seems like he's saying, like, no is the second part. Okay. I don't know what the D and something going on, but obviously he's upset. Look, I can't. My Korean not so good. Perhaps I'm there. I'm not sure. Any Korean speakers in the chat? They can obviously help us out, please. And in the meantime, look. So Stats, he took a calculated risk there. Basically, he saw there were 2 queens at the third, 2 queens in the main. At that point, typically that should be kind of all Zerg has. So he said, is there nothing in the natural? Let me go and kill some drones for free. But there was actually another queen in the spore. And oh my god, the Oracle was up.
Yeah, the Oracle does go down there. Say shade in towards that natural race. We commit to the shade. Good positioning behind the mineral line, by the way.
Yeah, this position is really powerful on this map, and these adepts are trading way more efficiently than they would ordinarily. Not that many drone kills, so relatively well handled by Solar, but nice little move from Stats, even though he does lose. Oh my god. Two more adepts, I think. Oh, did one of those escape?
No, they both did go down. Good counter micro there from Solar. You saw Stats trying to intentionally keep those adepts alive, but Solar did hunt them down in the end. So good defense here, good cleanup by Solar. Did eventually get a kill on that Oracle that did escape him earlier, and now we're able to drone up and settle in towards our 4 bases. Once again, Stats opting to go for a faster Templar Archives before that Robo. Up! Up!
So, you'd think basically against a Baneling kind of style, having Storm faster is going to be more useful, but against these Lurker styles, I would have thought having that few more Immortals out a bit earlier would be what you'd kind of preference yourself towards. So kind of a curious decision making considering what we're seeing. Ooh, these Oracles really playing with fire, but they do pick off a few drones.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision there, just because we have such fast Storm, and this typically, from Stats at least, isn't leading into an earlier push, but maybe just feels a little bit safer having that Storm defensively as he sets up on 4 bases. It is a little bit of a unique kind of variation here from Stats, and I'm sure we'll get a better idea of it as the game progresses. Robo is now going to be on the way a little bit later. Stats just trying to stabilize here on 4 bases.
I wonder what this faster Storm timing helps you against, going Storm before the Robo. Obviously, you get more energy on your Templars, you're going to have the Storm faster. I'm just wondering like what kind of attack that he might be looking for, because I do think it probably gives him less pressure on the map, and obviously less Immortals, as I mentioned before. Ooh. Curious to see, by the way, has there been any kind of... Yeah, exactly right. What's the transition here from Solar? He's on 67 workers, just making roaches and ravages right now.
Yeah, it's a 3-base all-in. Here we go. We cut workers at 67. No workers whatsoever here on the 4th base. And we're knocking down those rocks. We're getting ready for a Queen. Drop a Lord all-in across the map. And Stats... He hasn't confirmed this yet, but he's being active with these Oracles. But it looks like he's still stuck here in the center of the map. He's going to miss the move out.
This looks really good for Solar, I think. If you had to pick a build against someone just going straight for Storm, but he will have Storm ready for this, so it's going to be so important to see what kind of Storms he can get done. Nice blink to protect the Templars, but the Queens are here in the natural already, and okay, first Storm is not too bad. Solar's just going to keep trying to get onto these Templars. I mean, so far this looks great for Solar.
Yeah, I mean, the Storms are looking decent here, but we dive on top of the army, we focus on every single High Templar, the Stalkers as well. There's almost nothing left here to defend. We do have some reinforcements from the right-hand side. We have the Overcharge. With the Overcharge, it was a little bit too far out of range of the army, and Solar, he will break the 3rd. At least he's looking to.
Solar, I think he's really got a amazing timing here, and I don't think Stats is going to be able to hold on, and maybe this is kind of part of the weakness of going for this fast Storm. This Mortal does go down.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same build 2 games in a row, or same kind of playstyle from Stats, rushing to that tech, and Solar punishing it so hard. File's going to be shutting down the would-be shield batteries. Stalkers are falling left and right as well. The blinks are not good enough. Probes are going down as well, and we even picked off that Immortal earlier. We have one more Immortal coming into the fray, but again, Solar, he's still almost maxed out. His macro behind this is insane.
Stats is coping right now. He does play Protoss, but not even Protoss is enough to come back from this situation. So, I mean, to be fair, he does still have the 4th base, but he's just got no units. And Solar's just overwhelming him with Roaches and Ravages. Stats microing his heart out. Oh, the Cybercore goes down as well, and Solar really just cleaning up Stats here.
Yeah, it does clean up, does break through into the natural. GG gets called as Stats loses his final Immortal, and Solar will take the series 2-0. GG.
That was a really, really nice timing from Solar. So he kind of showed, I've got the chops to play kind of a aggressive macro game, dictating the pace of the game. And then he said, okay, let me just macro up, defend, and then just hit a really powerful timing attack. And in both cases, Stats just not quite able to weather the storm, and he's been taken out 2-0.
There you go. GG, well played. And with that, Solar is going to be one of our first to advance on to the semifinals. I say one of our first because we have some other updates coming in. I wanted to praise Su earlier, by the way, because Su, he took down Rainer's Protoss 2-1. He took down Showtime 2-1 as well. Some of the best Protoss players in Europe, but Su did fall to MaxPax. And MaxPax is also, or is our first player to make it to those semifinals.
Very impressive by Su, running the gauntlet of Protoss players. Eventually, his luck did indeed run out, MaxPax taking him out, but definitely not a bad result to take out Showtime, and obviously Rainer as well. Even his off race, his Protoss pretty strong, so not a bad run from Su, but he is unfortunately eliminated. At the same time, obviously Solar hits into the semi-finals after that series, so we're going to be waiting to see the results of Clem and Nightmare Classic against Beyond to see who will round out our top 4 here. Are we going to try to keep following Solar's side? Like, what's our intentions here, Live VIP?
So our intention would be to follow Solar, but welcome everyone to KungFu Cup, to the KFC, and this is a unique tournament where both semifinals are going to be casted. Both semifinals are held, and everyone's going to be casting one and then the other.
Okay, so we're going to be seeing both of the semifinals. That's very exciting.
Oh, exactly. And I'm just quickly checking. So the main stream, the Chinese stream, they're the people that we're going to be following, of course, as they organize the event. A big shout out to SC Boy, a big part of the Chinese StarCraft community and esports community as well. They do a lot for StarCraft. A lot of tournaments are held because of them. They're currently casting Classic versus Beyond. They're currently mid-series. They're in game number 2. If they wrap up, they will most likely follow that into MaxPax first. So most likely the lower semifinals first, then the upper semifinals.
Okay, very interesting. So, do you know who's got the lead in Classic vs Beyond?
Classic is up 1-0.
Classic.
Ah.
He's built like that. Okay.
Yeah, he is built a little bit different. They're in game number 2 right now. They're on Crimson Court as we speak. So we might just kind of chill for a little bit here, waiting for them to wrap up, and then we'll like either jump into game 3 or follow them into MaxPax.
Okay. Alright. So it'll be interesting to see where we go next. Okay. So what can we chat about in the meantime, like VIP? How have you been? So you were in Europe, was it? Not long ago.
Yeah. I spent some time in Europe. You know, I was able to go to IM Katowice. I was able to meet a bunch of people and, you know, embrace StarCraft. And
I heard some stories that people, like, they didn't recognize your face, but they heard your voice and said, "Hold on, who's that handsome man over there? I recognize that voice." Is that true? Did that happen? Were people coming up to you, like being like, "Hey, I've seen you cast," or?
So there were a couple of people that came up to me. They did like double takes, and like when I was in line or when I was like in the crowd, and they came up to me, and I was able to meet a bunch of fans. Actually gave out some autographs as well. There were some people that wanted my signature, which was a really interesting moment for me. Like I've never had to sign something for someone before, so I didn't know what to do. And
it's weird, right? Yeah. It's weird.
And in the moment, I just did my regular signature. Afterwards, I was like, I probably shouldn't have done. I probably should have like come up with my own like live VIP signature or something. But that was after the fact.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of people out there.
You choked it.
I did. There's some people out there with my IRL signature. But
oh god, this guy's like, he's forging some documents right now, you know.
True. Oh god.
He's taking advantage of my VIP.
Oh no. But yeah, it was a beautiful time.
Wait a minute. Wait, I'm sorry. I need to interrupt you. The bracket has refreshed.
It's been up to mate. I'm telling you, Bobby. He's done it before, by the way. You know, if you've been following this play, you've been following Nightmare, you should be on the Nightmare hype train. Tell us what just happened. What just happened?
Be Clem.
Look,
I can't even speak. I'm so impressed. Well, first of all, we are going to see Nightmare later on, and I mean 2-0 against Clem. That is impressive. 2-0 against Clem. 2-0 against Shin. Who else has he taken out here? He's taken down Gumiho. All in this tournament. DNS as well. I mean, to start off, it's not like he's had any kind of easy matches, and he's just kind of cleaning up so far. Oh my god.
Very impressive stuff here from Nightmare. Again, he has been on fire as of late. I don't know what it is, but over the past couple of weeks, past couple of months, Nightmare has just been getting some crazy results here, not just in today's tournament, but just quickly just double checking here. Last week, he 2-0'd Cure, he 2-0'd Gumiho, he 2-1 Oliveira, he took down Estrella, took down, again, a bit of everyone out there. So, yeah, it's really impressive to see. Obviously, it's all about consistency, right? Like, can Nightmare make a habit of this? Can he take down these big names, these big players on a regular basis? This could be the beginning of a trend.
I mean, if he's able to play like this into bigger matches, I mean, these aren't just small results. I mean, to be Clem in a row as well, it kind of indicates that maybe he's leveling up in a big way, and if he could take down Solar, I mean, that would be truly something special. I mean, the Solar looked so good against stats. I mean, so look, today we've casted a lot of PvZ. We saw Goblin play against Lambo. We saw Young Yakov against stats, and Solar really so far has looked a level above those other Zerg players we saw, and the Protoss players, frankly. So, I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing that semi-final.
I am looking forward to it as well. Unfortunately, we missed out on Clem versus Nightmare, so we weren't able to bear witness to that insane result. But again, I'm happy to see Nightmare advancing on, and I'm hoping that maybe we can get a deeper run here, but as you mentioned, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy whatsoever. Solar is one of the best Zerg players in Korea. He's one of the best Zerg players in the world. It's going to be the next big challenge for Nightmare.
I would never have predicted this. I mean, Nightmare, so, like, of all the players on this top end of the bracket, we had Clem, we had Shin.
Come to me, puppy. Come to me. Come.
Okay.
We have lobby. We have lobby.
All right. I'm in some kind of party squad over here. I don't know exactly.
You might have to leave the party and then join my.
Yeah. Let me get out. Let me get out of this party. Get me in there. Get me in. I need this game. Inject it into my veins. Okay. Waiting for an invite. So, how are you feeling, by the way? I know you were struggling for a little while, a bit under the weather. You recovered by now?
I traveled, obviously, of course, to Europe. I traveled to Europe. When I got back, I'm pretty sure I got COVID, like, as soon as I got back. And it wasn't just that I got COVID, but, like, I was under the weather and sick for, like, a solid 2 weeks, like, an extended period of time. It was brutal. It was not great. But I'm better now. I'm better, so it's all good.
Okay, that's good to hear. It's good to hear that you've recovered.
Yeah. It was brutal because obviously, like, we cast you on a daily basis, and to ask me not to cast StarCraft, it was so hard to like wind it back to like actually try to get some rest to recover and stuff like that. So I think I did take it down to like 1 cast a day, or like 1 cast every 2 days sort of thing. I was trying to like take it easy, as easy as I could, but you know, we're all good now. You know, we've recovered on the CranKy Ducklings. Bye.
You are an addict, my friend. You're like, you know, take a day off doing heroin. I mean, I couldn't. I really just couldn't do it. I've got a cast. I need my hit. Oh, okay, all right, my friend. All right, I see how it is. Okay, you're a passionate man, and I like to see it. Both in casting StarCraft and in other ways, I'm sure. We won't go into any further detail about that. So, Classic vs. Beyond. So I don't know if we actually knew who won that series. Oh, okay, so we're jumping in mid-series, is it? This is game 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Here we go. So for those who are unaware, you can see on the screen here, Beyond versus Classic. They were just in game number 2, and we are tied up 1-1. We're getting ready here for the ace match to determine who advances on to face off against Classic first. Who will it be?
I'm a Classic believer. I'm a true believer, Live VIP. I think Classic's gonna do it.
Are you a Classic believer or are you a Protoss believer?
I'm a Classic believer.
Okay.
I'm not a Protoss believer. I don't believe in Protoss like anything. I believe in Protoss when there's I think Protoss has, how do I describe it? It doesn't like at the top level it feels not as easy for Protoss. So, you know, I won't take it for granted that they can just beat these top players. But I think you know, when you're seeing in my lowly ladder games, that's when you really start to see the true power of Protoss come out. But at this level, Live VIP, I think it's really the player, and Classic so far taking out really strong players. It was another Terran he beat. Who did he beat? It was
Cure, right?
Cure. I mean, that's so sick.
Yeah. That is so sick, and we'll see if he can go even further here, because spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Protoss, our blue Protoss player representing Twisted Minds, being forced into the ace match. It is a Classic.
And up in the top right, it's our red Terran player, representing the Rebellion. From Shopify, of course, it is Beyond. Okay, so we're jumping right in here. So game 3, CV out on the map. It did take a bit of an obscure path. I'm not sure if he's just trying to dodge a probe or...
He's going for the eBay block.
Exactly. Oh, he's going for a block.
Yeah, he does manage to get the eBay down on time, but thankfully Classic had a probe that was scouting. He pulls the boys immediately as well, and this eBay is going to be denied. A nice little disruption of the opener here, but Classic is on it.
Of course. I mean, this man is playing out of his mind at the moment, and he's ready to go. He's got the Nexus down. Oh, I'm pumped up. We are so lucky, Live VIP. You know, I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to just get a taste of what you're living on every day, watching these top level, high level games. Just posted up here, hanging out with my main man.
You're like,
just casting some games, just enjoying it. You know
like,
what I mean?
Mate,
like,
you know, I understand the heroin addiction. I get it now. You know,
I'm like, yeah, it's like you know the scene where he tastes the thing, and it's like his eyes like, you know, he's opening, and oh, I get it now. What am I talking about? I get it now. There's a meme. I get it now.
I don't know what the hell you're on about, but sure, I'm
gonna find this. Okay, I'm gonna send this to you. This is me right now. Okay, all right, Live VIP. I'm gonna post this over to you.
Okay.
1 moment.
Okay.
All right, I'll DM that to you, and you just Hold on 1 moment. That is me right now, okay? This is me.
What, you're Danny DeVito?
That's me.
Okay.
I'm Danny DeVito.
Okay.
I get it now.
Okay. You understand.
I understand what's going on. Okay. In the meantime, while I've been sending memes, it's been looks like a really... Oh, the Reaper. Is the Reaper going to die there? Okay, never mind. It's faster than light.
Yeah, the Reaper does manage to slip in and does manage to get away as well. Doesn't quite get into the main base. So far, Classic able to deny the scout. And as I say that, ooh, one more shot. The Reaper does go down.
Nice. Well played by Classic there. Catching a bit of lazy pathing from Bjorn. And that's going to deny a bit more of the scouting. from Beyond on the map, but he does have a Hellion, and that's going to be moving out across the map. We'll see how far he commits with this. Is he going to go in? Is it just going to poke? As the Adept on the other side also getting some information.
Yeah, we have a bit of a skirmish here across another probe, throwing down the spotter pylon. Does get shot down by the Hellion. At the same time, though, Classic shutting down every single Marine. The Adept barely will escape as well, and now we have control of the low ground.
He's going to get at least this first SCV, possibly even two. He's going to take that Adept Shade, but the wall was up in time, and okay, another Marine going down. This has done more than enough damage, and oh, okay, Beyond just in time on raising that depot, and all of a sudden it looks very nice for Classic. A really nice trade, defending everything well, no worries, although was that some probes that went down?
Yeah, that one Hellion that went across the map did actually kill 4 probes across the map, so very nice damage there, very nice counter damage by Beyond, and we're not done, by the way. We did open up 1-1-1, going for a Widowmine Marine drop, but because so many Marines went down, it's only 3 Marines, by the way, so Beyond doesn't actually have that much to threaten Classic.
Yeah, and it looks like Classic is more than ready for this. He's got Blink already. Oh, the Stalkers though, okay. Beyond not going to risk it. Just gonna back up.
Yeah, he does retreat behind this interesting transition here. One, Beyond is going for fast tanks. I mean, he did scout the Twilight Council. He's aware of Blink, so we need his tanks as quickly as possible to defend. But we are going into Banshee production as well with Cloak.
That's unethical. No, don't tell me he's gonna get Banshee speed. That can't be legal. Is he gonna do that live VIP, or is this just Cloak, right?
Thankfully, we're not casting Gumi here. If it was, I wouldn't put it past him. But I don't think we're gonna double down that much here. But Cloak Banshees can do a surprising amount of damage. Again, Banshees are very unorthodox in this matchup. They can really catch a Protoss player off guard, and if they're not quite in position with detection, then we can get a lot of economic damage done.
Holding my breath. I just want to see what he does after this next Banshee pops out. Okay, it sounds like he lifted it up, so he's just going to go into Medivacs. It's just going to be the 2 Banshees with Cloak. And so far, I don't think Classic knows just yet. Beyond the hiding those on the right side of the map. And what's he got? What's Classic got here? Does he have detection? Like, what's his setup? I think this is going to do a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, I mean, we have observers on the map, but that's the thing, they're on the map right now, so we'll see if we can manage to slip in. Banshees are on the way. At the same time, the main army pushing right through the center. I love this here by Beyond. He's going to try and distract Classic, keep his attention out in the open while he goes to the backstab.
I love it. Exactly. And okay, the shade is cancelled in time, and these tanks are bugging out a little bit on this. Okay, trying to get to the watchtower. But basically, if he can distract Classic while he goes in with the Banshee. So here we go. Oh, Classic did have some. Okay, he's in. Classic reacts, but a lot of probes going down already. 6, 7, 8 probes, 9 probes, 10 probes. This is already big damage, and there's no observers over here, so there's more probes going down in the natural. I mean, Classic.
Keep counting, Bobby. Keep counting.
60, 17, 17 probes. Oh my lord, that is so many probes going down. Beyond, really nice move, and he's got full control over the middle of the map here. Setting up, he's flew his 3rd base over. I mean, let's check in on the probe count. 47 probes to 57 SCVs. That was a very big win for Beyond. I just love how he did that. Hit those Banshees, snuck in, got a lot of damage done.
Yeah, as you can see here, like Cloak Banshees, they can do a surprising amount. I mean, 17 workers, that's over a mineral line. That is an insane amount of damage dealt, and now Classic is falling behind. He has to try to recover in somehow, some way, but as he's building up his ground-based army, I mean, Beyond, he's so well set up in the center of the map, he's ready for any kind of move out.
See if he's gonna be able to get anything more done with the Banshees. And now it's so frustrating when Banshees get a lot of damage and then they just leave, and you're always just like worried about them. Like they're on the map somewhere, they're being annoying, and whenever you need it the least, they're gonna somehow cause problems for you. Okay, there they are spotting. Shout, Classic. Is Classic trying to go? It seems like he's trying to go around. Yep, he's going to spot that with a Marine, so well prepared. Okay, he's on sieging.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh my god, this game is about to get so messy.
Yeah, Bjorn is racing back home, by the way. Classic, he might be able to read him. No, he will not. Bjorn does get it just in time. Tank's a little bit late to the party, but saw the Colossi. Banshees across the map getting even more economic damage done, and Classic is pushing in.
This is so messy. Classic is so committed here, and I just don't know. Oh, the Ghosts just walking in. They do get, I think, one EMP off, but really not enough. And this warping of Zealots, I do think Classic, it looks like he's going to get a lot done. The question is can he get out of here with his army intact? I mean, Beyond's supply is dropping like crazy. A lot of SCVs going down, and all of a sudden Classic, with this really decisive move, just runs around the edge of the map, walks into the natural, and he is going to get the recall off. Okay, the Colossus does go down.
It does with that one Colossus, but those are beautiful force fields, by the way. When Classic made his way into the natural, he just completely force field that wall, or force field that opening, and Bjorn just could only just stare and watch as his mineral line got eviscerated. And with that, Classic, he's bouncing back in the economy. Did lose a Colossus, which was brutal, but at least he has more or less evened up that work account.
Nice moves from both players. Beyond just not quite aware enough to pull back in time. I don't think he expected Classic to just YOLO it on the top end of the map. He did see Classic moving up that way with the army, but I assume he just thought, oh, okay, Classic's taking a fourth over here or something to that effect. And no, actually, Classic was going for an attack, and he gets out with just about all of his units. He did lose the one Colossus at the end, but wiping out a whole mineral line himself, so both players going blow for blow here.
Yeah, still very back and forth. The Prism into the main base gets a couple of Zealots in, but it looks like we should be able to clean this up. We have the Vikings chasing this down. At the same time, the main army posturing outside. The Observer is caught out, so Classic will be a little bit more in the dark as to whether or not Bjorn is in position, and Classic is going to have to back off, especially with the sensor tower finishing up. Bjorn, he's secure.
Exactly right. So both players here just trying to establish their economy, get up to the next stage of the game. You can see two bases coming down here at the same time here for Classic, as he gets a fourth and a fifth base here on the gold. Similarly for Beyond, he's going to look to start to move over to that fourth base location. Fourth base location. In English, that's how we say that. I don't know what was coming out of my mouth just now, but
it's just a little bit of Konglish coming out. You know, you're Hangul, you're Korean. It's just too good. It just wants to get out of you. Oh my god.
Yeah, just exploding out of me.
Oh god. That's as we see Classic getting ready for a bit of a counterattack. We have a third robo on the way for triple disruptor production here from the side of Classic. And yeah, we are just kind of settling into a bit of a longer game. Both players, as you were mentioning before, just taking their halves of the map, just trying to gain map control, knocking down these rocks, and settling into a longer game.
Bjorn somehow strategically supply blocking himself here. Obviously, that these two tanks.
Not bad, tanks go down, but was it a bait? Because the Marauders, they come in for a bit of a flank. They pick off only a handful of Stalkers. A better trade here for Classic as he distracts the main army. Zealot Runby coming in from the right-hand side.
I think he's going to get quite a bit with his Zealot Runby. He's going to pick up that tank, and he's going to get on the SCV line. And oh, he's not even going to commit all of the Zealots. Nice move by Classic. And Bjorn is doing sort of a challenge where he's going to try and beat Classic without using the last 20 supply that he has access to. And as I say that, he does finally drop the depots that he needs. So he does catch up on that aspect, and that's going to be nice to kind of finally max out and have the quality of army. But nice little moves from Classic so far. And like you said, 3 robos, pumping out units. He's going to have a lot of high-tech units, 3 immortals now getting added on, and Bjorn, he does have ghosts, but he's got to look for a little bit more than that.
Yeah, decent EMPs with the Novas go off, and remember the tank count was reset, by the way. No defensive tanks at the 4th base or at the 3rd. Zealot Runby comes in, going to be distracting the main army, and Classic, can he break through once again? More SCVs getting picked up.
I really like the way that Classic is approaching this. He's not like trying to win the game off this. He's just saying, all right, let me just pick away at you, get a bit of damage here and there, a bit of damage here and there. I'll keep my SCV, my Zealots alive, and not commit too much. So I think he's really trading well, and in the meantime, Beyond here is going to look towards Liberators with range, I believe, in the long run.
Yeah, as Nova goes off, decent connections here on some of these Marauders as well. Good EMPs, one Colossus does go down, but still a better trade for Classic as Beyond pushes through the right-hand side. I believe the Fusion Core has completed for those eventual Liberators, but we're not there yet.
Zealots are finally caught out, but at the same time, is it the Zealots caught out or is it the Terran army caught out? Because these Medivacs are not going to be able to get out alive, and a lot of the EMPs going off. So I think this whole army is going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, at the same time, Beyond trying to come in from behind, but he's a little bit too little too late. The army gets cleaned up here, and Classic he still maintains his position, still has a hefty Disruptor army as well. Novas are going off, and we do force Beyond further and further back.
Beyond looks like he's in trouble here as another wave of Zealots come in and they're getting on the Terran army, and okay, Nova on an Immortal, which is not what you want if you're Classic, but he's still up 60 supply now as he whops in 12 more Zealots. Where are they? Are they going to be joining the main army? Nope, they're going to be heading straight to the third base. Here come the boys marching across. Alright, here we go, lads. Well, alright, he's not going to, okay, he's going to wait. And Terran does spot it, but at the same time he does not spot Protoss getting onto this planetary.
The Novas are going to go off. Big connections in the middle line. 11 SCVs going to be going down, and the base will fall. Beyond does pivot back around, but no, he does actually go towards those Zealots instead. Could try to go for a base trade, as there's just no saving these bases here towards the north as we force a recall.
Oh god, Beyond, he was not ready for the recall, and GG. Classic. Excellent game. Excellent game out of Classic. So mature, the way he was doing the run-bys, controlling the game, and Beyond, he just couldn't keep a hold of it. And just really collapsed at the end there. I mean, gets some of his army picked off, then takes a bad fight, then gets caught out of position, and then the whole game just exploded all at once, it seemed like, for Beyond. And Classic, not a bad game, and is that 2-1 now? So he's going to advance to the semifinals.
There we go. He does advance on to the semifinals. The last Terran has fallen. We had a lot of big Terran names, by the way. We had Clem, we had Beyond, we had Cure, but one by one they all did fall, and now we have our semifinals ready for us. We have Nightmare versus Solar, and we also have Classic versus MaxPax.
Okay, so it's going to be the Korean Protoss against a European Protoss. And on the other side, Nightmare, another Korean Protoss player, going to be fighting against Solar. So I'm looking forward to, I assume we're going to be jumping into the PvP first, but obviously we'll wait and see if that gets confirmed. And we'll see if it's going to be a PvZ or a PvP final coming up after these two play out.
Yeah, definitely. Again, if you are a Terran fan, I do apologize, as Terran players have since been eliminated. But because, I mean, there were some insane upsets. There was some crazy upsets going on, and again, who could have foreseen
the Terran
Nightmare?
Players, they don't work as hard, you know? Like, they just, the Protoss players, the Zerg players, they put the work in. They practice, they work harder than the Terran players. So if you want to see Terran players making it further in the bracket, they need to be working harder, like VIP, okay? They need to be practicing more, okay? So that's what you need to be saying if you're a Terran fan. You need to go tweet at your favorite Terran player and let them know that they need to practice more, okay? That's a healthy mindset and a great way to be a fan of your favorite players.
Definitely, as we have our lobby, by the way, and if you could join us in game, we have our first semifinals. We have an answer to your question. Again, two very hard-working players here. No Terrans.
Exactly right. No Terrans involved.
Okay.
The Terran players, you know, they just get so much for so little, and for once they're being punished.
Oh my god. Calm down, Poppy, calm down. As we're diving into our semifinals, it is going to be a Zerg versus Protoss between Solar and Nightmare. Again, Solar, he is the last non-Protoss player left in the tournament. Can we avoid the PvP mirror matchup finals?
Well, whether we can or we can't, I'm excited either way, because Nightmare has been taking down top top players all day today, and Solar has looked so good. If Nightmare can take down Solar, then he must be in top tier form. And if Solar takes down Nightmare, I mean, I think we can already say that Solar looks like he's playing very well. But it'll be very impressive for him to take out. Solar's in a chatty mood today. Maybe this is part of his strategy.
Oh, he is. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our South Korean Protoss player. Oh, TT Snoge, papi. We have Nightmare. What do you have for us? What are the translations?
I'm working at it. Look, I don't know what the bottom one says. Solar does say it's scary. All right, I'm having a closer look. It says, okay, I have no idea. There's too much. There's too many references going on. There's a player called Jung Wook. I don't know. I don't know if that is referring to a player. Maybe that's Stats' name. I don't know. Stats. Let's have a look. No, it's not. So I have no idea what they're talking about.
That's all good. Because
they are chatting like crazy. And in the top right, sorry for interrupting, it is of course from Team Vitality, it is Solar.
Here.
My gosh, they are so chatty.
Yeah, hold on. I got you, papi. I got you. Google Translate. Let's see if I can keep up with
I mean, I've had a look, but they're really working hard here, working overtime. Okay, it says, Solar says, on YouTube, I'm going to be taxidermied. Tough game.
See, I'm going to be stuffed on YouTube. And Nightmare saying he's not recording.
Stuff.
People hate it. Solar saying, please upload as a replay. Has Nightmare been, has he been uploading on YouTube? Is that what's going on right now? Like, they're talking, like, from my understanding, I think Solar was saying that, like, hey, if you beat me, you better not upload this. And then Nightmare is threatening him to upload.
I hope Nightmare uploads it. I would love to see what's going on. Maybe Nightmare's a content creator.
Yeah, maybe. I have to look that up because I know there are players like Shin. I know like Shin has a YouTube channel and he's been uploading a lot, but maybe Nightmare has as well. Not too sure.
Nightmare going for a Stargate. So DVZ, nothing special so far. We're just getting another nice little game out of our players, and really tonight it's been a study in Protoss vs Zerg.
Yeah,
really just entering the minds of the best both races have to offer, seeing what they're cooking, what they're up to. But Solar's sat on the king of the hill.
He has sat on that hill, even on the king as well. I don't know if you noticed, but specifically, you know, whenever I get a caster, whether it's like Asher, if a Terran, or yourself, or even a Protoss player, I try to cater the players that we cast to you. So I know how much you love ZVP. You're actually pretty good at it, from what I hear. So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, I could cater to your strengths as well.
Thank you for that, and I'm obviously a big fan of this matchup.
Yeah.
Actually, unironically, I really do like it. I really enjoy the dynamics. So a Void Ray coming out from Nightmare is going to indicate the possibility of some kind of mischief out of him. It could also be a bit of a mind game, right? So you can get a Void Ray and just say, you're not going to see anything, okay? I'm denying your scouting. I'm going to be safe. And so it's up to you to kind of work out what's going on, Solar.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure.
Let's see.
I'm sure everyone in the chat is aware of what I'm about to say, but we've been casting a lot of Nightmare as of late. Nightmare, he thrives in the mid game. He does quite often open up Void Ray. So unlike some of the other Protoss players out there, Nightmare, he's not the most standard of players. He can be very chaotic and very unpredictable. And just like that, Twilight Council gets thrown down. I don't see a Forge alongside this. More gateways are on the way. This feels like Glaive Adepts.
Interesting. Okay. We'll see. Okay, 2 more Adepts swapping in. So the Void Ray is looking for Overlords, is not going to find any, so Solar is on top of that, and he's got Queens in position. Ooh, okay, he does notice that Oracle in time. Going to chase it away, and it is going to be the Resonating Glaives coming out here from Nightmare, well predicted by Light VIP, and again an Evo Chamber first from Solar, so he's got to be careful. You will need a Roach Warren against this.
He will need that.
Oh, the Void Ray!
Oh, no, we did leave it idle. The Void Ray goes down. Good pick off here from Solar. Good start. And as it goes down, we have gases being taken. A Roach Warren, thankfully for Solar, is on the way.
So the important thing to do here is you really need to see the Adept count as Solar. It's really your only way to kind of identify this build is to poke at the front and see a lot of Adepts warping in. So 2 more is not enough to really say anything. Oh, he is going to dive on and grab that last Adept that he was attacking earlier. 3 Adepts on the map, that's not enough to indicate anything.
Yeah, not enough of an indication yet, but more Adepts are being warped in. How many Adepts do we have in total? We have 12 Adepts, soon to be 13 Adepts, and now they've been spotted. The Shades have been scouted, and Solar did drone up a little bit, but he should be making Roaches behind this. He's fully walling off as a natural.
He's going to be ready. He's going to be able to stop the Adepts from getting into his natural base with that wall. A very critical maneuver to defend well against this kind of a push. So he's already got the Evo Chamber down, and you can see Nightmare. He's already just working away at this this destructible rocks, trying to jump in. And oh, I thought he was going to take that for a moment, but decides against it. Going to see if he can deny this base. This would be a very nice denial if he can do it, and it does look like he will be able to cancel the base.
I'm getting deja vu. He did the same build and the same outcome here against Raynor, where he denies the 4th base. He keeps his Zerg player contained to 3 bases for as long as possible, and behind this we have a gateway explosion, 4 more gateways on the way, a second rover, and a bay as well for disruptors or colossi.
And actually behind the Solar is going for the Spire. So perhaps Creator, not crazy in the last game we saw. And we'll see how that goes. That is going to be ready, and I think he's easily going to force another cancel, pick off the drone, and where do the Adepts go here though? The Roach is going to, I think he's just going to stay. I don't think he's going to take the, oh, he does choose to take it actually, and the Lings are busy counterattacking it. These Adepts are still on the map, still pressuring. Solar is looking for some counter damage.
Yeah, Blink is not done, by the way. No shield battery, no overcharge. Stalkers are going to be going down. Good pickups here from Solar. At the same time, the Adepts have not completed, as only 3 Adepts have gone down. These have been some very nice trades here from Nightmare, as he wants that 4th base for a 3rd time. Oh. He gets it.
He's canceling this base so much. This is almost game winning for Nightmare.
I mean, Nightmare with that gateway explosion is on that gateways. He's going for a 3-base all in. He's going for a follow-up 3-base all in with Colossus, with reinforcements, and this is gonna hit like a truck. And Solar, it's not just his economy that's been impacted, but his production as well. Like, I don't know if he's gonna have enough to defend it.
It's gonna be tough though, because the mutas are going to hit before Nightmare's had a chance to move out. Although, as I say that, he is looking to get on the map a little bit now. And it's going to be an important decision here. Does he just choose to go for it? If he does, okay. Oh, he's not sure. He's not sure. He can't make up his mind. I do think coming home, I do think it is the correct choice. I don't think he could have risked it all to go across the map just yet. So he's going to try and solidify what he's got a little bit more. And Solar's adding on more mutas. It looks like Solar's really setting up just to go for the base trade here. And it's going to be a real worry here for Nightmare.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, to go for the base trade, to try to keep the Protoss player back at home. Nightmare wanted to hit with his all-in already, by the way, but he's stuck at home because of those mutas. This is best case scenario for Solar. Solar, he's rebuilding, he's replaced that 4th base, and finally, it's getting up and running.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, the game looked like Nightmare was just going to push through and kill Solar. Those mutas came in, forced the Protoss player home. Nightmare not quite sure whether he should stay or should he go. He decides to stay, and now all of a sudden he's a 3-base Protoss just warping in Blink Stalkers, and there's a really high Mutalisk count, a lot of Zerglings, and now it's like Nightmare, he just really has no opportunity to push anymore. He's stuck on 3 bases against a Mutalisk player, no Phoenixes in sight. In the long run, it's really hard to see how he can do anything against this from Solar.
Exactly. I mean, we pick off a couple of mutas. Sure, that's great, but we're keeping the army back at home, and we're containing the Protoss to 3 bases as we pick off the Stalkers. We just collapse on the army. Solar, he goes to the dive.
He's picking off Stalker after Stalker, and at the same time, those Lings are active on the other side, and Nightmare has lost so much here, and Okay, he's trying to get something done against this push, but the mutas are just doing so much damage. Finally, enough Stalkers are here, but more and more units, probes, pylons, shield batteries, all getting picked off. The Observer here, oh dear, I don't know how much died on this side. It looks like Solar really fought everything there with his Roach Lane. Only one Colossus left alive, and all of a sudden, I mean, Nightmare just looks like he is in deep trouble.
Yeah, the wind has been taken out of his sails, and as you mentioned, there was so much momentum going for Nightmare. It felt like everything was going well, everything was going right, and then the mutas arrived. Then the mutas did show up, and we dive on top of the armor. We collapse here on the final Colossus. It does go down. Prism's a little bit too late to juggle. Prism gets focused as well, and Nightmare is just falling apart here.
My VIP Solo makes me want to play StarCraft. He's so cool. I just can't believe it. He got his fourth base cancel like 3 or 4 times, and he said, "I'm fine. Just gonna play mutas, no problem. Handled, job done." And he takes the first game.
GG, very well played. Solar in a very difficult position, a brutal position. Things looking dire for him, but Solar, he does not give up. He knows that if he loses here, he's going to be uploaded to YouTube. That's the worst fate you could imagine. So, again, Solar able to bounce back.
Stakes are high.
The stakes are high. And Solar, he is 1 game away from advancing on into the grand finals.
Solar looks so good. Every game I've seen from him so far has been class. That game was really good. I mean, it just seems like Solar's playing at such a high level at the moment. Nightmare, it seemed like he was fine. Could he have just committed with the attack there? It would have been, it was just such a hard decision. If he had some Stalkers to deflect the mutas, let's say he had those Stalkers not out on the map. He had the Stalkers there, he could have left 10 Stalkers at home and committed with the rest of his army. With Warpens, he would have been okay to deflect those mutas. And it seemed like he just couldn't quite make up his mind. He wished he had a few more Stalkers so that he could supplement with Warpens at home. And in the end, he did pull back. It looked like Solar just caught him at the worst possible moment with the muta transition or tech switch, and Nightmare was just not able to recover.
He wasn't able to recover from there, and now we find ourselves in game number 2. It's brutal here. It's only a best of 3. No more missteps, no more mistakes here available for our Protoss for our Zerg player either. In the top left-hand corner, 1 game away from making it into the grand finals. We have representing Team Vitality leading the series 1-0. It is Solar.
And down here on the bottom right, his opponent in the blue, playing Protoss, of course, it is Nightmare. So curious to see if it's going to be another 15 hatch idea. It is actually a block scout timing, and he has chosen to go for the drones this time, and he does have to go towards the 3rd base.
Yeah, is forced to take the unnatural natural instead. Nightmare in position, hatchery has been taken, and a nice little start here for Nightmare. Solar forced to embrace, you know, this more, I guess, an opener that has become quite standard as of late. You know, it's a rarity here to expand on location, and Solar, he has something to say about it.
I think Solar would be the world champion if he was allowed to type in every tournament. It seems like he's just able to get the mental damage in, and it just makes a big difference to his performance.
Okay, so Solar, he was like, are you playing like mental warfare right now? Are you playing mind games? And Nightmare was like, maybe. And Solar's like, oh, I learned a lesson. It's like, oh. And then I think he called him like Dr. Nightmare. They're laughing about it. Like he's calling him like a psychologist, you know, because of the mental battles. Yeah.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
One nice little move I want to point out is Nightmare. He with the probe scout, he kind of intentionally held it a little bit back, like he patrolled it for a moment and then came in at the last possible second of the natural. And on this map, you can actually hide that probe there just out of vision, and more times than I care to imagine. I've accidentally thought, oh, I'm all good, I can take my natural base, and then, oh, there was a probe hiding, and it gets blocked, and it's just so sad. Now, Solar had already committed to taking the third. Maybe his Overlord saw the probe, and Nightmare didn't quite know, but a nice move from Nightmare. And this probe, I do think, is going to get away. Yeah, Zerglings forced back. There will be an Adept on the map.
Yeah, so once again, we're getting into our standard opener. I mean, I say standard, it's a Stargate, but as Nightmare has shown us, he is willing to invest and to indulge in Void Ray based openers as well. I would not be opposed to like a Void Ray based opener here in game 2 and just going for a standard game. Like, you don't have to be crazy, you don't have to take up into Glaives or into Sky Toss. You can still play standard games out of it, but not going to be a Void Ray, going to be the Oracle.
Yeah, exactly right. I guess if you do play Void Ray and then immediately take a third base, it does narrow kind of part of the strength of the Void Ray is that you are hiding what's going on. If you go and take a 4-minute third, Zerg can sort of go, all right, well, I know it's not going to be like fastest possible Adepts. I know it's not going to be some kind of weird Stargate follow-up or anything like that, so it's not going to be like Archon drop, for example. So in this case, obviously it's not going to be the Void Ray, so this is going to allow him to take this really fast third base, and he's not going to have to worry about anything like that. And he's actually going to get some damage as well. 2 drones.
2 drones, gets away, really only taking a shield damage. I spoke too soon, a bit of hull damage there, but it looks like he gets a 3rd drone as well, and he gets the hell out of there. At the same time, Solo being active on the map, moving out with his Lings. Nightmare is back at home in position with the 2nd Oracle and Adepts as well.
Solar seems to really like making a round of Lings around this point. I guess partly you can obviously defend against any Adepts on the map, and also partly you just look for any kind of mistakes. Like if the 2 Oracles are being a little bit too greedy getting on the map, if the Stalker's too greedy, he has picked off a Stalker we've seen before, and it looks like he's going to grab the Adepts here by the Oracles over by the Stalker. 1 Adept goes down, Solar does get out. Both players probably satisfied with that trade.
Yeah, a bit of a trade there, back and forth between the players. Nightmare transitioning into a Twilight Council and a Forge. Should be +1 and Blink. Again, everything looking a little bit more normal. I do appreciate that Nightmare is playing like this as well, showing us he doesn't have to be cheesy, doesn't have to be overly aggressive. He can still play out a standard game and still take it here to a player of the caliber of Solar.
Exactly right, and again, this is very, very normal. Here comes the Adept pressure. At the same time, these Oracles are going to look to pick some things off. He could grab these drones here that are, okay, he's gone to his 3rd base, but I was worried about the drones at the natural that were out of range of the spore, but Nightmare doesn't go for it. Instead, he's picking off some Zerglings. Nightmare looking good so far, and there's been a lot of gateways and no gases taken yet, so I think that we're going to have a very, very heavy Blink Stalker pressure. 4th base, though, maybe is going to go down.
Yeah, it's interesting here. You know, with that gateway explosion, we're not going for any kind of earlier Templar Archives to go into Storm or going to Archons. We do once again rock up at the 4th base. Can we force another cancel? At the same time, we catch some Stalkers across the map. Up.
No battery does go down, and these 2 Stalkers... this is the silliest fight I've seen. I mean... Okay, gets a probe, neither of these are doing any damage. Like, the Lings are taking almost no damage from the Stalkers, and okay, at the same time, a fight in the map. I mean, these players are fighting everywhere all at once. Solar trying to get in with these Zerglings.
And he does manage to get 1 Stalker on the right-hand side, but he's being cleaned up. Nightmare, he will defend. Solar does confirm that 4th that is on the way. But as you mentioned, we have the Prism in production. 2 more gateways as well, and really just double checking it, that's going to be 8 gates in total from Nightmare. Going to be very aggressive behind this with Blink Stalkers.
The problem is that Solar's gone for the +1 melee, and that's really strong against these kind of Blink Stalker builds. So he's going to have possibly Hydra Ling ready against this, and Hydra Ling is almost exactly what you want against these kind of builds. And so if Soul's going to have a Hydra Ling ready and there's not any kind of transition to tech units, it's going to become really difficult for Nightmare really quickly. And you can already see how much work these Lings are doing with this kind of counterattack. Getting on these units, these Stalkers do almost nothing to the Lings, and at the same time, oh, Nightmare! Okay. Okay, I think 2 Stalkers did go down there, and 3 more just left to die.
Yeah, Nightmare bleeding a little bit too much here. 5 Stalkers in total, 6 Stalkers in total do go down in that trade. Very nicely done by Solar, getting ready for another backstab, another counterattack, and despite the aggression that Nightmare trying to put out there, is forced to pull back home, to chill, and to take up into a second robot, into a bay, into Colossus production. Solar has map control.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know if he saw some Hydralisks or if he's just intuited based on the link count and the lack of roaches, but clearly he's kind of recognized that the Hydras are going to be coming out. Hydralink Bane is the composition, and if he can get some Colossus out, that's going to do so well against this, but is that going to be possible? Like, does he have, okay, it's 2 Colossus in production, extended thermal lens as well.
Yeah, the problem here is that Solar has so much momentum going his way, and he's already pushing. He's running up to 68, that's 3-way saturation, not making any more drones. He's maxing out here, or looking to push towards that natural before the Colossi come out.
Oh, this is so scary. I just don't know if Nightmare has enough units. He's trying to fight against these Zerglings, but they've got +1. They're so powerful, and now the Hydras are here. The Banelings rolling in, and more Lings from the side. There's nothing here for Protoss.
Yeah,
those Zealots, they don't even have charge yet.
They don't have charge Banelings. They roll into the Zealots as well, chasing down those probes. Good reaction out of Nightmare. He does save most of those workers. One Baneling does not get in, but at the same time, Nightmare is losing control of his 3rd base, and we're losing control of the entire army as well. Colossus has arrived, but they're on their own. What is there to support?
The base is going to go down. This 4th base, I think, as well, is in trouble. All of these probes will die. GG is called. Solar, 2-0.
GG, well played. Congratulations here on Solar. He is our first finalist of this week's KungFu Cup. He takes down Nightmare 2-0. Solar going to be waiting for the winner of our next series.
Solar looked so good. Solar just looks really good. I mean, I'm Max Packs and Classic. Whoever's coming out of this other semi-final, they better be in top form if they're going to be able to take out Solar.
Oh yeah, they need to be in top form, and are they? We're about to find out. Again, we have been neglecting the lower half of the bracket. Like, we've been focusing the entirety of our attention in the upper half, following players like Nightmare, following players like Solar, and now we can have a glimpse at what Max Pax is looking like. We've been avoiding him the entire night, but there's only we can only avoid him for so long, as he's now in a PvP versus Classic.
Max Pax, of course, really very strong. One of the best Protoss players in the world. I think, if I'm not wrong, I saw recently, is he on Oligalac? He's like got a very, very high score. Let me have a look at it. He might have overtaken, he might be #1 on Oligalac or something to that effect. Okay, he's 3rd in the world on Oligalac. So behind Clem and Maru, I know because Cyril dropped off. So now it's a fierce competition for the top spot.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Again, MaxPax is very active in the online tournament scene. I mean, that's all he can be active in, to be fair, but has been putting in the work when it comes to ESL Open Cup Europe, ESL Open Cup Americas as well, and even events like this, like the KungFu Cup. Oh boy, so this is going to be a wild PvP. I look forward to it. I'm always excited whenever MaxPax goes up against the Korean Protoss players. Like Hero and Classic, they're both cut from the same cloth. They're both very aggressive, and they're both more than willing to try to punish the greed of MaxPax in these PvPs. And more often than not, they can punish it as well. So I'm ready. I'm excited.
Definitely. It's going to be interesting if there's any kind of clash of styles here out of these 2 Protoss players. We didn't see either. We saw Stats playing we saw Stats against Goblin earlier, so we'll see. I'm curious, you know, obviously as a Zerg player, I don't exactly have too much familiarity with this matchup, so I'm curious to see, like, you know, is it going to be different, a different look from these guys, or it's going to be a similar style? It's always fun to learn a little bit more about this fantastic game that we all love.
Definitely. I mean, I'm sure you're aware of a certain play style that our player here likes to flex in this matchup. But here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner. We have the Danish Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax.
And in the bottom left, it's the blue Protoss from Twisted Minds. Classic.
And very quickly, before we get into this, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think is going to advance on into the grand finals. Will it be our European Protoss or the Korean Protoss player? It is up to you to place your bets and get your gamba going. I forgot to do predictions last series. I'm supposed to do it. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Pointed live VIP.
But here we go. We're loading into, for the first time tonight, Dynasty. Dynasty is our map of choice. And Ryan, as a Zerg player, do you have any thoughts on this map?
It's just a bit annoying.
Okay.
I don't hate it that much. I mean, I do veto it, but I think it is. It's just very hard because as Zerg player, you just can't really take the gold, and everyone gets it for free, and they get to abuse you over there, and it's just very annoying. So I think particularly against Terran, it's really hard. You have a more opportunity to meme against Protoss, which at least gives you some fun on this map. Ooh, proxy pylon.
Yes, so a couple of big things just happened here, because I agree, and the case is the same in PvP. You avoid the gold. You cannot take the gold base in a PvP because they have prevalent stalkers and adepts are. You'll be punished and you'll not be able to mine whatsoever. MaxPax did open up gate expand off of a single gas geyser, so very greedy. It was just straight up gate into Nexus before second gas, before Cybercore. Classic scouted, and upon scouting the greed of MaxPax, one base all in. 2 gateways back at home, proxy across the map with a robo. Now the game becomes, can MaxPax survive this, or can Classic punish the greed of our Danish Protoss?
Okay, so you have to think that MaxPax has something prepared for this kind of ability. He is dropping a shield battery, but I mean, if there's an Immortal getting chronoed out here shortly, a Stargate, is he going to make a Void Ray or an Oracle to counterattack? I mean, don't like this for MaxPax at all.
I mean, he's a professional when it comes to defending in this situation, so this should be, we could go one of two ways. Oracle first, then Void Ray, or just straight into the Void Rays. As you mentioned, Void Rays, they play a key part in defending that. We go Void Rays are on the way. Shield batteries overcharge as well, but it is going to be a clutch defense. Now, we're going for a Warp Prism first. Interesting choice here by Classic. This does mean that he doesn't have to push towards the natural. It means that if he wanted to, he could even try to elevator into the pocket base, for example, and bypass the defenses of MaxPax.
That would be really cool if he went for something like that. So he could possibly choose to delay a bit here, get the Wall Prism out, keep warping in Stalkers. I'm not sure that MaxPax has actually seen this proxy. Yeah, has he seen it? I mean, let's have a look.
Not quite.
He hasn't found it. He is looking around with the probe, so he is questioning. You know, he knows there's no expansion, and if this Adept gets into the base, he'll... Okay, he sees a lot of Stalkers, and the Adept is in the base.
Yeah, the Adept does get in. The Adept does confirm that there's no expansion. We're going straight for the natural. We're not going towards that pocket. And there's one Void Ray, one Stalker to defend. There's barely any units here.
Forces out the battery overcharge, and so far so good for MaxPax, but there's going to be more Stalkers coming in, and I'm really worried about this idea that you mentioned of just bypassing the natural altogether and just going straight into main base.
Yeah, he's going
for the... if Classic is going to go for something like that.
He's going for the pylon as well, diverting here towards the Void Rays even. The first Void Ray is going to be shut down. The Voids are being pulled so far. Good juggling out of MaxPax. Does preserve his army, and the overcharge is on cooldown, as you mentioned. We could try to bust in once again. Oh, he's not stopping.
This is really scary for MaxPax. He's making Void Rays as fast as he can, but I mean, Zealots, Adepts, they're just not what he needs right now. He's got 3 shield batteries, but they're slowly being drained of energy.
Yeah, Classic is waiting at the Pulsar Beam. The Prismatic Alignment was activated. Now it runs out on the Void Rays. They're that much weaker, and now we can try to punish them as well. There are some shield batteries that are finishing up. Overcharge is almost about to come off of cooldown. It is off of cooldown, by the way, but the Nexus is getting very low.
I think the Nexus will go down here for sure. Another shield battery overcharge does go off, but it just doesn't look like MaxPax is getting close to getting enough to overwhelm this. It seems like Classic can just kind of keep making the same moves, slowly chipping away, and this base looks all but dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's 16 Stalkers. 16 Stalkers are 3 Void Rays. I know Void Rays are good. I know Overcharge is good, but now Overcharge has run out. We dive on the arm. We focus down one of the Void Rays. We get the second Void Ray as well. We did pick off a couple of Stalkers, but for the most part, Classic still has an overwhelming army.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks like a really nice reaction from Classic. And MaxPax is forced to tap out here in game 1.
GG, well played. Again, MaxPax, he is known for his greedy play in this matchup, but even then, even though he's known for greed, MaxPax went for the greediest build possible. He went for a straight-up gate expand. Usually he goes for at least a Cybercore first into tech first with a second gas geyser, so this is like the greediest build you can go for in PvP, and Classic responded beautifully to that.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, decisive, strong play. It's hard to see exactly where MaxPax even went wrong necessarily. Like, if you're going to go for that kind of build and you can be reactively punished like that, not great. And I guess we'll see what he chooses to go for, if he sticks with that build, or he's going to play a little bit safer here in the second game of the series.
Yeah, the maps are so important as well when it comes to PvP. We're going to be loading into Side Delta as game number one, and one of the big features of Side Delta is a ramp at the natural. Because of this ramp, going for a greedy build like the one that MaxPax went for is a lot more viable on this map. It's even commonplace. It's a lot more common for both players to open up gate expand instead of 2 gate openers because of the defender's advantage, because of the high ground. So really, I'm looking at Classic. I'm looking to see if he opens up economically as well, or if he tries to all in on Side Delta, which is that much more difficult to pull off on.
Interesting. That makes a lot of sense. And you know what else makes sense is our Danish Protoss player up in the top left of the map, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. He's the Max who packs.
He is. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player leading the series 1-0, representing Twisted Minds, going for the pylon on the low ground as both players are setting up for their expansions. It is Classic.
Okay, very similar builds to start us off here. Probe's gonna kiss in the middle of the map, perhaps.
Oh.
A little drive-by, a little high-five on the way through.
Yeah, unfortunately, no head move.
Okay, already a deviation though.
Yes.
A second gas out of MaxPax and only the one from Classic.
Yep.
So Classic is going to look to take the expansion a little bit faster. MaxPax instead choosing to delay it a little bit.
Yes, exactly. So the turns have tabled. Suddenly, Classic is going to be the more greedy player. Now we should be punishing this with the pylon blocks. Here we go. The probes are being active for both players, and we should be seeing pylons to force out Zealots to delay and to try and disrupt the opener of Classic as he's forced to take a gas.
Yeah, so both players kind of forced to sort of normalize a little bit onto the same kind of track. Although MaxPax does have a little bit more gas, so we will be seeing his tech building perhaps a little bit earlier. So we'll see as the Cybernetics core comes up what both players choose to go into. And still no Nexus able to go down yet.
Yeah, so this should be a Stargate from both players. And there we go, Stargate is thrown down. Now, I hope you're ready for the best part of PvP. Specifically, if we end up in a gate expand versus gate expand, it usually leads into Stargate versus Stargate, and because both players know what's going on, it should lead into Phoenix versus Phoenix, and this should be the beginning of Phoenix Wars.
So sick.
You like Phoenix Wars, don't you? Don't you, right? Yeah.
I love all wars, including Phoenix Wars. Any kind of war where it's just like, you know, we in a mirror matchup where you have a situation where what matters is just purely who has slightly more of one type of unit, and it doesn't really matter like the positioning or the micro or like the macro. Not what you want to see. So the Phoenix Wars is what we're gonna have.
Yeah. I mean, this is what we see a lot of specifically on Side Delta. We mentioned before, just because of the terrain, just because of the features of the map, it lends towards this sort of thing more often than not. There are sometimes some players that, you know, are chads and try to go into like a blink transition or something, but it's so difficult to do that. Like, it's so difficult to stop making Phoenixes in PvP, because if you stop, you can just die.
Right. Exactly right. And so, you know, there's been periods in the game where you've had sort of similar situations with Muta vs Muta in ZVZ. And yeah, I mean, both players are just they're just going to town on each other. Oh, the Adept picked up. Oh how's that fair? He was in the air, but he teleported over there. I mean, that's crazy.
That's cracked. He's cracked, puppy. Oh my god. The power of Adept as we do shade away. Second Stargate's in production. That's going to be for double Phoenix production, and we spoke about it. Sometimes some players try to
He's going
deviate
for
away.
the Chad maneuver.
He's doing it.
He's going for the blink. Literally the foreshadowing from Light VIP. We knew Classic. We knew he was a gamer. We knew he was an alpha in the way he plays, but we didn't think he would dare to go here. So okay, so both players are kind of showing the different sort of paths, right? So Classic, he's going to try and play a little bit more defensive, possibly use shield batteries, I suppose, to try and mitigate his low Phoenix number, and then slowly get enough stalkers out, eventually with blink, and then he'll obviously have the faster transition to grab. Actually, no, it's DTs.
Hey, we thought he was an alpha. He's a Sigma, puppy. Oh my god, going into a dark shrine, going for DTs. Crazy maneuver. Now, obviously there's no robot, there's no detection, but if we get eyes on this, if we scout this, we can get into oracles. That is a possibility here for MaxPax. Adept gets shut down. Will MaxPax move out? Will he get eyes on this in time, though? That's the question.
I'm so nervous. This is such a risk from Classic. It's such a big risk. So MaxPax doesn't know. So in his head, it's very risky to just move out over there, because obviously the rally will mean that most likely Classic is going to have more Phoenix at home. Where is the Dark Shrine? Is it in the back of the natural here? Yeah. Okay. The Phoenixes, they're nearby. They're picking off some units. There is a pylon and a gateway on the top side of the map that's going to allow the fast warp in for the DTs. Behind this, MaxPax adding a fleet beacon. Going to add the Phoenix upgrade if he can. He's really committing for Phoenix Wars. Oh man, first Dark Templar.
You know what I love as well? The follow-up here is obviously the DTs, they can get a lot of economic damage done. If we can morph in some Archons in the follow-up as well for the main army, that's going to be insane as well, as Phoenixes can do nothing to them. But for now, DTs are waddling on in. The Phoenixes for Classic are out on the map as well. They're safe, and MaxPax doesn't know that there's nothing at home to defend. He could go in, he could annihilate a mineral line if he wanted to.
But I mean, there's no way to know, and the DTs are in. MaxPax still hasn't noticed. He's going to notice as soon as they hit, and GG, oh my god.
GG? GG gets caught. The invisible man gets in, and there is no answer. There is no response. GG. Classic will take the series 2-0.
That was so sick.
That was so tense, Papi. That was so tense.
But I was just like, oh my god, that was sick. maybe I'm kind of starting to like some PvP.
I'm telling you, it's always great, especially like MaxPax versus Classic or MaxPax versus Hero. Things get wild, right? Papi. Things get wild.
Exactly, I can see. Yeah, I really like that Classic, just making it so interesting, and I mean. A very kind of clear 2-0, but it felt very tense.
Yeah.
So impressive result from Classic, and he's going to climb the lookalike rankings from that, you'd think.
There you go.
He's actually had a great tournament. He's beaten MaxPax just now. Before that, it was Bjorn, Rex, and Cure. on the way through his run here.
Yeah, pretty solid run here in the KungFu Cup. It always is because how stacked the tournament is, and now we're all heading over to the Korean server for the grand finals. Again, quickly just touching on what we just saw, it was so risky for Classic to go for that because, again, he had nothing to defend. Like I think MaxPax had almost double the Phoenix count. If at any moment MaxPax dipped in, he would have gotten so much damage done himself, he would have overwhelmed, it would have been a completely different game. But as you mentioned, MaxPax, it's so risky to dip in like that. He had no sign, he had no tell that Classic was vulnerable. It was such a gamble that Classic went for, and it paid off.
I just can't believe that he just made a Dark Shrine. It's such a Sigma move, you're right. Like, he just was like, oh yes, we could just make Phoenixes all game? No. I'm gonna make a... do you think it was intentional to have his Phoenixes over on the left there? Like,
yeah,
just
yeah,
so
I
that
think so.
so they wouldn't have a fight, I suppose?
Yeah, so they wouldn't die, because like, yeah, they would just die if Phoenix is engaged. So basically, if Solo had gone in sooner, then it would be his trigger to also go in and like start a base trade essentially, or like get some value with them, because they had basically just given up on the Phoenix Wars, right? Like, so yeah, crazy. But yeah, with that, we have our grand finals. We have Solar versus Classic in the grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5, the final series of the night. Another ZVP.
My dream come true. You're spoiling me tonight, Light VIP.
All the Zerg versus Protoss you could ever want, you could ever hope for. Really, this is just my secret way to like give you like some replays to like improve
exactly yeah, exactly. I'm literally plotting to myself. I'm like DMing Oreo after this, bro, tomorrow night we're watching some replays. I've got you some Solar replays that we need to go deep on. Okay, like this guy.
I would love to go deep with Oreo, Papi, go deep. Yeah,
I love going deep with Oreo.
Oh god. Yeah, it's been a great tournament here so far. I mean, personally, I would have loved to have seen at least, we had a TVP earlier. I would have loved to have seen a Zerg versus Terran as well. But the problem is that there's just so many good matches. That's the thing here with KungFu Cup, is you're spoiled for choice. You have to kind of pick a path and stick to it. And I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. It's been a great tournament so far. And thank you, Ryan. Thank you for joining me as well. I appreciate it. It was very impromptu. I did not expect you to jump in. So thank you.
You know, maybe I'm not the hero we deserve, but I'm the one we need right now, Live VIP. So I'm here to help out, and I think Solar vs Classic is a classic match. Both players around for a very long time. Classic, he's looked good, but Solar's looked more than good. He's looked excellent. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I think game one, we're going to get a real sense for what they're both going to be bringing to the series. You can really start to get a sense of like how people are approaching a series. Like if someone thinks that they really need to throw in a lot of cheeses or unorthodox builds, or if they're both just going to handshake a macro game, or they're going to kind of adapt as they go. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, I never would have picked this final from the opening of the bracket with such a stacked bracket, but here we are. Solar versus Classic.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like Classic more often than not gets overshadowed in the Korean scene by Hero, for good reason, right? Like, Hero's an amazing player, but this tournament he got knocked out really early on, and Classic has been able to go on a tear here instead. I mean, MaxPax was also another one vying for that final spot as well, but Classic kind of, you know, asserted his dominance over MaxPax in that short series as well. So yeah, it's been a wild turnout here, and I look forward to it. I expect another chaotic series. I don't know if you're too familiar with Classic's PvZ, but very similar to Hero, Classic is very aggressive, and I guess almost similar to Nightmare as well. He's willing to go for, like, I don't know, a Void Ray opener into Glaive Adepts, or go for like an 8-gate, you know, Blink 3-base all-in, for example. Like, Classic can play macro, don't get me wrong, but he's also a very dynamic player and willing to spice it up and be aggressive as well.
I mean, back in the day, Classic did a Blink DT build in like one of the BlizzCons or something like that. I mean, this guy he's cool. So It's always interesting to see what he's going to pull out. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like an 8-gate blink or something to this effect. But equally, I also think he'd be more than capable to take it to Solar in a longer game. So it is going to be Al Capone, the map. And we'll see. Do you think... Oh, okay, here's the real proper bet. This is the real prediction we should have in the chat is how much banter is there going to be here between Solar and Classic?
That's a good question. Like, Solar has been quite talkative, but at the same time, he's very friendly with the people that we've seen before. I don't know how close he is with Classic. I'm curious as well if there is going to be much banter between them. As you can hear the beeps, we're loading into our first game. Vetoes are done, by the way. And here we go, we're getting ready for our grand finals. If you are in the chat, predictions are open. They are open. Place your bets. You have 2 minutes to place your bets on who you believe is going to be this week's KungFu Cup KFC champion. Will it be a Zerg or a Protoss? Up to you to decide. Go on.
Okay. From Twisted Minds, it's our Blue Protoss. It is Classic. Our Sigma Protoss player in the top right here, and his opponent in the bottom left.
I thought you just...
It's going to be Zerg, our Zerg player. It's going to be Solar from Team Vitality. We're sort of working out some synergy here, okay? You know, there's a bit of... Bit of trial and error here, like, you know, we're all friends here, we're having a good time. Okay, so the hatchery does go down, and it's actually, okay, it's just a gateway scout. I was getting a bit of ahead of myself. Just a gateway scout, nothing exciting to report just yet.
Yeah, we're all good here, you know, it's just standard openers all around between Solar and Classic. You started the intro, so I didn't know if you were going to continue for Solar. I was caught off guard. You just went for it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should have just left it for you. You know, I was trying to give you the alley-oop.
Oh, okay.
So Solar, I think, not talkative at all. So is that indicate perhaps weakness? You know, he's so far we've seen that his powers have increased as he's typed more. He's really looked more unstoppable the more banter that he throws out.
True.
But
so what you're saying is the words per second correlate here with like just the speed and micro and control of Solar. It's just a good way to warm up in the early game. You know how like players they spam control groups and they like spam through their like camera locations and everything, and Solar he just types away.
Yeah, exactly right. Getting the warm up going. You know, he's just getting a few type racer rounds in the early game while he's macroing up.
I mean, it makes sense to me. I don't know if you've seen the Zoomers, the next generation of gamers, also do something similar. Like, have you tuned into Eba's stream, for example? Do you know who Eba is?
I haven't seen, and I also don't know.
Okay, he's a UK Zerg player, and he streams and he ladders without a mic. But he'll be like in the middle of a fight. He'd be like 10 minutes into like a ZBT micro and lane bane against Terran, and he'll respond to questions in the chat. Like by typing, he'll just
like he'll tab out and start typing.
Yes, he'll tab out, quickly type, then tab back in and keep playing. It's just that's how he plays. It's crazy.
That's really funny. Just get a microphone, bro.
Oh god,
that's so insane.
The speed of these young gamers. But here we go, we're just settling in. So far, nothing too crazy, right? It's just been a standard game from our Zerg player. Stargate opener from Classic as well. Classic is not above going for a Twilight Council opener at some point in this series, but for now in game one, you know, we're calming things down.
Yeah, and I think probably a Twilight build for these level of players, it's going to be relatively figured out. I think I mostly expect to see Stargate openings out of Classic. Maybe we could see like a proxy. I think it's unlikely. I think really the big deviations of Protoss is going to be with respect to, does he go for a fast third? Is it going to be some kind of adept timing, or if he's just going to go straight into Blink Stalkers? Solar loves to go for these little skill check moves with a bunch of Zerglings. Okay.
Yeah, and hey, he gets an adept. He almost slips into the natural, but looks like we're going to be able to defend back at home. Meanwhile, across the map, the Oracle tried to dip in, but Last wasn't able to get much done here, so bit of a give and take. Classic losing an adept, but he does maintain control of his third.
Exactly right, and I really love how Solar kind of always gets on the map, always kind of brings it to Protoss a little bit and says, okay, if you mess up, I'm going to pick off some probes, pick off some adepts. I'm going to force you to keep your your oracles at home. Here comes some adepts, and is he? Okay, he's not going to take the shade. Does pick off a creep tumor.
Does manage to get the tumor. Another tumor going to be going down as well, so he could pick up there by Classic, but it looks like it will cost him an adept. The other two will shade away, and at the same time, Queens, hit out of position. 2 drones go down. The Oracle getting low.
Picked off by the Queen in the main base, and more damage taken. And that pathing, oh, okay. Solar could have got at least another hit there, but does back up, and on the other side of the map, the Lings poking in. It's a faster lair this game and a slower Evo chamber. Could this be the same idea we saw with the Roach Ravager on Ocean? Is it Ocean Born? Is that the name of it?
It is. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Ocean Born. Yeah, on Ocean Born, where you just went for the Roach Ravager attack against stats. It could be something similar. I mean, we'll see if he goes for +1 ranged.
We keep an eye on those upgrades as the Oracles, they dip into the natural. They managed to get a couple more drones and once again go target firing out of Solar. The Oracle barely does escape. 3 drones go down. And there it is. +1 range is on the way, not melee.
Okay, so far from what okay. Nothing special. Infestation Pit.
Okay, so we're not going for any kind of earlier timing. No 3-base all-in from Solar, not this time. Is taking up even further towards a later game. He's going to be playing a little bit less Link-centric, which means with +1 range, we can head into something like a Hydra Lurker transition.
Exactly right. So it is going to be a Lurker transition. And Classic, again, showing us the Templar Archives, a Robo, a second Forge. I don't know if we've seen that yet today, so that's a bit of a deviation here from Classic. That means he's probably going to focus a little bit more on the ground army. I don't think we're going to be seeing as fast a Fleet Beacon out of Classic this game. He's going to focus more. What was cancelled just now?
That was the second Hydra. That was the second Hydra.
I see.
Yeah,
so just a little bit of a mistake from Solar. Does put down the Lurker Den that he wanted. Doesn't want to rush double Hydra upgrades.
We're not pulling a Miyamaka here. It's fine. It's fine. As the Oracle gets in, I'm going to be able to force some denied mining here at the 4th at least, but we do dip in towards the main. And with this, we should be able to get eyes. There we go with the Revelation on the Hive, on the Tech, on what is coming next on the Lurkers.
Exactly right. And a little bit of a push here from Solar. He's going to get on these Templars. Forces of one Archon out, picks off the other. 2 High Templars are killed, and oh, this is so weird. What is going on? Yeah, he is going to slowly pick off all of these roaches. He's trying to get. He's like, I know these roaches are dead. I'm trying to get as much more that I can. Yeah. So kind of probably I'd say that's a good trade for Solar, because forcing those Templars, 2 of them to die and 2 to become an Archon, that obviously means the Storm is going to be much less of a threat here later on. Although, did Classic research Storm yet?
I believe he did. Storm is already done. He rushed into it earlier on. So it was a big pickup there for 2 High Templar to go down for 5 Roaches of all things. So good pickups from Solar, as he is just focusing on his Lurker transition. Upgrades are on the way. Hydras as well. Likewise, Classic making 2 Immortals at a time.
I really like this for Classic. I think just indexing really heavily into ground with the upgrades, it's going to be really nice against this army. At a certain point, Lurkers, although they're really good against ground units, if you have enough Immortals, can get pretty good for Protoss, to the degree that you may need Broodlords or something similar to really fully establish control over the ground. Nice little push out here from Classic, picking up some creep tubers.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like Hydra Lurker Viper is meant to be ideal and like it's meant to at all times kill ground toss, right? But that isn't always the case, especially when you hit critical massive immortal, and that's what we're working towards. Big storm here on the Lings. Lurkers are revealed, and we do back off at least for a moment. There we go. Skytoss transition immediately for Classic.
Skytoss transition, and likewise there is a Spire on the way for Solar. So far so good for both players. Solar trying to get onto this army. He doesn't yet have the burrow speed on the Lurkers, so pushing forward with them is a bit speculative for my tastes, but he is able to, well, that Zealot was like just moonwalking past those Lurker shots. He's still alive somehow, and Solar is going to run away. 2 Lurkers picked off.
Yeah. Really nice speakers here. Lings able to engage. Storm going to be thrown down. The Queens are getting picked off as well here. Solar gets forced back. Another Storm on the Hydras.
Both players fighting hard. Solar, I guess, doing some distractions with this Roach Force, and that's kind of, I think, the reason behind some of the weird micro from Classic there. Just perhaps a little bit focused on his 4th base as the Roaches hit over there. Ooh, at the same time, a Zealot run by, and we might see the same here for Solar, although he seems like he's managing this well.
Yeah, he should be able to clean this up. A Classic tried to go for the kill on the hatchery, but the hatchery does survive. We do defend. Lurkers are left a little bit exposed, and the Lurkers are going to be focused down.
They are, but to some degree it's at what cost here, because there's not a lot of Storm left, and all of a sudden this army for Protoss is caught in the middle of the map. All these Immortals are going to go down. He's building Tempests, which aren't good against Hydralisks at all, really. And all of a sudden, Solar's taken a big lead in this game. The Classic is in trouble. If Solar had a single Viper out here as well, it would be very dangerous for these Tempests.
Yeah, a massive catch there from Solar. As you mentioned, we ran out of Storms at just the wrong moment. Without them, there was nothing stopping the dive. Speaking of, we dive on further. 1 Storm, big Storm actually on the Hydras and the Lurkers. Very well done. Now the Tempest is going to do their best here to clean this up, to force back Solar's army. Classic, he does hold, but again, he doesn't really have anything to really apply any pressure on the map to really move out. Like Solar, he has map control freely here. He should be able to max out.
Yeah, this is a bit of a worry. Now, the strength that Classic has is he does have excellent upgrades, and that's going to really help him out in any of these fights. Ooh, what is this? Is this a Storm drop, or what are we looking at here? Okay, just a few Zealots. Okay, a single Zealot.
Yeah, Zealot's getting dropped in, you're forcing back the army. We have the Toka Swarm Host on the way. Oh, that's how you know Solar's a real Zerg gamer, by the way. You always get at least 1 in the series. Beautiful.
It does seem like an intentional thing he does here as he maxes out. He's done it twice now, just as around 200 supply, adding on the Swarm Host.
Yeah. It's a power move. You don't need to be maxed out at 200 supply. You can afford a Swarm Host just to be there.
It's sort of a mental damage thing, right? Like when your opponent is getting A-moved by a Swarm Host. This is not good for Classic, by the way. I mean, the Tempests just do not do enough damage against any of this. I don't know if I really agree with the decision to really index this heavily into Tempests. At least with carriers, you could sort of have an eventual win against the Hydralisks, but you can play Hydras all day long against Tempests if you want.
Yeah, like Tempest, sure, they can outrange this, but we have Corruptors on the map, and typically you go for Tempest if there are Brute Lords on the field, for example, as one of the Tempests is finally going to be going down. 2 Tempests are remaining, but they get focused out once again by the Corruptors. Dominant here in the skies from Solar, cleans up every single Tempest, but what about the ground army?
Yeah, exactly. So I think really Classic, he is going to continue to build Tempest. I suppose he's going to pick off a lot of Corruptors here. Okay, Mothership is also going to go down.
Mothership does
this
go
is
down.
A very, very, very scary army, lights. There's so many Immortals. The Lurkers are in an arc, but the Immortals are as well. I think all the Lurkers are going to go down, and no Immortals are going to die. And all of a sudden, Solar has 140 supply, and he's... a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we spoke about it. What about the ground army? I mean, Classic, he thinks so as well. He just pushes out across the map, he collapses on top of all the lurkers, and in one swift move, that was 15 lurkers going down. What do we have left? We have 3 lurkers remaining. We have the one swarm host as well that we could try to make use of. Sure, the corruptors are killing Tempest. That's great and all, but there's nothing else at home. GG gets called, and Classic takes game number 1.
It's just all over so fast. I mean, Solar, it seemed like he was doing well picking off the Tempests, but Classic just says, I've got enough Immortals now, I've got enough Archons, I've got great upgrades, and he just moved over the Lurker army before it was fully ready, and nothing Solar could do. He was just immediately out of the game.
Yeah, again, that's how devastating, how unforgiving StarCraft can be. It's such a fast game. One bad play can just snowball out of control. You could also argue that maybe Solar did invest too heavily into his corruptors. I think he had like, I don't think it was 15. I think it was like 12 corruptors or something. It was quite a lot there. And sure, again, he was killing Tempest, but like we saw that the Immortal, the Archon count was able to just get out of hand there, just collapsing on those lurkers. Unfortunately, no greater spire behind it or any kind of Broodlord to support or anything like that, or any spellcasters. I think you were talking about Vipers, right? There were no spellcasters for Solar either.
Yeah, I think Solar just... It's one of those things where you feel like you should be able to hold a position like that, but when Protoss has that Immortal count, and particularly the upgrades as well, with those upgrades with the Archons, without having enough lurkers in position, and also additionally enough supporting units that they can't just get onto the lurkers. And that was really what he was lacking, is he just morphed all his Hydras into lurkers. All he had was lurkers at that location, and maybe a few lings quickly cleaned up. And all of a sudden, you know, you're losing lurker. Lurkers don't beat Immortals 1-to-1, or even probably like even 2-to-1. What they do is they win when they've got some support, and the lurkers are able to start to line up and just overwhelm completely. And in that case, Classic just able to walk over him.
Yeah, just able to walk all over him. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. Hopefully Solar can bounce back here and make a series out of this. I mean, again, we're still early on. We're still early on in the series, in the finals. It's a best of 5. We're getting into game 2.
Lead the way, my friend.
And spawning in the top right hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our South Korean Protoss player. The red Protoss leading the series 1-0. Representing Twisted Minds, it is Classic.
And down here in the bottom left, the blue Zerg from Team Vitality, it is Solar. Again, you see him looking for this 14 hatch idea, so he's having a look out, adds the extra 2 drones, and then coming all the way home, he's just going to drop this hatchery on 16. Very interesting idea.
Yeah, very interesting here. I'll be honest, I haven't really actually seen many other Zerg players do this. Solar's the only one that does come to mind here, so interesting. I'm curious if any others are willing to adopt, willing to experiment with it as well.
Yeah, I know one Zerg player who's going to be adopting this.
Oh, Oria. I see. I understand.
Oh, yes. Oreo, the goats, really. The next NXZ champ, some
smooth, Poppy, smooth. Those are good times. Those are some of the best years casting. NXZ champs. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Out in the studio in Sydney.
Yeah, for sure. You even jumped on at one point as a.
I did do one.
Yeah.
That was really fun. I had a lot of fun doing that.
Yeah. It's great. Did we cast? I can't remember. I remember you jumped on to like guess.
I don't know if I casted or if I just had like a segment. I'm trying to recall.
I remember you had a segment. Maybe just a segment.
Yeah, I don't exactly remember, but I love doing things like that, so it's very fun. And Sad that we don't get to have those kind
Let's
of
go!
events really these days. It is Twilight.
Yeah, we spoke about it before. Again, at Classic, he's not above going for a Twilight Council. We've seen Classic flex with Twilight Council-based openers in the past, and even against Solar is willing to bring it out as well. Now, the question becomes, do we go for something like Glaive Adepts, or do we go for something a little bit more tame and something like a DT opener instead?
I wish I was paying more attention here, because really the critical thing is whether he does any kind of fake with his warp gate research.
Oh, who is it? Who is it?
I don't know.
No, Enki, no! Enki! Bobby! For those who don't know, Enki, he is the Spanish caster, by the way. He is a Spanish cast. He's from the land of from Mexico. He's from Mexico. Much love to Enki. He's a great guy. But sometimes not the most stable of internet. So we may be losing our Spanish caster. Spanish. Do you speak much Spanish, Ryan? Do you know much?
I don't speak any Spanish.
Are you as fluent in Spanish as you are in Korean?
I'm probably more fluent in Korean than I am in Spanish.
Okay.
Which is to say that I know like several words, and I probably somehow through osmosis know some Spanish words. You know, like in the US, obviously it's
like papi.
Of course, papi. I'm always wondering, what does esta mean exactly?
Esta? Oh, it's feminine version of este, which is like this guy, you know, like Este Ryan is like this.
Este Ryan.
This Ryan, yeah.
I see. Yeah. Este light poppy.
God, and it's Glaives.
Okay, it is Glaives. Is it going to be a Dark Shrine following it up though, or is it just going to be a classic Glaives build?
We haven't pulled back into gas, bear that in mind. If we did, I think that's when you want to commit into something like DTs as well, so I'm leaning towards just Glaive Adepts for now. It's going to be 4 gateways in total. Of course, not an all-in or anything like that. Classic just going to be looking to be assertive, get some economic damage done, and transition behind it. We are loading into Crimson Court, and you can see that Classic is already starting to work through these minerals on the right-hand side towards the third base.
Yeah, Solar, I don't know if he knows exactly what's going on. I mean, he's got the Roach Warren, so he's aware that it's not a Stargate, and it's because Classic, I assume he hasn't really faked it that much. You know, he's not really taking any kind of, even possible for him to have taken a third yet. Solar sees that, he's picking away at these rocks, just trying to gather some information, but it's still quite difficult. He does see the Warp Prism. He doesn't know. It could be Immortals, it could be Glaives, of course, it could be like even a DT drop, arguably. So, okay, now it's confirmed. He sees the Adept count. Gonna have the Roaches ready. Looks good so far here for Solar.
Yeah, Roaches are amassing back at home, but knowing is merely half the battle here. It comes down to the execution, whether Solar can keep up with the Adepts with the movement of Classic as he moves out across the map. Prism poised to dive into the main base as well, so it's gonna be a bit of a multi-pronged attack here from Classic.
I like this move from Classic, but the Spore Crawler moving over here. Okay, this is interesting. There's some Ling Roach in the main base, and at the same time, the Adepts, they're just trying to move up towards the top middle of the map. The Shade does get cancelled. So far so good for Solar, but this Shade is going to be critical. He's going to take it at the same time he's going to warp in. Okay, so he's going to get some drone pickoffs here. These Adepts, the Shade is going towards the third base, he's decided. At the same time in the main, he's getting quite a bit of damage. He's going to need to get on those drones.
Yeah, the drones so far have been kept safe and sound. We do Shade out towards that third base as well, just rotating towards the natural, and drones are still only 4 of them going down. So far, Solar minimizing his losses, and he will shut this down.
But still quite a few workers going down. There's only 31 workers left, which is really not a lot. So 31 workers, of course, he does kill quite a few Adepts, but I think overall Classic has to be pretty pleased with how this has gone. Obviously no third base just yet. I'm picking up more drones.
Yeah, another 2 drones go down for no adepts, by the way. Meanwhile, Classic, interesting, is not expanding on the right-hand side. It did mine through some minerals, but not all of them. Actually, going to be taking the triangular thread instead.
But very interesting why he's gone for that. And I do think he's going to try and hit some follow-up timing, just Immortal Adept, most probably, with these sentries. And that's going to be very, very difficult to defend. So in a lot of cases here, if you're Solar, you might be thinking, which I think is what's going on, let me counterattack. I'm going to, you know, I killed a lot of adepts, so I'm just going to mass up some Roachlings on 42 workers, building a lot of units. Now, it may be that he just knows he's going to be attacked here, in which case I suppose this is alright. But he may also be thinking that he wants to get on the map and try and counterattack Protoss, in which case that's going to be a mistake because Classic has a very big army.
Yeah, we have a bit of a middle of the road here from Solar because he just made a wave of drones as well, so he is saturating his bases somewhat, getting to 45 workers. But okay, it looks like he wants to commit. Ling, Roach, Ravager, he is starting to move out. The hallucination will confirm the army, by the way. Classic, he does see the force of Solar.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous about this because it does seem like Classic could be gearing up for his own attack almost, but he's going to blink and he does have a forge, so more sentries against a Ravager count this high. I just don't know if that's exactly what he needs, but this Adept drop at the same time. Nice force fields to start.
Yeah, good force fields. Another wave of force fields thrown down as well. Lings, they collapse on the army. Can we bow down these Immortals? Up.
I'm not sure about this from Solar, and I'm worried about him. It seems like, GG is called. Classic, able to clean him up, and I really think he just got enough damage with the Adepts. Where you have to remember, Solar was really only on 38 drones or so trying to defend that. You really need to fully shut it down if you're going to play that way. And Classic, he just got in. And he picked off enough drones that Solar was forced into trying to end the game there, and Classic had everything he needed.
Yeah, Solar forced into the all-in, and Classic didn't even have everything to defend, by the way. Classic, he was warping in Adepts across the map. He had killed 16 drones, by the way, as the assault was occurring, so Classic, he cripples the economy even further of Solar. He defends beautifully there. The force fields were on point, and Solar could just not collapse on top of those Immortals. Very well done. And now we find ourselves in a 2-0 lead for Classic. One more game is all he needs to be this week's KungFu Cup champion.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, just a very impressive Adept build from Classic. Very sharp, well executed, hard to defend. Feels good to know that it's not just me that loses to that build every time, so thank you, Solar. Oh, is this... He's on Terran?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah,
alright, alright, slow down. I wasn't sure if there was a bit of a baby rage coming out of Solar. He is gonna stay as Zerg. Okay. Alright, whew. I'm stressing a little bit.
Oh good, oh good. We do have to just reset a little bit here. Basically, Solar did accidentally pick Terran, so we have to restart and get everything back up and running, get everyone back in. So here we go. We're getting ready for game number 3. Oh boy, and Solar, he's up against the wall. He's up against the wall right now. The pressure is on. Classic, all he needs is one more game, and Solar has to fight back here and now to have a chance at even having an ace match.
Exactly right, and it just really all happened so quickly. I mean, game 1 looked like it was going okay for Solar, but then Classic just kind of pushed through and won, and then immediately after, kind of a quick, easy win for Classic with his Adept plays. And all of a sudden, his tournament life may be over here in the finals.
Exactly, it could all be over.
Try and get in here. So Site Delta and PVZ. What kind of opinions do I have about this map? I think, look, obviously this is one of the more standard maps in the pool. So far we've actually seen just standard maps. I suppose Crimson Court is a bit unusual, but
It's a little bit unusual, and there are some maps that we have yet to even experience here tonight. Like, we haven't cast a single game on Ghost River yet, for example. We've just avoided it entirely, and we might get into that later on down the line as well. I'm excited to. But we'll see. Right now, Solar, he needs your support. If you're in the chat, Solar needs your support to extend this series, to fight back, to bounce back, and, you know, have a more back and forth. Personally, regardless of how this goes, I would love to see an ace match. I just want more StarCraft, more of these two players. But it's not on me. It's on our two players here tonight. Ryan, take it away.
Spawning in the bottom right here of Site Delta, it is representing Twisted Minds, the blue Protoss player, Classic. Up 2 on the series, a very, very impressive game so far. And his opponent in the top left, the Red Zerg player from Team Vitality. Can he bring it back? It's gonna be Solar. Down but not out. Solar, let's see what he's got. He's not going to go for the 14 hatch idea on this map.
He is. Crazy.
Just a 16 hatch, I think. I think he just brought just a regular 16 hatch, bring the drone a bit early this game. So he would have had to have taken the 3rd base if there had been the fast scout, but Classic didn't actually show it in any of the games so far, so we'll pay attention to Classic. I don't necessarily expect him to pull out another Twilight Council build. I think probably we will see just a regular Stargate opening.
I was about to ask, you know, what do you want? What do you expect to see out of Classic? Because on the one hand, sure, like more standard play would make sense, but Classic, after taking a game with Glaive Adepts, like, after being up 2-0 as well, Classic, he has some room to work with in this series. If he wanted to spice things up, he could.
I think it's... You probably don't want to just hit them with the sort of same thing again immediately. So I don't think... we probably won't see exactly Glaive Adepts again in this series, but could he open with Twilight Council again? And maybe look for a slightly different variant? I think that's definitely possible, but I think this game will probably see Stargate. That's my intuition. I just think he's going to keep it solid and safe, but we'll see here as we come in. Adept on the way. Is it going to be okay? It is a Twilight Council, and so this is the critical piece of information. He fakes the Stargate by not instantly researching Warp Gate. So he could have afforded to start Warp Gate a few seconds earlier than he did. He's deciding to show Solar, you know, there's no Warp Gate, don't worry about it, it's going to be a Stargate build. So this is a nice little trick. This is something as a Zerg player you're going to be watching out for. So Solar's going to need to look for some other tell.
Yes.
The Overlord.
Classic, you know, selling a story here, getting into his Twilight Council. Once again, he pulls out, so it's going to be Glaive Adepts, or at least it looks to be Glaive Adepts once again. Otherwise, would have stayed in gas here in the main base. Robo is on the way. Classic, once again, going to be the aggressor in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Classic, he was not impressed with Solar's performance in the last game. He's like George St. Pierre, I am not impressed by your performance. He is, he's coming out, he's going to go for the exact same build. He says, Solar, I don't believe you've got what it takes to defend my Glaive's Adept build. And who can blame him? I mean, I really didn't expect him to go for it again. I would have thought he said, okay, I call it Solar out, but I guess he thinks, I'm confident, I'm feeling good.
You need to understand something, okay? Especially in ZVP, Classic and Hero, they're animals, all right? If they smell weakness, they will apply, they will like put pressure on you as much as they can and break you unless you can defend. So Classic is going for it 2 games in a row. We'll see if Solar can adapt, can respond. I mean, Roachborn is on the way. Thankfully for Solar, you know, he is hopefully preparing here for what is to come. But we'll see. We'll see if Classic can make this work again, or if Solar can recover.
I'm not sure what exactly Solar's reading into in order to get this fast Roach Warren. He's also got a very fast lair,
yeah,
which is unusual as well. I suppose at a certain point you do know, just by virtue of there not being a Stargate unit to spot, Here's the move out. So he's going to have a very fast roach speed here this time. And actually, it looks like this is going to be a much easier defense. He's already got a Roach Warren Evo wall ready to go. He's going to pop that Evo chamber in. Classic going to be forced into a tough position here. Warp Prism is going to look towards the main again, but I think Solar is much more prepared this game.
Yeah, exactly. Fool me once sort of thing. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Never fool me again. We do have a warp in into the main base. The warp in will complete, but alas, we do at least have some units in position to keep up. We do see Classic diving for that mineral line, though. He wants to try to get in.
Oh, he's taken the shade, and I think that actually is a bit of a mistake. Although he is getting 7 drone kills, which is not bad. But this time, Solar has way more drones than last time. Not going for a Ling-based defense. Those Adepts do get out. They're going to get some drones down here, but it's a very different situation. Losing these drones matters a lot less when you've got Roach Speed finishing. You made a lot more drones. I mean, it's not good for Solar by any means, but it's not nearly as bad as it was last game. He's still ahead, and with Roach Speed, if he does decide to just counterattack with his Speed Roaches, it's going to be a lot more powerful and hit a lot sooner and harder. Although, man, Classic is just doing such a great job with this multi-prong hitting in the main base here.
Yeah, even gets a Queen. 17 drones go down. Adepts, they still throw another shade towards that third base as well. The Adepts, they have not been cleaned up despite Roach Speed being done. Classic, he's just running rings around Solar right now. The Prism is getting very low though, and it looks like it finally does go down.
You're right, the Prism is going to... Oh, there's a Adept still. Okay, it does accidentally take a shade, and Classic's finally now done. He does escape with a few of the Adepts, and now if he can survive this counter, which he's got a lot of sentries, which are going to be very useful against this Roach-heavy army. Here come the Roaches. Whoop, okay, going to get force fielded off. Nice force fields, picks off quite a few Roaches. What does Solar do? Starts 11 drones, so he wanted to kind of more drones going down to Adepts.
No.
What a nice move.
The trapped here, 3 more drones go down, forced off creep even as well. So much less fire time here. At least the drones do survive, but still economic damage is being done as Classic does slip in with a counterattack, getting 4 more workers, committing to the shade, maybe getting 1 more towards the end.
There have been 25 workers killed by Classic in this game. He is gonna transition to Infestation Pit, but... Oh no, there's a push coming.
Yeah, that's the thing. Classic is built up an Immortal count, built up a Sentry count. As you mentioned, without Ravagers, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. Now, thankfully, Solar, he's morphing in 6 Ravagers as we speak, but is this going to be enough?
It's going to be really tough. So Solar, he did drone up a lot, and if he can just delay with the Ravagers here, that is going to allow him to start to really... Oh, this is so nice from Classic, forcing the units to split. Okay, forces the Ravagers back, and then he's able to get closer forward. Oh, okay, he's force fielding off everything, taking the fight. Is it going to be enough? The Ravagers in the front lines is not what you want to see.
Yeah, a lot of Ravagers going to be going down. The Queen's little force fields are insane here from Classic, and we've reinforced with more Adepts. We shut down the army, and with this, we can just go straight to the mineral line, straight into the economy, as Solar, he is struggling to hold on.
And I mean, with this, there's just not enough left for Solar. Excellent force fields, great work with the Adepts to force Solar backwards, and GG, Classic swiftly 3-0ing our Zerg hero, and GG.
GG, well played. Classic with a very fast finals. I think this was even faster than our semifinals, not gonna lie. But a very swift, decisive series from Classic. 3-0. Classic did drop maps here tonight. I'm just quickly having a look at his run. He had an impressive performance here. He brought down Solar, Max, Björn, Rex, Cure, and Gref as well. And with that, we have our champion. GG.
KungFu Cup champion Classic. I mean, Solar looked so good the whole tournament, and Classic just bopped him in the finals there. I mean, Classic is playing so well. That was sick, frankly.
Yeah. GG. I mean, Classic even showing us that, again, these Twilight Council aggressive builds are very much so viable at the highest level of play. We've seen Classic, Hero take maps off of Raynor, Dark, Serral, as well as Solar with these more aggressive styles. Obviously, it takes a lot of micro, takes a lot of control, takes a lot of attention to be able to pull your opponent apart. It is not easy to execute that, but yeah, in the hands of a master, in the hands of Classic, I mean, he can make even a Solar struggle.
I feel so validated by seeing Solo lose twice to an Adept opening. Because all my Protoss friends, they say, it's not viable, you can't play this way, it's figured out. Clearly, you know, whenever, I don't remember, that build was invented a long time ago now. I can't, was it a Max build back in the day? I can't even remember, but...
Yeah. Can't quite recall either, but you know, it's still there, still up and running. I don't know if you've seen, but recently Classic and Hero, they've been mixing in extended series the Immortal Slow Lot all in. Like, they've been mixing that in a lot as well as of late. These past like 2-3 weeks. Yeah, it's disgusting.
It's a very good build. It's very good. I think I've only beaten that like just purely by accident, you know, like it's very hard to defend.
It's it feels like soul crushing when you lose to it as well. Like, it's like to die to slow lots, you know, it does something to you. But yeah, GG, well played. Congratulations to you to Classic, and a shout out to Solar as well, because even though Solar may not be this week's champion, he had a beautiful run, he had an insane run as well. Very impressive performance for Solar to bring down as many players as he did. Stats, Nightmare, Creator. I just realized as well, we were focusing a lot on Classic, but Solar, he literally only played against Protoss tonight. Only Protoss.
He did his best, but in the end, the Golden Armada, blessed under God, you know, the Taj Mahal always comes out on top.
There you go. Congratulations. And again, if you enjoyed the broadcast, you enjoyed the tournament here tonight, KungFu Cup is a weekly tournament. Every single week here on Wednesdays, we have you covered with some KungFu Cup action. This is coinciding with WTL, with World Team League. They come hand in hand. For 11 weeks, for 11 rounds, we have KungFu Cup before the playoffs of WTL, before the finals of World Team League. And likewise as well, thank you so much, Ryan. Thank you so much, NXZ, for joining me here tonight as well. Very impromptu. Our first time casting together here on the CranKy Ducklings. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I'm always appreciative of having a co-caster, so thank you, man. Thank you. You gave us a lot of insight as well into your mind and into Protoss.
Thank you for having me. I had a lot of fun. And it was a lot of really great matches. It was so good to see all of these PVZs. You really spoiled me today, showing me so many great matches and ending on a banger there with Classic. Just, I mean, there's levels to this game. You know, Solo was just making everyone look like chumps, and then Classic came into the end and said, "Nah, I'm even more powerful." So, yeah. Fantastic.
There you go. And you know what? If people want to find you, Ryan, are we ever going to see like another cheeky NXZ stream or like a YouTube video or even outside of that? What have you been up to? Where have you been these past couple of years? You know, what's been happening in the lane of Ryan?
Been working, man. Just living my life. Dating, you know. I've been joking around with my friends that nowadays what I focus on is MMR, tournaments, and girls. That's my big three. So at the moment, none of them are going well. My MMR in the toilet, no tournaments to play, and obviously I am single. So feel free to reach out and let me know if there's any tournaments you want to play in, or if you have a single sister, perhaps. You know, just let me know. You know, I'm open. I'm on the market, and if they're into mediocre Zerg players, you know where to find me. Okay, so make sure to reach out, and Yeah, that's all.
Mediocre. They're gonna be disappointed when you rock up with like 5.5k MMR. What do you mean, Papi? What do you mean 6k MMR even? Oh my
Well,
God.
6k MMR, that'd be nice. I would love that if there was a 6 at the start of my number, but most of the times these days, I'm lucky if it's a 5, so...
Esther Ryan. But,
Esther Light VIP.
so yeah, check Ryan out. I mean, he's got social media out there as well. I don't think he posts much. I don't think he tweets much. But you know what? Ryan is actually quite active on Instagram. So if you want to keep up to date with the likes of NXZ, check out his Instagram. We'll find a link, a post to that, I'm sure. And yeah, outside of that, thank you so much, Ryan. Thank you so much for jumping on. Do appreciate it.
Yeah. No, thank you. I'm really just happy. I was really pumped up to get and watch the games with you. So thanks so much for having me. And till next time. Are you casting again tomorrow, or what's going on?
Every day,
plans?
Papi. What do you mean? If you're tuning in right now, if you are a fan of the cast, if you want some more action, we're gonna be live in a couple of days. Okay, so we actually don't have a broadcast for tomorrow, but I usually have a replay cast anyway, so tentatively tomorrow we have a day off. But on Friday is the beginning of WTL, or the round 2 of WTL. So World Team League is going to be starting on Friday, throughout Saturday and Sunday as well. Saturday we're also going to be hosting Sea Duckling Open. Sunday we're also going to be hosting Sparkling Tuna Cup and Hatchery Cup as well. So our weekend is always stacked with content. If you want some of that yourself, follow us on Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and join our Discord server as well. !socials in the chat. You can follow us if you wish. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid, so give them some love, give them some support. And Ryan, do you have anything you want to say before we head off for the night?
Nothing special. Just shout out to everyone for having a great tournament, and everyone take care, and yeah, that's all. Make sure you support the CranKy Ducklings, okay? Follow everything. Like VIP, he deserves it. He works so hard, and give him the love that he needs.
Thank you, Papi. Thank you. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, thanks for watching. Enjoy the raid. Check out Sadsack. Going to be raiding Senor Sadsack, a fellow Zerg streamer. Give him some love. Give him some support. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Bye. Ciao.
Bye. Bye. Still like the